Arr. Aye. Oh, yardy yard. They made it. They're back again, Johnny. Well, hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Hello, traders, family, friends, enemies, whoever. You're all welcome. The door is always open here. Welcome to TopstepTV. He's Fry, and I'm Bender. Yes. Yeehaw! And welcome to another week of opportunity, trading knowledge, trading education, tradertainment, and some good friendship, some good bonding. So I hope that you're here. If you're new, you're at the right place at the right time, and we're saving you a seat in the front row. Let's get ready here for our new week and say hello to our good friend Johnny, aka the Hoag Hoagland. Hey, John, how are you today?
Doing good, Eddie. Doing good. Hope you had a nice weekend. Hope you're feeling well, and hope everybody with us is feeling well today. Monday, September the 30th, last day of the month, last day of the quarter. Lots of uncertainties going on out there. It's going to be an interesting and challenging trading day, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ezra, Dan Trader, Nick Nichols, Pete, Toby Kelly, Eddie's Bong, Frizu, John Jones, Eddie Horn, you're in there. Hey, Eddie Horn, Anastasio, Bill, Phillips, JT, and Nick. It's good to see everybody. Good morning to each of you and to all of everybody out there watching. Great to be here. It's going to be another fun, challenging weekend. Lots of data due out. Lots going on in the world. Lots going on in these markets. Eddie, it's always a pleasure to see you. I hope you're feeling well.
I am feeling well. Had a lot of rest this weekend. I went to a wonderful party next door. Birthday party. Boy, they had some good food and great people over there. But yes, uh, Bowman has been speaking already, but not to get too excited about it, because what she is saying is she's delivering near identical remarks on the monetary policy and economic outlook she did on the 26th of September in Dallas. So nothing new, nothing shocking, nothing to make these markets freak. That's pretty good. But let's get to the news here. We do see that the future's slightly lower this morning. Investors looking ahead to the Powell speech at 12 o'clock noon. Well, we've got the Dow future down 0.2%, S&P down 0.2, and the Nasdaq nearly down 0.3. The 30-year stock Dow Jones average ended the prior session at a new record high. It's fueling sentiment when a was a Commerce Department report that did suggest a warning of pressures and a muted uptick in consumer spending. Well, the figures bolstered bets that the Fed may roll out another supersize me 50-point interest rate cut in the next gathering. A lot of talk about that. So we're going to see coming up here, according to the Fed Watch tool. Central bank prompted by indications of easing prices pressures and weakening in labor demand. Now, this slashed borrowing costs by 50 points, if you remember correctly, earlier in the month. California Governor Gavin Newsom had vetoed a bill that aimed to place fresh regulations on artificial intelligence, arguing that the measure could stifle innovation. The bill here has some strict guidelines around those creating AI tools. And that's about what I have so far today here, Johnny. Not much in the news, but my eyes on the prize. What do you have here for us today?
All right. So, well, as far as economic news this morning and this week, 7:50 this morning, Bowman spoke. Eddie was just mentioning it was the exact same text that she had used, so nothing new there. 8:45, we've got the Chicago PMI numbers due out. 9:30, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index due out today. At 10:30, there are 3 and 6 week bill auctions due. And at noon, Chairman Powell is due to speak. But kind of on a Monday, I like to look forward through the week to talk about some of the major things that are coming out this week. Tomorrow, we've got the ISM Manufacturing Index, as well as some other things, construction spending, but most importantly is probably the JOLTS, Job Opens Labor Turnover Survey. A lot of the information that's coming out this week is based in employment. Wednesday, we've got the ADP employment report early at 7:15. We do have a couple of talking feds, several talking feds actually speaking throughout the week. Wednesday, of course, the EIA petroleum status report is due. A lot of talking feds on Wednesday. More talking feds on Thursday, but even more importantly, the jobless claims number, factory orders, ISM services index, and the EIA natural gas report. A couple of bill auctions, couple of shorter term bill auctions. But Friday is probably the most important day of the week with the unemployment situation, unemployment rate, and non-farm payrolls is due out. We do have one talking Fed on the schedule at 8 a.m. Central on Wednesday. Who knows when any more may pop up. But then again, we finished the week with the Baker Hughes rig count at noon on Friday. Hurricane Helene, a lot of devastation there. Pray for those that have been affected by it. Of course, it is going to be very costly to recover from that. Several states, just horribly affected by that. So again, pray for all of those affected by that. One thing that is in the news today that we do want to kind of mention is the dock workers strike, right? The international longshoremen are due to strike at midnight tonight. Now, a prolonged strike could really be devastating to commerce and the economy and everything. So we'll be keeping a really close eye on any news about that today. Of course, I know, Eddie, you'll be all over that. This could turn out to be something, really just not good for commerce, of course, and the economy and the stocks and everything. So we're hoping for a quick resolution to this, of course, and we're hoping that this does not happen, of course. As far as the VIX is concerned, VIX is a little bit higher this morning, a little bit more fear coming back into the market, up to about 2.25% at 17.34. It was 15.36 this time on Friday. The dollar index largely flat at 100.73. It was 100.4 on Friday, and the yield on the 10-year a little bit higher this morning, 3.78%, where it was 3.76% at this time on Friday. So we've got a whole week ahead of us, a whole week of opportunities, and we're going to be with you the entire way. Eddie, what you got? What's going on with crude?
What's I got? Dude, where's my crude? Coming up here, we've got crude as far as that. I'm over jumping. I'm looking for my tip of the week. But yes, crude rose today. We did see a high of 69.32, knocking on the door here for that 70 again. Gosh, we had a big range last week. Now this is the higher we see this possibility of widening the Middle East conflict. That was after Israel stepped up its attacks. We also did see the Brent climb 0.9%, 72.20 a barrel, while our good friend the WTI up 0.8% at 68.71. Now, both contracts fell last week as demand worries increased after the financial stimulus from China failed to reassure market confidence. That's what I got for crude. If you're trading crude, watch. I will keep an eye on the news. If you do see anything, by all means, as a community, as a team here at Topstep, post it in the chat, and we'll check it out once we see that. But otherwise, let's hit our tip of the week. Do it. What is our tip of the week? Learn to adapt. Yes, the Darwin theory. Learn to adapt. Evolve. Hey, if you're just sitting there not learning, not growing your education, not expanding your knowledge, you're going to be sitting there and you're going to be spinning your wheels. Embrace market volatility. Analyze past mistakes. Reassess goals regularly. This is a lot of things that should be reviewed in your journal. So learn to adapt, and you will see better success more often. Johnny, what do you got for tip of the week?
Adapting, remaining creative in your trading, accepting what the market is telling you. That's all part of adapting, and markets are always changing, whether it's market states, market volatility. All of these things are things that we have to be able to accept and adapt to. If you're not changing, if you're not adapting, you may be successful for a period of time, but if the markets change and you don't, you're going to run into some troubles in that. So make sure that you are, number one, remaining accepting of markets information, market generated information. However you look at markets, recognize when there's a change, and then work to adapt to it. It's very difficult, I think, for humans to adapt. We find something that we like and we stick to it until it doesn't work anymore, and then adapting from that is very difficult. So always remember, if you have a bias and the market is telling you something different, listen to the market. If you're having trouble adapting to different market states, take a look at that journal, take a look at your strategies to say, what changed, what's different now. I was doing well, now I'm not. How do I need to adapt to change to the information at hand?
Right.
So this is a really good tip of the week this week.
Adapt, my friends. All right, let's get to the charts here without waiting any longer. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, as always, starting with the daily and the S&Ps. All righty. Well, we are, of course, just coming off a fresh new all-time high in the S&Ps that did occur in the overnight session. That typically means it may not be a lasting high, but we've got some new information and some new things going on in these markets. So right now, I mean, we still have pretty decent upside structure intact. My question is, how good of a job is it doing? Who are the players that are continuing to push the market higher? We're not seeing huge overnight, or excuse me, huge open interest increases. We did see an increase on Friday of approximately 5,500 contracts. And on a down day, I would say that was probably some naysayers, probably some new shorts coming into this market. And are they going to get paid? New uncertainties have entered the marketplace. Now, we don't know if these uncertainties are going to be here for a short period of time or a long period of time. That longshoreman strike, I think, is it can be a really big deal. It's going to cut off supply chains. It's going to be a real pickle if it does continue for very long. Even if it continues at all, it's going to throw a chill into the marketplace, I think. We also have the Hurricane Helena devastation and how, what that's going to cost. So there are more uncertainties coming into the market, and we all know that market uncertainties, they're always there. It's just a matter of how much and how bad those uncertainties are going to affect traders and investors alike. Back of my head, I always have in the back of my head the unbelievable resilience of these U.S. markets. So be careful this week. I think there's a lot of data and a lot of things coming out that may be contrary. And as this strike looms and gets closer and closer, it's going to be, I think, a bigger factor in everything, in the markets and the economy and everything. So let's hope that they get a resolution to that really, really soon. All right. So the 30-minute chart, we've got overnight inventory that got a little bit short here before the open. There was a chance, and there still is a probability, that we may open with a gap below the low of Friday's low. That low is 57.82 even. We're trading right there right now. Overnight inventory is again short. Where did the market go to overnight? We've got an afternoon pullback low here from the 24th that was relatively close to being revisited. We've got a little bit too short in short time frame in the overnight, a little bit of an inventory adjustment occurring as we speak. Overnight, we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows. What I want to really kind of point out here is this trend line. Let's get that. There we go. This trend line. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, even somewhere in there is a fifth point of contact for this trend line. The exactness of this trend line indicates that it's shorter time frame, late to the party buyers coming in to continue to try and push this market higher. Yes, we did have our all-time high in the overnight session. Typically, that's not necessarily going to be a lasting high. However, we don't get to choose that, and things can change in the meantime. So now we've broken below this trend line, overnight inventory to the short side. If we were to open with a gap to the downside, I want to show this to a different platform, but this platform shows regular trading hour session only. The last time the S&Ps opened flat out before a previous day's range was on the 17th of July. Now, this is the December contract only and regular trading hour session only. The last time we opened with a gap to the downside was that day, and we can see what happened in the ensuing days. This was also a recent all-time high that was put in the overnight session. So if something changes, the idea that a recent overnight high or all-time high is not going to remain for a very long period of time, that can be thrown out the window by new information. I just wanted to show everybody that. So where we open here, according to yesterday's range, is going to be, I think, important. The profile on Friday was a normal variation range extension to the downside, neutral day. The market might be looking for new areas to facilitate trade. We had 2 days basically in range and in value between Thursday and Friday. That all-time high was Thursday before the open. Seeing some downside structure in very short time frame here. Be careful today. It's going to be an interesting trading day. Remember, nuance is everything. So here's the NASDAQ, the daily. All right. Well, we did put in a recent high in the overnight session, but this excess above here on Thursday's daily bar looms large. Okay. Excess is when price gets too expensive and is rejected quickly. And we have a long shadow or a long wick at the top of that daily bar here on Thursday. Friday, we didn't really do much as far as open interest changes, but we did kind of try and continue to push below off that high. The uncertainties that are now in the market again are going to be they are going to affect the markets today to some degree or another. I don't know how long this is going to happen. I don't know how it's going to affect the markets. It just sends a chill down the back of my spine that if this lasts a long time, this is going to turn out to be a really big deal, and let's just hope and pray that it does not. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So we have a similar situation. 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact, and that exactness on a trend line like that indicates, yeah, there were still buyers along that trend line, but are they high quality buyers or are they short time frame? It looks like the laggards were the ones that were continuing to push this market higher. It wasn't really running; it was more struggling. We had some pretty decent pullbacks off of all the highs here. Well, what are we looking at now? Overnight inventory a little bit short. Again, are we going to open with a gap or are we not? This line right here shouldn't be there. So if we open with a gap, the gap rules apply. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities to push the price lower. And hang on a second here. All right. And so again, if we open with a gap, can't close the gap, we're looking for opportunities to push lower. An afternoon pullback low here, very similar to the S&Ps that found a little bit of support in the overnight session. Those are shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. We got the overnight VWAP pointing lower in both of them. The lower highs, lower lows. Is this an effect of the potential longshoreman strike? Who knows? The profile on Friday was a normal variation range extension day to the downside with the opening range at the dead high of the day. Neutral stance indicates price is likely to look for new levels to facilitate trade. Are we going to open with a gap or are we not? Let's take a quick look at crude oil and maybe getting a little bit long-winded here in these equities. So the weekly kick high and low remain the same in crude oil. They were both approached last week, not necessarily touched, but everything is a range. So basically, we're still working this range in longer time frame. Open interest indicates some new longs came in off that low on Friday by adding 5,600 in new contracts in open interest. There are so many uncertainties, and they just seem to be compounding on themselves. I don't think anybody really knows what to do in crude oil. So I think a lot of the moves and the things that we're seeing are more speculator than fundamental traders. I think it's more shorter time frame activity that is kind of ruling crude oil right now because of the speculators. I'm sure, the fundamental traders, the producers and users, I'm sure are hedging themselves very carefully for anything that might occur. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So we did leave a gap Wednesday to Thursday. Overnight, we kind of went up and filled that gap, which I'm not all that pleased about. I'd rather fill the gap in regular trading hour session. So I'm leaving it on the chart. Overnight inventory is mixed. The market opened, drove into value, maybe starting to try and reject value high 68.36 on this platform. Just the market opening in range and, kind of driving into value says maybe I'd be better off being patient, looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. It was a normal variation, neutral upside range extension day. Neutral means we used a lot of trade facilitation here on Friday in the same range as Thursday. The market is likely to go looking for new levels to facilitate trade. And 1 second here. I'm still fighting this nice little bug here and feeling a lot better, but still not over it. All right, here's gold, the daily. All right, well, we know structure's been to the upside. We just put in a new all-time high last week. Last week's weekly kickoff high, 2665, I'm viewing as somewhat pivotal. Once it broke out above it, it held as support. If that support fails, that could bring a chill into longs, and we could see a pullback, which I know a lot of folks have been kind of speculating on and suspecting. We added 6,000 in open interest when we retested the weekly kickoff high last week and then rejected it. Now we're starting to see some price action down below that level. Excuse me, forgive me. Take a look at the 30. Maybe we'll find some secrets in here. All right. So all-time high. Been coming off ever since, putting in lower highs and lower lows. Friday's session was a double distribution trend day to the downside. We opened with a gap. We have yet been able to close that gap, which leads me to believe that we're trying to accept lower pricing. And if we accept lower pricing, I believe that there's going to be a lot of longs that may decide, you know what, we're going to trim some of those longs, and we could see the market push back to the downside. We've got a lot of visuals down here to kind of look at. We've got an afternoon pullback low, 2636.20. We've got last week's low. We've got a naked point of control down there as well. So lots of visual targets. 1 second. I apologize. So really, again, with the no gap close, we're possibly looking to accept lower pricing. The profile double distribution trend day to the downside. Single TPOs from 2679.80 up to 2685.80, 2675.80, 2685.80. Nice little fair value gap if we do start to push back to the upside. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading, and always pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get, and stay adaptable in your trading today as well.
Adapt. I saw it in the chat. It's like adapt or die. Well, we don't want to die, but you're going to find out sooner or later, if you're not adapting to market conditions, that you're spinning your wheels, you're moving in the wrong direction. But hey, we've got fast markets coming up next. I see Dakota with us right now, the star of slow markets. And of course, we've got Dakota and Nick4ATick. Yes, the star of our Sunday show, 4:45 each Sunday. So we're going to take a little break here, Johnny. I'll meet you at the coffee machine, and we'll be right back with Fast Markets. right, let's get our adaptability in the gates. And say hello to Johnny. We got an open coming up here right away.
Yeah, we do. It's coming right up. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome to Fast Markets. We've got to the top left there, Michael Patak. Bottom left, Coach Dakota and Nick4ATick just above me. Good morning, gentlemen. We are now open. What are we thinking? Who's first? Let's go, Nick4ATick. What are you thinking?
Well, you had a pretty decent reoffer and sell down in the overnight session. We do have, PMI coming out here in 15 minutes, I believe, or ISM. And one of those that always tends to kind of keep us out of trades in the early part of the week, at least the first 15 minutes on a Monday. So I'm going to be sitting on my hands waiting to see kind of the reaction to that before I probably do anything. But we are trading still kind of in, the main part of last week's range and nothing to really do yet. I'd be looking to potentially buy kind of where we started to rebid off of in the overnight session or the pre-market session in that low 70s. Would be a fine chance to kind of take a stab long to see if buyers defend that area.
All right. Thank you. Dakota, how are you doing?
Good. Everyone knows about we were just talking behind the scenes about the supply chain and the port shutting down. So far it's affecting the markets. Is that it? Or because Nvidia's down 2%, Tesla's down. It's mixed. I think, I don't know. I'm not very bearish today or bullish today. We do have that PMI, like Nick said, coming out. And then, of course, Powell speaks this afternoon. Let's just see where we go. React and not get too caught up. One thing that I am watching is on the hourly chart. It's been by the dip, and I think we could be right there. I think we just seen that. If we look at the hourly chart, take a look at the lows of these hours. Every time we've got down to the bottom of this trend line, we've bounced, and we just bounced again. And so the question is, are we going to come back up and test, maybe pass through these 240s and get to the upper end of this next consolidation, which is going to be 280s. 280s is going to be my next target if we could get there.
I'm probably waiting till after the 840 Chicago PMI number. But hey, MP, the boss, what's up? How you doing? How was your weekend?
Great. Hiked and biked with the kids. So
really?
Yeah. How about you? How is everybody?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just did a lot of recovering from that illness from last week. Still a little bit under the weather, but feeling a lot better and very excited about the trading week this week. We got a great crew here today, so we're going to see what we can find for this house account.
So I'm noticing some folks saying the charts are not loading. Dakota, yours are working fine. Mine are not loading. So stay patient.
I did hit refresh. And I'm in my live account, so I'm not sure if those make a difference or not.
We shall try that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any issues on my end. We are currently looking into it. Thanks for letting us know, and stay patient. We'll get to this as quick as we can. Some folks are fine, some not loading. And we will keep you abreast of anything that we find out on that.
My dome is moving. All right, what are you guys liking today? How'd you guys both trade last week?
It was mixed for me. I ended up the week minus $1,000 overall.
Okay.
So
do you have
scratch.
Swings?
Yep, scratch week.
How about you, Nick?
I traded okay. I ended up losing my XFAs that I had been taking payouts out of. So that's kind of the gambit, I guess, that I play a little more. And instead of doing the Coach Dakota, letting him build, I take payouts, keep the balance relatively low, where I have about 2 days of my style of trading of drawdown before I get nipped in the butt. So that happened, unfortunately, but loaded up my Topstep X XFAs, my new ones that were kind of parked. So now I get the first time, I since you guys have launched Topstep X, and we have been allowed to trade 5 XFAs. I have never had 150Ks, 5 of them in Topstep X. So for me, the first time getting to play around and really kind of execute the way I would normally in Motive Wave or anything else I kind of trade through. This is the first time I really get to play around with Topstep X and take it very seriously and actually focus on building the accounts up. So that's kind of my goal this week.
Okay.
Had a good start on Friday in them, up about $1,500.
Does it make you nervous, Nick, trading 5?
It doesn't, just because I've been doing it for, I guess, so long. But no issues for me. It doesn't change kind of what I do or the way I think about it. But I will say this, though, when you start to build a balance, or you're someone like me that took a $15,000 payout and was about to take another large payout out of them, those, in theory, daily loss limits times 5, those hurt, because that's real money. That's that's 15 grand. So that's a lot of money that you just can go poof on, a couple bad trades.
Yes, it's leverage, right? Anything with leverage, you have to understand that when you make profits, it's nice, but when you lose, you lose just as fast.
Mm-hmm. All right, folks. Yes, we are aware that there seems to be a problem. Some are saying that it's isolated to the NQ. If a lot of folks are trading the NQ, that is true. Maybe some in the ES, but we are aware of it. We will, of course, update when we have more information on that. So just try and stay patient, folks. And we will get this figured out and get it straight for everybody, as we always do.
Yes. So there, I have my 5-minute working on my ES.
Yeah, I haven't had any problems on this live account yet here today.
At all?
So
Okay.
no problems.
While we're working on
not
this,
loading the NQ chart. We'll see.
While we're working on it, I know you guys are talking about the support situation, how it can affect the market. Can we dig a little deep in there and break that down?
The port issue. So, yeah, the way that I'm viewing it, I have a little bit more insight than the average Joe, I guess one could say, because that's what I do when I'm not trading. I help run supply chain. I've handled supply chain for major companies like Chuck E. Cheese, Carl's Jr., and some others. And what we've seen lately is they've been finding ways to have suppliers in Mexico, but we ran into that during COVID, where we had like vessels sitting off the dock and sitting on the bay of like California and ports around the world where they're just sitting there, right? And they found a lot of fixes and workarounds to run into, like, in case we run into this scenario. But since it's local, what typically happens is they run out of stock, and they run out of stock fast. And once they run out of stock and they can't get the product to their warehouses or to their fulfillment centers, they just shut down. And I think that's what we might be seeing if they can't get it fixed in a couple weeks. And it's fast. It happens fast too. Like, everybody doesn't realize how fast supply chain is now, that it's a lot is just in time. Like, as things go out of stock, trucks are delivering to their warehouses. So if they don't have like 2 or 3 or a month's worth of inventory like they used to, it's just zero what do you call it, product backlog, or they don't like to hold on to inventory.
It's peak efficiency.
They don't have.
Yes.
Until it doesn't work.
Right.
Well, a lot of places that you mentioned don't have the space either. The clients or customers or whatever you have, partnerships that you have doing this, they don't have that space. Carl's Jr., how much room do they have in the storage for packaging?
Yeah,
Toilet paper.
It's all
Toilet
cost,
paper.
right? It's all cost. I mean, no matter what, you pay to store it, you pay to hold the inventory. Your money's tied up in inventory, and so the more efficient you can have your supply chain and like this just in time, as things run out, you're just restocking, the better off it is for the company. And a lot of companies seen that. They ran through those issues during COVID, so they've learned a little bit. and they're prepared for this, but they're still not as prepared as they really should be. Logistics and supply chain is an old industry, and it's not like tech, right, where they can't change. They don't change. It takes like 5-10 years to change someone's supply chain.
Thank you, Dakota.
So I have a brother that's in supply chain, mostly fasteners and stuff, but he's a black belt. It's like some sort of thing that the old CEO of GE created. Six Sigma black belt. Have you ever heard of that, Dakota?
Yep. You want to be surprised? It's called the Lean Six Sigma certification. I was in the process of getting mine. If you believe that or not. Yep.
Yep, Six Sigma. Yeah.
The funny thing about that Hoag is,
go ahead.
They don't teach you about real life experience that we're seeing right now. It doesn't help too much with that. It's like book smart versus experience.
Yeah. He's been
speaking of book smart. Who's here taking the 3 this month? When I say this month, I'm talking about October.
I think we all are, aren't we?
Yeah, I am.
That's still my plan. I need to book a date, but I got to do it before the baby comes. Otherwise, I don't know when I'm going to find time to study and be dealing with sleepless nights anyway. So I got to get it done.
I would just book a date and just call it a day. That's how I had to do it. Just book a day, and I did it like I gave myself a weekend. I'm like, I'm going to do it next week on a Monday, and I'm going to power through the weekend. Tell everybody leave me alone. And grab a cup of coffee, a pot of coffee, I should say.
Say about 7 of them, maybe.
5 minutes remaining. Yeah, we got a number.
All I did was I read it front to back, and then I read the study guide front to back, and then I did like the little practice test on there, and then we had our series 3 that we'd always do every day here on TopstepTV. I don't know. I think I probably got a 70 on the dot percent.
No.
All right, so
it doesn't matter.
It's getting
right?
thin right now. Yeah, ladder's getting thin.
Yeah, we're watching ES right now. Okay, ES crude oil gold.
Yeah, we've got a few more things coming out today. Eddie, what else do we have coming out today? We know we got the Chicago PMI coming up here in a couple of minutes. What else we got coming out?
All right, Chicago PMI. We also have in about 25 minutes. Dallas Fed PCE. A little later on, Powell's going to be speaking. They had him speaking at 12. Now it's 12:55. So my eyes will be on the prize there. But that's about it. Anything after Powell, it is a clear sailing. Back to you, Johnny.
Thanks, Eddie. I know you'll be keeping your eyes on the news here of any kind of changes in this supply chain issue at the ports. And thank you very much for that. All right. So, hey, if you haven't noticed, look up at the top left corner of your screen there. It says #Fast Markets. Why don't you join us on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it, TopstepTV, and send us pictures of your screen, your setup, your winners, anything you want to send us, and we'll put them on it near the end of Fast Markets here today. Always cool to see the stuff you guys send in, and some really cool memes too. That's a meme. That's kind of a new word for me. I'm kind of older, so. We are still working on getting these charts back up. They are working on it. Just another update there. We'll get these.
Nobody should be stuck in a trade. Marcus, Moody, you shouldn't. From what I'm seeing, the ladder, everything works just fine. It's our trading view chart feed. So whatever.
Mine just came back for what it's worth.
Yeah. So guys, you're not stuck in a trade unless there's something that I'm not seeing, but where it's a chart issue. It says at the very top, we're investigating a chart issue.
Just refresh your platform. Mine came up. Jack came up. I think we should be good here.
Yeah, mine looks like it's back.
Mine's working as well.
Inside a minute here, got about 30 seconds on our PMI number. Bowman spoke earlier today, but it was just a repeat of what she had said September 26th, basically. All right, they're looking at a 46 here in the PMI. Previous 46. Anything higher, we're going to be taking this as positive bullish for the U.S. dollar. So a reading above 50 is expansion.
I'm up and at 'em. Got it.
Okay, here we go.
Looks like everybody's back on here. So,
all right, but 46.6, just a little higher. So there is no expansion. Remember, we got to get above that 50 before we do see it. All right, that's what I've got here, and back to you, John.
All right, thanks, Eddie. Thanks, Eddie. Just taking a look here, we've got the equities just kind of coming back into yesterday's range. S&P's basically trading back to settlement. We're taking a look at the tilt. We're about 50-50 in the equities, a little bit long in crude oil. We see the gold trying to push to the downside now, and if you're looking at the gold chart here, we were talking this morning on the opening call about last week's weekly kickoff high being pivotal. 26.65, last week's weekly kickoff high. And as soon as we kind of dipped back down below that prior to the open, it has now become resistant, and price is pushing to the downside. I know Dakota and I think pretty much everybody that's been watching gold has been looking for some sort of a pullback. Looks like we may get that pullback today.
Nice. Yeah, and that's healthy for the markets. Nvidia's kind of crawled its way back up to only down 0.5%. That's 1.5% bounce from its lows. Tesla's up almost 1.5%. Meta's green, Google's green, Apple's up 1.5%. Amazon's down just 0.25%. So markets are reacting positive since the open. You see anything, Nick?
No, nothing jumping off the page to me too. It is end of month, so it may be a weird trade, especially if you're going to be trading power hour. Just be aware, guys, that you may get some passive flows, you may get some 401k buying, things that could move us abnormally into the last 30 minutes or so, or even the last 10 minutes, since that's when we tend to get those at the end of the month. So just be careful today. It may just kind of be a little weird.
Yeah, for the newbies out there, what
280?
What does that have to do with anything? 401ks and all that on today, except at the end of the month.
When I use the term like passive flows, it just means like, guys, all of those funds, like if you are investing in a target fund on Vanguard or whatever through Fidelity, and that period is through 2065 in theory. So when they buy those shares that are made up of kind of the allocation in, let's say, that fund, a lot of those get deployed on the 30th or the last day of the month, the first day of the month. So sometimes you can get a natural like buying push from everybody, every pension fund, everyone's 401k, just kind of buying their allocation at those time periods in the month. So it just can cause a natural bullish bid in equities, just because, if you're buying like that, like I said, that 2065, X retirement period, whatever it actually is, that could be made up of, the Mag 7. It could be made up of, the S&P a little bit. It could be different, high beta type stocks. It just depends on kind of what that allocation is. But the whole logic is it's just going to add a bit of a bid. And for some reason, our 401ks just love to always buy at the all-time highs. It just always seems very something that happens at the end of the month during weird periods of time. So right after a cutting cycle, or the first cut, we're going to be buying today, most likely at the all-time high.
I'm long NASDAQ at 53 and a quarter.
What's your stop at?
23 and a half. This is a quick scalp. I'm seeing if we could get a bounce up into these 280s.
Wait, what was your entry, Dakota? Sorry, I missed it.
53 and 3/4.
Okay. So you're looking for the breakout to overnight high?
Yeah,
I'm looking at, Rick?
About 280s. Stop loss is 223, but there's a high chance I cut this one short.
I could see what Dakota's seeing, but I most likely was looking to potentially fade the overnight high. It's also last week's value area high, or value area low. Let me double check. What was it? I think it's value area high.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, value area high, 289s roughly. So potentially was looking to, you might find a reoffer up there, but we'll see. So far, we're not really moving outside of the initial push out of the open.
Yeah, I
But
see.
Dakota,
I see.
this would
Go ahead.
this wouldn't be something you would be calling for the house account, right? This is just a kind of a short scalp for you.
Yeah, this is a short scalp. Anything I call for the house account, it's going to be a true, we'll talk
And that
about risk
attack.
Listen up.
how much do we want to risk?
Yeah.
5,000, 10,000, looking to get into a bigger position, house account trade, right? This is more of like a one contract scalp for my live account.
The one other thing I want to add to the end of the month, September 30th, it's the end of the quarter as well.
Yes.
So you got a lot of people that look at things like that. So Q4, folks, 2024 trading season. What would you give yourself so far? You making the playoffs at the end of the season for Q4? Nick4ATick, would you give yourself a let's grade yourself on an A, B, C all the way to F? It's definitely not an F. It's definitely not a C.
This is about the time last year that I pretty much was full time and really taking it seriously, like right around end of September into October. So looking at a rolling 12 months, I would say I'm pretty proud of myself and actually would give myself an A. Even most of my lifetime payouts with Topstep started at the end of September and have just continued into this. So a rolling 12 months, I think I've done pretty well.
Nice.
Oh yeah, no, I would totally agree, and that's why watching you go up the ranks, you become from we've been doing this 14 years. Next thing you know, who's Nick4ATick, and then next thing we're like, wow, he's trading well. So you, Dakota, what would you give yourself? You're in a trade right now. I'll let you watch that.
I flattened. That was like scratch.
Okay.
Probably a D, to be honest.
What?
Come on, Dakota.
That's harsh.
No way.
That's harsh. That's harsh.
What I mean,
You're your first critic. Everybody here is at least a B plus. I'm sure. I'm giving you an A.
I'm giving you an A. Definitely a D. Definitely a D. Made some.
All right.
Made a few mistakes.
We all
It was
do.
a rough summer for me. It was definitely a rough summer where I could have had such a better year. I mean, the year's not done, but the first 3 quarters is definitely a D on my end.
Let's put a poll up then. You guys all give yourself a rate, score, grade. And remember, the reason why I'm doing this is because we have Q4 left. The best part of trading in the year usually is October, November, and a bit of the top side of December. And then do not sign up for anything. Go away in December, in middle of December. Don't trade. Watch. That's what I always tell. We used to stop. Hogan, remember, nobody in the company would even work for like the last 2 weeks of the year.
Yep. We had nobody trading live.
We said nobody's trading live. We're not working. Blah blah blah. We used to do this. And we're like, it's trading. The last 2 weeks is garbage.
Yeah, I had a trading mentor that said that like 2 years ago to me, like that about a week before Thanksgiving, he's done. Like he may be looking at some longer time frame positions, but as far as day trading, like he was completely done. And I never understood it because I was still looking at charts every day. And then last year when you just kind of get chopped up and pushed around and it's like slow and grindy to the upside and it's not a great trade for day traders, I'm starting to fully understand why he's always historically done that. Just kind of, peace out for the year on anything with a 8 hours or less time horizon, like it probably is not even worth the trade. So I'm going to try to do aspects of that outside of, some little things here and there, but I'm going to try to trade less in the end of November into December.
All right,
You've
so
also
chart
got-
data has been restored. Everybody should be okay. If you don't, switch your product on your chart and then switch it back. That works for me. Switch your product. Like if it's NASDAQ, switch it to whatever. And then your chart with try to load that and then switch it back to NASDAQ and that worked for me. Speaking of trade position, you were in the 20,253 area, 50s. You still like this one?
No.
It's hanging out up here. Okay.
I'm scratched. I mean, we could very well get to 280, which is okay, but it's hard to buy it here. I mean, yeah, the risk reward's not there for me now. I mean, it looked like we was going to have a little bit of a pullback and then a break to the long side. We could still get that break to the long side to 280, but the risk reward and the probability is not there because we could easily see a pullback. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not. I don't love it. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I may be leaning short, but I'm also just afraid it's going to stop run all the way up to the overnight high. But I might be looking short.
You
Yeah,
were
I'd be okay
talking
with
about
short.
not trading like after November into December. I mean, a lot of like fund managers, if they've made their money, if they've made their bonus for the year, they're not going to be doing anything to really try and screw that up. Now, October, some of the biggest down periods have been in October. Remember the crash in '87 was October
Yep.
19th. So there's always that fear of missing out in something like that.
2008 financial crisis, '08 best. It was one of my best trading months, and I was done for the year. I was gonna like be done for the year because it was just a really, and you both remember it was a high volatility year since the start of '07, '08. Since the start of '08, after '07, things started getting a little shaky, and things are showing up in '07. I was giving like some warning signs, and then it all hit in 2008, in October 2008 was one of my best trading months. And
Michael,
then,
you mentioned warning signs. What were you seeing, and what was telling you that, hey, shit might hit the fan here?
everything was melt up. Everything was going higher. Everything was perfect. Everything, there was nothing was failing. Nothing was correcting. That's
Sounds
what I
familiar.
remember. Yeah, sounds extremely familiar. That's why, I remember bragging to myself and being like, I'm fully invested. I don't even know what that means at that age. I was 28 or something like that. I had a bunch of, I had all my condos paid for. I had a penthouse. I had, I was from trading, and I had a portfolio of like stocks that was just like, and I had XLF, a financial, the banking index ETF or whatever it was. Got absolutely destroyed on all that. On all that. Lost it all. I pretty much lost it all. I mean, I had nothing was on margin, so thank God. But
Yeah.
but that
Well,
that huge lose, those big losses, I was able to write off on the next. So it's a great thing about having losses is you can eventually write them off with profits.
Yeah, the 2008 financial crisis. I mean, you had the arbitrage between the pit and the minis, which was just golden at that time.
Golden at that time. Yeah. That's where there's edges to be found. You got to find your edges. It's a little harder in the world of screen trading only now because you're looking at the same price everybody else is. So your edge really needs to be. What would you guys consider your edge has to be? If you had to give somebody advice here and be like, find your edge. What's the easiest place to find your edge? There's many places that you could say is we're selling off right now. 20,222. Sitting right on it. So if you would have held that one, Dakota, it would have been stopped out. So good trade getting out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the short around the 48s where I was kind of looking right before it started to go made sense. But it's just the opposite of Dakota's position, which that made sense if you were playing for the breakout to the overnight high. But we might just be rotating lower, going to retest kind of the breakout from the open here, right around, what is that, 180s, 190s? Kind of the opening range high.
Yeah, what a messy market.
Yeah,
Nick, what's your edge? That's a good question. I got asked that question in slow markets, and we spent a whole session talking about it. But what would be your edge?
That is a really good question. I don't know if I could pinpoint.
How do you find your edge? That one too.
I would say lately, one of my edges is just patience. And you can wait for the right type of setup versus just jumping in. I also arm myself with information in a lot of different things that you can use as confluence to give you the confidence to enter at certain way and enter long, enter short at certain price points. And that could be, me being kind of in the weeds with gamma data and options data and incorporating that into futures trading for the time being with, options being such a large portion of the 0 DTE volume for equities and things. It makes sense that for this time period, because markets change all of the time, but that kind of is one of, I would say, my biggest edge right now is understanding the options flow a little bit and using that to enter and exit futures trades.
So I'll show you.
I think you also said how you find your edge is you already know your strengths. Your strengths for you is patience. You said patience. So I think it's also finding your strengths as an individual, as a trader. Like if you said, like Nick's is patience, and I think we've said this multiple times on here, he'll be very sniper-like. You got to find yours. How do you find yours? You got to be out on the playing field. You got to be in the markets, safely. So that is always the key to understanding yourself, is to be in the markets safer than you would on your personal brokerage account, because if your personal brokerage account, if you're losing, you're going to be chasing those losses, because those are a lot bigger than $49 in a month. That you could be getting a sneak peek at your strengths and your weaknesses via your trading performance dashboard on TopstepX dashboard. So helps you out.
And I wouldn't say your edge is ever going to be like a specific strategy. For me, like I said, mine is probably, I'm never comfortable in kind of the way I execute. I'm constantly looking for dynamic changes in the markets, or trades that have worked in the past. Like if it no longer, works a few days later after a few attempts or weeks, months, whatever, something has changed. So you have to almost always have a beginner's mindset in trading. At least that's what I try to do. So I try to learn not necessarily new strategies, but trying to observe what is happening in the market and why it's happening, and making adjustments from there. There's a reason strategies fail over time. And it's because the dynamics are always shifting. Something underneath the price action is changing.
So you can find your edge, or the more you trade, you can understand your edge. It's really, think about a professional athlete. That you hear them, they're like, well, I'm not the fastest guy on the field, but I found out I can run better routes and get myself open by I don't have to be super fast. I can just run really good routes and be technical and things like so that you as a lot of people in here, Topstep is supposed to, and the whole valuation part of prop firms should be and was created for you to safely create, hone, and test your trading strategy, but also for you to find your strengths, for you to find your weaknesses, and then leverage your strengths, neutralize your weaknesses. Those are all the things. If you go into a personal brokerage account, you're going to be just like I did and lose 90 grand over however many accounts. That's what I did. You can, to each his own on your own journey, but I wish that would have been an option as far as a prop firm, so I could go find my edge. Finding your edge is very, very important. It gets you then ready for the big leagues. The big leagues is trading live real money, and finding your edge is a great place, or a great thing to focus on when you first start trading. Well, when you first start trading, get understanding of the markets, and then eventually you start to find your edge. So very newbies, you don't need to be looking for your edge yet. You need to be understanding the markets, getting in the markets, and seeing as much data on yourself as possible to see what patterns of behavior that you have that you can improve upon and leverage and blah, blah, blah. So
I spent a few sessions on this during slow markets, and take a look at this document. This is a really quick one, and I've decided to say that if you can do this, you're already probably 90% ahead of all other traders. And just like you said, Nick, patience. What does patience do? I mean, there's a list of things: patience, discipline. What does discipline do for you? And then, of course, it wasn't finished because we spent an hour and a half talking about each one of these subjects. Like, it's really in depth. Has nothing to do with candlestick patterns. Has nothing to do about a trading strategy. And it's like Andrew A said in the chat: the edge is only found in the mirror. And just like any professional athletes, what do they work on first? Their mental health, their focus. That's what sets people apart. We talked about Kobe Bryant, right? Mamba mentality. He wasn't the biggest. He wasn't the best. He wasn't like that. But it was all in his head. It's a mental game.
You hear that more and more. I mean, you want to go on Tom Brady rants and all that stuff. He's like, it wasn't until he completely started focusing on himself. He working with a coach that gave him feedback, tough feedback, blah, blah, blah. So that's why it is like something you're always working towards. But in the very beginning, get comfortable with the charts and the executions and the ins and outs. How do I enter? How do I exit? How do I place a stop? How do I do all that? What's technical mean? Blah, blah, blah. And then you start to get into that mental side. And this is probably, I'd say, 6 months after you really get this over this little honeymoon period of beginning trading. And then you start to say, well, the psyche part, working on myself, the man in the mirror, so to speak. Look at look at the mirror. Look at my trade reports. That's actually my real trading. I may want to make $1 million a year, but I haven't even scratched 2 months in a row.
That could be a tough one.
That could be a tough one, yeah. But then once you do that and you humble yourself, and then you have a trading buddy, or then you have a coach or mentor or something like that that can help. You listen to Nick and hear how I really like that. I'm kind of his personality, or Dakota, or however. That's the whole the dots that you need to find that are out there, and then you need to bring them together with all these the resources you have. That puts you building that foundation for longevity as a trader, and then find out what trading results you spit out after that. So you got to lower your expectations. Lower your expectations, increase the standard of what you trade by is always what I've kind of heard too.
So back in the day, before electronic trading, I mean, a lot of people would consider their edge was just being able to buy the bid or sell the offer. It's a whole different game now on screen. It's so much more mental and it's a brain game now. And you know what, Dakota, I want to go back to that document here in just a second, but we've got Jack coming in with some news here for just a second, if that's all right. We can go back to that conversation and take a look at that document a little bit more. Dakota, does that sound good?
Yeah. I'll keep it pulled up. So.
Cool.
Indeed. Yes, I'm here. You guys were talking about grading your first 3 quarters of the year. Well, the S&P 500 gets an A. We are actually, through the first 3 quarters of 2024, this is the best start for the S&P 500 since 1997.
What happened at 97? Because I started trading in 97, and the market roaring 90s was the very end of it, the roaring 90s, and then it just melted apart, and the NASDAQ never made new highs until 2010 or something like that for 10 years.
Well, what happened was 2 more years of partying after 1997. So as high as things are, they tend to go higher before. It's hard to predict when those things go down. Speaking of things going straight up in the air, China CSI 300 was trading 5.5-year lows, but it is up 20% in 2 weeks.
My.
What?
Yes. Michael, you were out. Basically, she and the party came in and declared they were not going to let property taxes fall. Forceful rate cuts, capital injections, but this is only the second most shocking stat about this gain. If we go to the next one here, this boggled my mind. 2,230 stocks in the Shanghai Composite. Not a single one fell today.
Are they getting money pumped into them, or is it just is there some?
They're pumping money everywhere.
It's like eerily familiar to post-COVID crash, where it's a good principle when the governments around the world or the Fed just start pumping liquidity into the markets. There is zero reason to try to short anything. Just get on and close your eyes. So this is another example of exactly what happens when governments do that. And 20% up. Jeez.
20%.
What do you?
Let's take 2,230
in like 48
stocks.
hours, right, Jack?
Exactly. So one has to wonder, with these 4 companies that were flat, what the hell is going on? Haitong Securities Co. Ltd-A.
Well, we saw what happens when you shove $6 trillion down people's throats in COVID. All assets rise. Everybody had money. Everybody's spending.
Well, this is more so. This is like imagine if Powell came out and said, "Hey, I'm going to make all the stocks go up." Hard to get in the way of that. But one entity is not performing well at all, but at least their suffering is finished. Over this weekend, the White Sox lost their 121st baseball game this year, breaking a record that has stood for a very long time. The Mets, I believe, in the early 60s. They did, however, win their final game of the season, so hopefully that's some momentum for next year. But of course it's not. The White Sox are so screwed.
Keep that up here real quick. So let's go back to really quick where you graded yourself at A, B, C, D, E. Remember, guys, we're trying to become professionals in the marketplace. professional athletes of the marketplace or whatever. These are professional athletes. This is their day job. They have to go out there. They just got booed and heckled. You just heard that. Like the negativity, the trolls, that's what they do every now and then. So we kind of push that away here on TopstepTV. But how hard would it be to spend your entire life doing one thing? Usually these ball players have done one thing, majority, and gone to the minors and come up and then play in the big leagues and lose 120 whatever games. Like that's 120 losing days, like losing trading days that you're getting heckled at the end of the day. You're walking off holding your head like this while somebody's saying, you absolutely suck. I just spent $400 on these tickets and hot dogs for my kid and my kid's crying. You know, I'm going home and it's the worst day ever. And so think about it. To become a professional at the high level takes grit, it takes drive, and you're going to have, I mean, I don't know, maybe if you could have just the worst ever for them, but it's only uphill from there. And you're like, well, ha, ha, ha. Well, no, honestly, these guys are not going to quit. There's still a team out on the playing field that's going to go out there. So given all that, as you're working towards your journey and you got to grade yourself or whatever you grade yourself, there's always areas to improve. And even if you're down and out, even if you've been getting smoked all year, like if you are passionate about this, you need to buckle down. You need to work hard. You need to understand like what it is that's causing you not to find success and work your ass off to get there and improve. Even if it's chip away day by day, jab, 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 whatever you want to do it. So that's just really something I always look at when I look at professional athletes, and the ones that rose to the top, the ones that fade out and never to be seen again, the ones that are bitter and just angry and yelling because they never could find success and they're yelling at other people that are struggling or finding success. Don't let it all bother you. It's your own personal journey. So I thought that was a good analogy because we use sports all the time to talk about our journeys as traders and how there's mental side of it and all. It's not as physical, but yeah.
Well, they never gave up, did they? They showed up every day. They played the games. They never gave up.
There you go.
Well, we'll take that down for now. I will make the last comment. You talked about professionals. This is an exaggeration. Many of the players who are on the White Sox are borderline or maybe not even real professional baseball players, except that there's some bodies that need to be filled for the White Sox. So upward and onward, guys.
Yeah,
go to Nashville. I don't care.
To be desired there.
Jack, was it true that they had an actual nun playing second base?
Yes. Yes, they had a nun playing second base. They had a kid in a helmet playing third base. That was a disaster, I believe. They had a golden retriever playing center field.
Yes.
Well, the golden retriever batted like what, 270? It wasn't too bad.
He's your best player.
Above the Mendez line.
Yeah, above that 200. Yeah, Mendoza line.
Mendoza.
The Mendez.
The Mendez is killing under two parents.
Yeah, I know.
No,
I'll see it as documentary or whatever. Yeah, a couple of days ago.
All right, I'm out.
Thanks, Jack. Just taking a look at the markets, we're really just not seeing too much going on here in the equities. We're still just about 50-50 in the tilt. And for the end of the year, end of the quarter so far, this is it's the day starting with a bit of a yawn. Crude oil kind of hanging inside Friday's range. No real momentum in anything except perhaps gold, which continues to try and push to the downside. We do have 50-50 pretty much in gold on the tilt too. So just not a lot going on here unless you're already short gold. Any opportunities we're seeing in these equities? Nobody's not really seeing anything to sink our teeth into here, are we?
I missed one. I missed one. We ran liquidity right below where we opened, that opening range. We ran liquidity down to 163, and we bounced about 40 points from that point. This opening candlestick right here, we ran it, peaked below it.
We lost your charts again.
Really nice bounce.
So we just seen a blank screen.
Is my charts should be being shared?
I think those charts are written in lemon juice. You got to hold it over a toaster. There it is.
Is that better? There we go.
All good now.
So anyway, this was the opening, and then we just ran that liquidity, peaked below it, and then 40 points off, and now we're immediately right back down. So that was the only opportunity I've seen. Other than that, it's been selling these bounces.
You're still looking at kind of lower highs, lower lows, looking for sell opportunities. You've got your bull up now, though.
Yeah, I was actually looking for a buy. I missed it down here.
Down there.
Yep. But
I think
now we
break
just
these lows.
What's that, Nick?
Just need ES I think we're gonna break the lows. It looks like a little bit of iceberging there, at least what I'm seeing on Bookmap. Around the 86s, 87s, a few there, but I'm also seeing buy icebergs too in the same general area. So it's a bit of a mess. ES seems to be lagging behind NQ just a smidge. Yeah, there's nothing jumping out to me outside of that initial short that we could have taken up in like the 250s area, but I don't know. Tough trade. This feels like Friday where we just kind of are slowly, had a little bullish bid out of the gate and then just kind of slowly drifting downwards.
Ooh, there we go.
There's the new low.
There it is.
I'm short ES.
Yeah, I think that's
Get
a
short.
solid trade. It's probably going to follow. Like I said, I would
You
be
like it
interested
on a
potentially
short?
buy it in like the low 70s, like 71s.
I'm short ES from 81.5.
Is this a house trade?
Nick, what are you
I would say
thinking
a
on
smaller position, if anything.
I mean, it doesn't hurt. We're at the bottom of the range. That's probably why I would say maybe not. If you get the flush, you're probably going to retest the overnight low. But I mean, who wants to buy it? Who wants to sell it in the middle of the range, and who wants to buy it at the lows? Or excuse me, sell it at the lows too.
Right.
I mean, I sold it at the lows, Nick.
I know, but for the house account is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
The house account
Where's your
shorting in the
stop?
hole
Where-
is not what I want to do.
My stop's
What
going
do
to
you
be right
consider?
there at 86, about 86 and 87. 87 would be the stop for me.
All right, we'll jump on with you. 5 lot, something small. Nick's not in it. Dakota, it's a Dakota trade. 81.75, short 5, and 86 will be the stop.
I would say 87.
87, thank you, sir. May I have another?
I see that.
What's the risk?
87.
5 times 5. What is that? 1,500.
1,250.
There you go.
All right, so everybody in here, if you are not in a position, do watch and understand. Ask questions if you have questions.
Risk
If
is
you're in a position,
1250.
focus on your position.
Yeah.
I would be okay with adding to get the risk to 5K.
We need a Nick4ATick, thoughts and opinions.
Yeah.
You like that? You like this that much, huh?
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of risk reward whenever a trade is a house account trades on.
Mhm.
If
Another
we can
thing-
break that opening range low at 80s, it's probably going to flush to 75s.
We got to remember
NQ still looks weak.
is Anne Marie reminding us be cautious because this is the end of the month here. We are at the 30th day of the month. And she says 2-way tape ahead for sure with consolidation as the primary goal of the big money flow. Thank you, Anne Marie.
All right, we're risking 1,250 to make 1670. So the 75s is what Nick was saying. 75s. Dakota's talking about the 87s as a stop. We are short from 81.75. Dakota, I think, is 81.5.
Mhm.
This is S&P, right?
Yes.
Here in S&Ps.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Getting a little
Carlos
heavy
was
on the short side on tilt, just a little.
Carlos mentioning chopping around the point of control for the ES. So he's looking at that point of control.
Yeah, there's like a 4,000 negative delta right there. Across like from 84s to 85s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, that was like that weird iceberging I was seeing to the sell side. Those were sell side icebergs, but once again, we were still just chopping around that range for a while.
We make a run towards that 5,700 S&P strike, the SPX. But it's right in the middle of it. Yeah, it's at 57.26 right now, which is kind of between the 5750 and the 5700, which I presume, I'll have to fire up the data, would be pretty large.
Let's see what the zero DTEs are telling us so far.
So if there's anything that changes as far as what makes you guys like this short, please let the house know. But we have our stop in and we have our targeted. Just okay.
Yeah, if something
5,700 as well as negative gamma down to 5,720, which would probably roughly put us on the lows, those like 75s.
Yeah,
but there's a ton of gamma exposure. It's 5750s still. So end of the month, I would not be shocked if we just chop around and potentially ping that level at least once today.
What, 75, 5750?
5750 SPX. Like there's a ton of gamma exposure, and there's like nothing else on the tape. It's basically that strike. At least so far here this
20 points higher in the futures contract.
That's 57.70.
But we could also just trade on the lows, and then you could have all of our 401ks pushing us up to that level towards the close. That would not shock me at all.
If something does change, of course, let us know. There's no reason we have to hit the stop that shall remain unspoken, the order that shall remain unspoken. We do have a number coming out here at 9:30 Central Time. The Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index.
I mean, I think we're okay with that stop or even getting out, but we have that iceberg, all those sell icebergs to kind of protect us, to know at least it's going to act as resistance for the time being, or all of that negative delta, excuse me. If we get above it though, I mean, yeah, it could run. What did you have that number at, Hoag?
Well,
like
I'm
4 when doing rough math.
I'm seeing all that negative delta, those levels that you mentioned, 3.5 negative 1,200, 4.5 negative 855, 885 negative 700. There's about 3,000, maybe more than that. But with that negative delta, those are buy icebergs, right?
Right.
I might add to this if we could break below 81, 80 and a half.
As long as we stay below that, those are underwater, so that I'm comfortable with being short.
Yeah, I have a sell stop.
If anybody in here, you guys liking the ad?
If we
We're
break
still
below
just hang
80
on these lows, I wouldn't be shocked.
In chat, who's fading, who's doing nothing, who's trading on their own? Just chime in. We are not a signal provider. Never wanted to be. Always wanted to work with traders that are sharing their ideas and sharing their thoughts. Never say this is where it's going to go, because it's going to go wherever it wants to go. Welcome to the world of trading. Not a lone short, long. Trading on my own. Perfect. Patak, you spelled it wrong. It's Patak. Patak. Flat, waiting. Sitting on hands. Long gold and copper. Nice. I locked my account out, but I see it going lower. Nice.
Man, look at the chat.
Playing platinum today, long. All right, we got everybody doing their own thing. That's how it should be. Yeah. To each their own on your own personal journey, but it was nice having people that are to the left and right of you as you're walking down that journey, that path.
See if NQ is going to flush, make a new low, go test 120s. Which would be great for your short, Dakota. Come on.
Okay, I just added.
NASDAQ definitely leading here. Microsoft hitting its lows here. Nvidia still holding up all right. Apple holding up all right.
ES needs to break this 80.5.
Yeah, it's holding thus far. NASDAQ just flushed out. There it goes. No, still holding the 80s.
Gonna take out the low in the S&Ps here now.
NASDAQ has not found a bed. NASDAQ is selling off. NASDAQ continues to sell off.
There it goes.
S&P still holding 80s. 5780 still holding 80s. NASDAQ keeps selling off. That's why I like watching them next to each other. And those that just started trading yesterday, Eddie calls them the sisters, brothers and sisters. I don't know, friend. They hold hands as they're walking down the road together. Yeah. Sometimes one of them's leading a little bit, but they're all usually always holding hands, so to speak, meaning they go together the same direction.
Generally.
If it's,
Generally.
I mean, sometimes you can superimpose those charts on top of each other. It's like, damn, you can see what we're talking about.
So if you watch NASDAQ, if you watch the S&P for
Friday?
a long enough time.
Friday, they were inverse each other for a moment. Here we go.
Yeah.
There's your 80s. Broke through the 80s. Trading 79
minutes
now.
remaining.
5 minutes remaining. Here's
Minor number.
Barely know her.
Well, we're watching this trade. We got a little breaking news. Stanley is coming back tomorrow during fast markets to try and trade finish his trading combine. That'll
Love
be
it.
good because he's a big fan of Rips. Rips will be on tomorrow, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Dakota, you'll be there as well. Stanley, helping Stanley get through his trading combine.
Today we got Keegan going to be with us here.
Putting it out there, guys. Putting it out.
Okay, I'm going to get out of this trade, MP. I'm going to see how we're going to hold this 80s, but we completely rejected that.
Yep.
So it's a no-go for me.
Flatten, $265 downside look. I'll take it.
Good
Okay,
out.
so you guys heard the reason why he got in. You heard the reason why he got out. Nobody should be looking at anybody here as a trade signal provider. Again, I'll say that, and we'll put a disclaimer up. Don't follow. Do your own thing, but learn from others and how they're looking at the markets, how they're approaching trades, how they're getting out of trades. What about the markets changed that has them thinking differently? And you're going to hear them speak up more and more on what they are seeing, feeling, and listening to when it comes to the markets and all that is telling them.
Yep, I didn't like that rejection. Even NASDAQ, we bounced, that's 30, 40 points immediately.
Off that low. Nick, you
Didn't
seen
even
a
tag it.
little bit more buy iceberg orders on that low in the S&Ps? Just a hint of them?
Yeah. Looks like about I don't know. I don't remember how to read that, but yes, there were on that like 80 or 78.50 level.
Yes, Mr. Moon. Do as I say, not as I does. What? Tilt's not really showing anything all day long. It's 50-50 usually. Majority of the day. It's been 50-50. Tilt is what's running at the top of your screen, everybody's. All the open positions at any moment in time. You can see if they're long bias or short bias. That data is valuable in my eyes. You can deem it valuable in your eyes or not. But it does tell you the opinions, and it's a data set. It's pretty damn large. And it's a sentiment indicator.
I'm looking for long on the NASDAQ now. Oh, if it's going to give it to me.
Negative
pullback.
tilt in the S&Ps. Still 50-50 in the NASDAQ.
Missed it.
I was trying to get long 160s.
Yeah, I missed it too.
Yeah,
I was looking for a pullback.
Let's see.
To 150.
Now let's see if it bases or goes. If it goes over 80, it's gone.
Yeah, it's that happened really quick.
It did. I was sitting there like, all right, let me get on the bid. Let me watch this for a second. Nope. Took off.
Yep. I was looking for this 160. I was just too slow.
Oh, we got something coming out right now, right?
In about 30 seconds. Dallas Fed, they're looking at a negative 10.8, prior negative 9.7.
It's
I
gone.
mentioned before, minor number.
Dang it, Nick.
Well, darn.
Yeah.
Dakota and I
we were
saw the
looking at
same thing. Couldn't get in.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that's how the market is. Those good ones
Yeah.
don't last long. There it
Yeah.
goes. Ooh.
You got to,
Try and
sometimes
keep
this
you
is
out.
where it's like, I hate to market in on NQ. Like it's a terrible idea with the slippage and the spread sometimes and how fast it moves. But that was a situation where that might have been the only way you were getting in that trade unless you wanted to long the 70s.
Mm-hmm. Would you look to short this bounce?
Not yet. You see what it does here at VWAP around like 210s. And the number.
All right, we got the Dallas Fed coming in at negative 9. So they were looking at negative 10, coming in at negative 9. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eddie. I think I said Chicago PMI. It's Dallas PMI. Yes. Thanks, Eddie. Still seeing short short tilt in the S&Ps. They're holding negative 62. Not real
What's
deep,
the average?
but it's one of the deeper tilts we've seen today in the S&Ps. Gold still struggling to find a bid here, it looks like. Getting 26.54. Crude trading 67.98 right now. Not a whole lot of action there.
If the NASDAQ could get back down to 160s, 170 and find some type of support, then I would look for a long.
We rejected right off the 24-hour VWAP at 200s, like immediately.
160s, you like this for a house trade?
If we get down there, and depending on what the market does when we get back down to 160s, then yes.
All right. Let us know.
Yeah, you guys, you'll know when I like the trade, Hoag. I'll be very vocal about it.
I don't doubt that, Dakota. I don't doubt that.
But that was a nice bounce to sell so far. It's going to be interesting to see how we react into these 60s.
It really took us right up to VWAP and then just kind of fell off of that, didn't it?
Yeah, Apple's the winner today that I'm seeing.
So why I got everybody's attention, I want to throw it out there. So you guys, we were talking about edge when John was saying buying on the bids, selling it on the offer, and how that is back in the day trading pit edge. You guys been hearing anything about this financial instruments that people are like looking into? How many people in here have seen this? Now, what we are finding, we are always looking. We are always looking, and we're not going to tell you exactly what we find and everything like that, but we're always making sure that the sim environment is as indicative of a live market environment. And if it is not, then we're looking into that. So that's kind of the whole buy at the bid, sell at the offer. There's some, you're going to hear like some people getting banned. You're going to be hearing some people getting reached out to more than we typically do, because there's kind of been an influx of some people working together that are all over. They're trying to game the evaluation platforms, like and we have to build. This is the greatest integrity you have to have, is to ensure that the integrity of which you evaluate a trader on is as indicative of a live market as possible. And if it is not, then you need to find out why, and you need to figure out who's gaming you and whatnot. So we have a prohibited conduct. We have terms of use with prohibited actions in it. We're going to be strictly enforcing that. So just to let everybody know, that's just something that we've always done. And there's kind of like, there's a group or people or whatever. And I'm not saying anybody's name. And you could talk to, if you get if you're trading and you get notified or something that they're looking into you, they're looking into you. And that's just how the game works. And when I say the game works, of evaluating traders, it's a prop firm. We're going to evaluate traders. And if there's anybody playing the markets in a way that is nothing like they can do in a live market, we will have nothing to do with that type of trading behavior. We'll let you know. A lot of times we'll let you know. If you go back to that, then you're gone. It's just that simple. We're a prop firm. We're evaluating you. So you have to be able to do whatever you're doing in sim in the live environment. So if you're looking to game, working together, all that kind of stuff. And you can look at our terms of use and our prohibited conduct that you cannot trade certain ways. Definitely look at that. That's just something to help you out. 99.9% of you are just fine. So don't worry about it. But there's a lot of that going around right now. And Topstep has an internal team that we've always had for years. Some people are just forming theirs at other prop firms. They watch compliance. They watch fraud. They watch, what else do they watch? The markets being indicative of a live market, ensuring that that's in every product that we offer. So all that's kind of like, you're hearing kind of the buzzing around it. So maybe some bad actors out there that are jumping in. Just because you get banned doesn't mean you're the bad actor or you're the good actor. I'm not commenting on any of that. It's not my job to comment on each individual case. But if you're violating the TOUs, you just won't be here with us. You just won't be here. That's just kind of how it will be working. And it has always been working just like that. But you may be hearing just a bit more of that.
We do have our own compliance department. And there he is.
Guess what we just did? We doubled the size of it too.
Oh.
So there's more watchful eyes on all this. And it has to be, because when you have a like the funding model, when you have people coming in and profits going out, people getting paid out, I mean, it's ripe for gaming. It is not the first time this industry has been gamed. There has been other things that we have found in the past that I will not go into, but we are always making sure that your experience is as indicative of a live market experience as possible. The closest thing we can do it to, you're like, can't be exact because that would be actually in the markets, the exact experience, the exact fill logic, the exact fill queue, the exact slippage, and the exact all that. But you can get it very damn close, and that's what we're always working towards.
NASDAQ 189.
Okay,
sorry,
cool.
MP.
No, it's fine. 189, right?
Mm-hmm. And 3/4.
Nick, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I was looking at a short and yes, didn't quite take it. I was expecting a little higher of a stop run above kind of previous day close. I wanted like 93s, 94s, but didn't get up there. But I like to cut it short, as long as we're below 200.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a failed upside auction now in the S&Ps too. We took a look above the IB by 2 ticks.
Yeah, that's why I went a little higher.
Yeah.
Where's your stop? I joined you with a 5 lot. Where's your stop?
215.
215.
It's the order that shall remain unspoken.
What are you looking for in this trade? As far as
I'm looking for us to get down to the 170s, 160s.
Got it.
And 160s is where you were kind of looking for a long. You like flipping at that level?
It's going.
Hey, I'm looking it out. I'm out.
I got out.
Beautiful
too.
trade.
Nice look, Dakota.
Nice trade.
We got 67s. That's a quick 20 points. So yeah, thanks for cutting me off. Thanks for when you saw a trade, you shared the trade. That's really good. And guys, that's really it. I'm not going to talk anything more about it. And there's nothing's personal here. If you got banned or anything like that, we're just like play by the rules, and the rules are written down there. We'll all agree to them when they start. And we do not. We're here to evaluate you in an environment that's as indicative of a live market as possible. And your goal here is to trade like you would trade like on your personal brokerage account, not look to find holes.
Mm-hmm.
And a quick PSA, as someone who is on the Trader Review Council myself, this has nothing to do with that, MP, but just a general karmic warning to everybody. Something that we frequently see, and don't do this, is you can also be banned if you are repeatedly abusive towards our support staff.
Oh yeah,
you'll be warned, but just you're talking to human beings, folks. Like, don't be an a-hole.
I remember getting on the phone back in the early days because they were lighting up our support reps. I'd get on there and I'm like, I want nothing to do with you. And I would do the nicest for them. They go, I will refund all your money if that's what you want, blah, 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 whatever. And we're not going into every little case by any means, but we have a review council, guys. This is how serious it is, because there are people out here that either try to take advantage. Trading's hard, period. Just get it over. Like, trading is very hard. So you may find struggles. You may give yourself a D. You may be on here trying to chase the same thing over and over again, insanity and all that kind of stuff. Your goal is to not blame other people. It's to find that person inside, that man in the mirror, to look at yourself and get better. You're going to attack, the integrity of the sim environment by trying to exploit it, or then get frustrated with it. It's just like, we don't need it. It's just like, we don't have to have it. We're not for everybody. That's just like the game. I guess I always say the game because, like, we're always just like doing something together here. We're doing something together here. We're working together to become a better trader. So when I say game, I think trading is a fun game, and I don't treat it like a Fortnite game where I'm just gonna. No, I treat it like a game. I'm really like a sports game, a professional athlete. So all that being said, is look, we have no ad spend. We have no all that kind of stuff. We're not trying to forcefully get people in here. The only ad spend we do have, just to be transparent, will be TopstepTV. You'll be seeing that all over because we want people to get on here and learn from other people. That is starting up. You're going to be seeing that, as jokingly as you say, littered all over the place. But it's not. It's going to be awesome, and it's going to be about TopstepTV, not about coming to Topstep and joining the combine. No. We have folks in here that we want to be working with, the best folks that are most serious about this. And if it prunes people out, that's fine. We're not for everybody. But we will be doing all the things that I mentioned, and we're doubling down on those even more so. And be cool to the people on the other side of the chat or phone or email.
And be nice to our support team. They're nice people. They're here to help you. Absolutely no reason to be nasty to them.
Right. Don't shoot the messenger.
Always be respectful. Always be kind. Always be kind. So, Dakota, what's your P&L now? What's your overall P&L?
2,300 in a live account. My live
2,300 in a live account. What's the house account, Michael?
1625. Up
1625. Excellent. Dakota, when you took that short, what was it that you saw? Can you show us?
Yeah.
Okay, here's a good one. Here's the question between what's process, the mechanical trades, technical trades, and then what sometimes it's gut, right? I'm going to try my best to explain this, Hoag. We're getting kind of a triple top, and we might just continue to sell off here now that I'm watching it even more. That looks like a head and shoulders. Does this not?
Yeah, it looks like your Batman formation there.
Yeah, it looks like we could very well sell back down towards these 150s. This is a shoulder, head, and shoulder. But what I was looking at is we've had a big sell-off, right? Nice rally, pullback, rally. We got a bit of a 3-bar reversal. And that was it, right? I was watching the market. We sold off. It was also part of this is watching price action. And I wasn't looking for a lot. I was looking for us to maybe come back down towards these 70s, maybe 60s. And, we got it. That was the move. I also have this 100 tick chart over here on the right. And here's the move. You can see it's a lot cleaner on the 100 tick chart. We've had the rally, and then we had the pullback. We had the second move. And you could see how we found support. We failed to break out, right? Ran liquidity. And I entered as we started to break below that previous pivot. So if I was in a long, I would be trailing it. And I would have trailed my stop loss to right there. And typically where my stop loss is, I want to re-enter into a short, right? That's when the trade's no longer valid. That's when the market could turn around. So if my stop loss was there, or if I was in a long, that's where my stop loss would be. But since I wasn't in a long, I was actually looking for a short. That was a short. That was a trade. Worked out pretty well.
Can you put the Batman eyes on there where that line is? Because I thought that was funny.
where is it at? This
there you go.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. All right. Batman pattern. And then you have a shoulder, the head, and then the shoulder. Pretty. Right. And then the trade for this is going to be a break below the neckline. So if we break below this, we could see these 150s and maybe even the 40s come into play. So having fun on the charts.
Thanks, Dakota. I'm sure everybody got a lot out of that.
Somebody's asking about banked resets in there. Somebody's asking way earlier about if I have a rebill, do I automatically get a reset even though I did not break a rule? That will be. Doesn't happen right now like that, but that will be happening in T-minus when November gets here. Ish. I don't know the exact date, but there'll be a way for you to now bank a reset. Let's say you have 5 combines. I would never have 5 combines. This is me, to each its own. I would have 1, and I'd be doing 1 account. That's what I would be doing, and I would be doing a 50K. So let's just say I had a 50K in 1 account. Then at the end of that month, if I'm up, down, or all around, I broke a rule, up money, $1 away from a profit target. However, at that rebuild date, and when we make this announcement, it's not happening right now, you'll be able to bank that reset. Bank means hold it. It means put it in the hopper. What's the hopper? I don't know. You get the point. It means have it right there, ready to use whenever you want to use it, and actually need it. And actually need it is a key word. So that is something that we're really excited about. I do not believe anybody does this. And what's cool about it now is just say you're doing this. You're copying 5 accounts, or you just have 5 accounts with 5 different strategies. At the end of that month rebuild with those 5 accounts, you'll get 5 resets, 1 for each, 1, each rebuild. But you can use them on any account. So if you have 4 accounts that are just banging it out, doing awesome, and 1 that you're being a lot more aggressive on, you called the account, be aggressive on, nickname, be aggressive, nickname, and you do things differently, and you're trying to open up your mind and to see things and trade things in a different way on that account, and you keep busting it out, you'll be able to use those resets to then reset that 1 account. So banking goes into 1 hopper. 1 hopper can be used for any account or each account or however you want to do it, flexibility. Love it, love it, love it. I hope you guys love it. I've wanted to do this forever, but we built it the wrong way in the very beginning, and I caved in when they said, let's just give it to everybody who just needs it. I'm like, well, that's not fair. And I remember saying it way back when, this was years ago, when we did Reset at Rebuild. We call it Reset at Rebuild. Give them a reset at Rebuild. It's supposed to be for everybody, but they narrowed the scope. I usually do scope creep when it comes time to launch something. That means make it bigger than we originally thought. But now we're there. It's the right way. It's the right way, in my opinion.
I see another trade setting up. We've had that bounce off those low. Well, it's a little too late. Mm-hmm. Sorry. It was a break to the downside, break of the 170s, and yeah, let's just see how we react. It's that pattern that I was talking about a second ago. So let's see if we either have a run of liquidity, but the trade would be either break down this flagging pattern or a break to the long side. Personally, I'd like to see a break to the long side, see if we get back above these 200s.
Yeah, the divergence with ES and NQ is weird.
Yeah.
ES is on its highs. NQ is kind of retesting the opening range low.
I think it was Friday where ES was holding up and NQ was selling off.
Yeah, I was short ES near the highs, and I was like pulling my hair out because it just wouldn't move either way. I'm like, stop me out or let me get my take profit. Like, do something.
I will.
And crude, we got the tilt at 72%.
I'm long the NASDAQ now. I'm long NASDAQ, stop loss 160.
Do we like this?
Yeah, I like it. I like it. More probable trade would be a break of 188.
Nick, do you like this one?
I'm watching to see a reaction at 93s. And yes.
What reaction are you looking for at 93s?
Basically, do we kind of reject 93s, 94s, and fall back into initial bounce?
Initial balance.
That's all the reaction I'd be looking for. Is like a rejection, or obviously the breakout and we move higher. And then I would say Dakota's very right, and then Q is probably going to join the party here.
So, Nick, you're talking S&Ps, right?
Yeah, sorry, S&Ps.
Yeah. We just extended
Johnny,
a little bit more above the IB, so I can see that, Nick.
Are we talking NQ or ES right now, just so I can switch charts out?
Well, Nick was talking the ES.
Yeah, Dakota's long NQ.
Yep, from 182 and a half.
182 and a half. You're looking at what would be your stop?
160. I'm going to add if we break above 188 and a quarter. Looking for a push of 200. See if we could push and break through 200. Added my second contract.
I will jump in with you at 85 quarter. And then 60. Johnny, help me out. What's the stops?
160. He's got to stop. 160 is the order that shall remain unspoken.
There you go. Looking for
200s. 200s plus.
We got settlement all the way up at 221 and a half. We can get back to settlement. That would be a sweet trade. So we know why you took that trade. You kind of had that a triangle pattern. You were looking to maybe take a breakout below it to the short side. It broke out to the upside. You took that long.
Correct. Yeah. Yep. Not liking it. Not liking this. Not liking that rejection at 188.
$185 is what we got on the high side of it.
You just to hold these
I like to get the house account a little bit better fill than when people quote, but that also means you can miss it.
Yeah.
So when you say you're not liking it, you're what's going through your head right now?
Yeah. So when I think of a breakout trade, I want to see it go right and go now. I don't like when the market, when we break through, like, for example, that level of like 188, we peaked above it and then we hesitated and we came back down. Usually when I want to trade a breakout trade, and what you want to see is like immediate continuation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever use a time stop on trades like this, or are you waiting for full invalidation?
A lot of times I'll just let it hit my stop loss. I'll watch this visually, and if I see something I don't like, and then if it's starting to take a long time, I don't put exactly 5 minutes. But there's a decent amount of time that I have in my head that the market's just like, okay, the market's not going anywhere. Let's just get out of it. I'll shout it out if anything changes on this trade.
Mm-hmm.
You could, if you're looking for a breakout trade to go your way right away. I mean, you can time stop it in 5 seconds if you want to, 10 seconds. I mean, if it gets in your pocket at all, you can always get back in.
Yeah, here we go. My stop loss is now moved to 170. Stop loss is 170, cutting my risk. This is where I would now start to think about time stops. Thinking about, okay, we're up here again. Let's see if we go. We need to go now.
Michael, did you trim the stop to 170?
Yes, sir. Thank you, buddy.
Awesome.
Nick, what are you thinking? You're watching another trader's trade. You're looking at your own trades. What's going through your head right now?
We rejected kind of off that 92.50 on ES area. I thought it would be another tick or two higher, but we kind of fell back into range once again. So I'm just wondering, are we just going to continue to kind of ping pong around between 90s and 85s for the time being? The market's not really showing me anything that I'm jumping out of my chair to trade. That long on NQ would have been nice. The initial one that Dakota and I were seeing. But outside of that,
yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
All right, I have my finger on the cut it. It's a lot cheaper to
VAR
re-enter
Normal
the
is
trade
asking
if
what's time stops.
Well, if there's a breakout level that I'm looking at, like maybe it's just a IB breakout level that I'm thinking is going to be something impactful and is going to go and continue for the better part of the day, or at least get a good push. I'll put a stop in to get long above that, and as soon as it starts to get in my pocket, I'll get out of it, because a breakout trade is something I want to see go my way right away. I don't want to take a lot of heat on it. I don't want to spend a lot of time waiting for it. I want it to go my way right away. So, a time stop is when the market gets to a level where you're looking for a large impactful move and it doesn't happen, you can just get out. You can always get back in.
Mm-hmm. It's always cheaper to get out and back in rather than just to wait and hold it.
You got a shot clock and go shout out.
Shout out for KC Trading. Hit his daily profit goal of $1,600 on his new 50K 100 XF8 today. Feeling good? You should feel good, KC. That's great, man. That's a great day. What a way to start the week. Awesome.
It's hard holding catching a bid here.
Yep. Stop loss is still valid.
Going off a bit.
Both still in it, correct?
Yep.
House accounts in, correct.
Not really going anywhere.
No, we're stuck in like a 10-point range on NQ.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we came so close to the stop loss.
We've been to within a tick of the stop loss before, Dakota.
Yes, we have. I think we were there just now again. We was within a point of the stop loss right there. All right, here we go. Right back up to these 80s. Let's see if we could go. I'm liking this. We're picking up a little bit of steam.
Everybody get out and push.
Everybody push. Yeah, break. Let's see if we could break 189. 189, 190 would be what we want to see. I would even consider adding if we break 190.
Dakota, I notice you have your price centered on your dome. You don't really use the dome, do you, for execution?
I'll watch the orders. I'll watch the order, like the size. Every once in a while, you'll see like orders come in on the bid or the ask, but and you could see it pick up volatility and speed. But it moves really fast.
Yeah, I like that with the NASDAQ, because I mean, price just flies off the dome before you can even try and catch it.
Yeah. A lot of times when I don't have it auto, then I'm spending so much time moving it and adjusting it, trying to catch up with price. And then there's been a couple times where I fat finger it and enter a position when I'm trying to catch up.
And you're like, dang.
Hey guys, I'm gonna step out for a second. Maybe the market will roll over.
All right.
Roll over to the upside, right?
You mean rally bounce?
Yeah.
He's secretly fading us.
Yeah. Ricky says your stop doesn't make sense. It's inside the range. You guys do that all the time. Okay.
I mean, you could make an argument to stop down to like 160 But I mean, that's adding a lot of risk. And to me, if we break below these like 170, the probability of continuing and touching 160 is just as high. But yeah, there's an argument for both.
There you go, Ricky.
Yeah, and it's just more about consistency, right? Like I'm saving $300 compared to this, almost $400. But then, yeah, this one will get hit a lot less. But if we do break the support that we're making right here at 72, the odds are just much greater that we continue to these 160s. All right, fourth time's a charm. If we could get back up into these 80s,
right?
Let's do it. Now this time, everybody get out and push. Oh.
It's this new 5-minute bar gets a little dancy right now.
You can see
the wedge is about to break,
right?
Yeah, things are squeezing.
Yeah, you could tell it, right? We're consolidating, we're squeezing.
That's so cool. Like you can feel that. Mm-hmm. Chris, you saw Muldoon. Now moving the stop right here. If it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. But yeah, we could be risking a hell of a lot more. So that is all about managing your stops. You could look back and be like, it just came and ticked us out. Okay, yeah, that too. It happens. Paulo, I can't hold anymore. Running out of steam. That's what the consolidation wedge really is about, right? People start to either bail or get out. I mean, like if shorts start to feel pressure right now because it's starting to rally.
There's the breakout. And there we go. There we go. Let's see if we get to these 200s.
Stops are starting to run.
Now, if we fell, I'm going to get out. If we fail to hold above that, I'm out. So let's see. We need to hold above these upper 80s. We need to get and hold above 90. We don't need immediate rejection.
And that's what Nick was looking for too. Yeah.
Nick, go away.
Yeah, I clearly killed volatility. That's why I had to use the restroom real quick, but still are in the range. And this is where we were talking about time stops earlier anyway. This is where out of frustration, I made time stop myself and been like, you know what? I'm going to walk away for 30 minutes and come back. Maybe there'll be a better trade location versus sitting here staring at, price moving 2 ticks in either direction for 45 minutes straight. So time stop sometimes on ES.
It's been out of one. Sometimes I closed out of one, just taking too long.
I'll cut it. Cut bait.
Okay.
There's just nothing here.
I re-added that one.
We shall watch Dakota on this trade. 20,190s just ticked up there. You heard Nick before he went to the restroom or wherever he went talk about the 90s, 92s or whatever. It's got to stay above. Dakota's thinking the same thing. You can see the little range here on my charts. I don't know how to draw the thing. Why can't I draw the thing? Between the 90s.
Spending too much time sitting on these highs to not stop run to 95s. Something. Just kind of finally break out above the previous day close for a few points.
That's a horrible one.
S&P is right.
Yeah. And Hoag, I guess now I just noticed there is like a 3,000 positive delta and you're that high. So we may be wedged.
Yeah. I would love to see it pop and then come back in. Overall we have negative 1,400 delta and we're on the highs. So there's buyers in here.
Yeah. Anybody shorting right now is like a little nervous. Because the high side
want to be short.
No.
This is where I've been in this short before, and this is where you get blown out on NQ by 20 points, like real quick.
Yep.
You're just kind of sitting, it's basing, it's consolidating, and out of nowhere it pops above, 210 and makes a run for 220s or something.
Okay, I had to watch here. Contract.
Dan Emmons is talking about 2196 at the London Open and 2189 at the Globex Open. Thanks, Dan.
All right, so here's you're above your 90s. Will this market hold? The 20,190s above it is what we're looking at, will it hold? Will it hold? It went up to 95, 97 half-ish.
I'm tempted to keep adding to this, but I'm going to just stick with Regis contracts. It sure is taking its time.
Order book depth continues to be pretty terrible.
There's a move
a
to
higher
200.
Here we go.
Oh, Scott Short's nervous. Oh, if I'm in here, I'm
There's
short.
Moving my stop loss.
Nice trade.
Thank you.
20-pointer
Yeah,
though. There's a 20-pointer.
But this is the time in the markets, the screen time. You kind of start to notice patterns. This is where it's like, I wouldn't want to be short because I've been in this trade and I've gotten stopped out on this type of move so many times where you're kind of waiting and then it breaks up to the upside finally, pushes above VWAP, and then at this point probably makes a run to like 220s, 230s.
Okay, close out another one at 207. I'm going to hold this last
Nice trade.
contract. See if we get I want to see a break above this 210, and then maybe we can make a run for these 220s, 230s, like you said, Nick.
Yeah. This is where I need I try to learn to be a little more, I'm patient with entries, but patient with letting trades play out the way Dakota is sometimes, because I would have been pulling my hair out on that long and it consolidating within 10 points and probably time stopping myself just because I can't watch it anymore. But then he finally gets the break, takes his points, and is ready to, get out of break even on his runner.
Yeah, we came back down and retested those 194s.
That's intestinal fortitude there, Dakota. I mean, that trade would have wore me out a long time ago.
Yep. The markets tend to do that a lot.
Yeah.
And I've had moments like that where I get stopped and then, 10 minutes later the move happens. Or I stop myself out rather. I just get out of the trade, scratch it, whatever. And then it gets the move. So I'm not good at being that patient. I guess it's my personality or something. Once I'm in a trade, I got to have the move like now.
Lynn's asking, would this be a failed auction, Hoagland? You're a failed auction connoisseur.
Nah, not right now, because it's the S&Ps are holding above the IB high.
I'm flat.
Nice trade. I mean, that's the most you could get working in that tight of range, right? We were just in.
Yeah.
I mean, not totally the most you can get, but you guys all saw it. So
it still looks pretty dang bullish, where it looks like it's going to get to those 220s, 230s, but I just didn't like the price action. I'm fine with being flat.
It's a solid day. 3K in live account.
Yeah.
Right.
Here we go. Here's that.
Well, while we're flat, MP mentioned earlier that everybody is going to be taking the Series 3, and most, or perhaps all, will be passing. But this could help you out right here, because we're going to answer these questions right now. How about this guy? Here it comes. Which of the following positions is a synthetic put? Would that be long futures, short a call, short futures, long a call, long futures, long a put, or D, short futures, short a put? And while you guys are thinking about that, let me just explain to the crowd here. There are a number of futures positions that are kind of like options become sort of like a Mario Wario relationship where you can build essentially the same position in different ways. So essentially you can, for instance, in this case, a synthetic put, by a combination of a futures position and an option position, you can essentially create the same risk profile a different way. So which of these?
Wow, that's a good one. Okay, synthetic put. Buying a put was a synthetic put. Synthetic put. Explain that.
Chat is mixed. Chat is mixed.
Buying a put mean you're looking for the market to go down, correct?
I'm saying B, but I think I'm wrong.
Why are you saying B?
Yeah.
It's kind of my just educated guess. For some reason, I'm thinking for a synthetic put, futures? You want to be long a call, short in the future. Short futures, excuse me.
Yeah. That I would say whatever your synthetic means, like I always call it synthetic Fridays or Thursday or synthetic week, whatever. when the weekend starts on a Thursday. It's pretty much what it is. Short future. I would think it's whatever you're doing in the futures is the, and then synthetic put.
Yeah, it is B. It is B because you want to short the underlining and then you hold on to a long call option.
Well, let's see the answer here.
So you're in a synthetic put. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
it is B.
You're ready.
Here's a quick way to think about this. If you have an option on, look at which side of the combinations has the unlimited upside or downside. In this case, you're trying to make a put. If you had a put on, you have essentially, I guess it could just go to zero, unlimited monetary upside to the downside, similar to if you have a short future, right? And then the other side of it is basically the limited or hedge. So basically, if you're long a call and short of futures, your maximum loss is the premium paid for that long call. Yes. And then your downside is or your upside is the short future.
Okay,
I guess this is where I get confused. Just like, why is this called a synthetic put versus like just another way of thinking about a spread? Is it because it's not like a two-leg option position?
I did not see synthetics in there at all. Just a little heads up. And everybody on here that takes it, the great thing about what we're going to educate the world on is you're going to be able to say, I don't recall that one, or I do recall that one, or whatever. I'm not saying that all the questions are the same by any means. I didn't have a synthetic question. I had a put and call.
The practice test that I do, basis. I think there's almost every single one that I was screwing around with that you could pretty much eliminate it to 2 on just about every single question if you kind of understand the basic concept, and if you're going to make an educated guess, you should be able to, at least put the odds more in your favor than guessing 1 through 4.
PDJ said it pretty well. Synthetic implies you don't actually have a put position on, but it's a synthetic put, which means it looks like that. So
that's a better
look
way
at
to
that.
Think about it.
So then 2 of those answers are gone. Thanks, PDJ. Looks like you're ready for the Series 3 as well. Synthetic.
Because you wouldn't have a put. Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Not actually the weekend. Synthetic Friday, Thursday. Today's Synthetic Friday. We always used to call it that. Hey, it's Synthetic Friday. It's the weekend.
This market's
when we were watching Thursday night football.
Went right back down to the
Flipper. I have a synthetic girlfriend.
Like all of us at one point or another probably
always keeping me laughing here.
Well, hey, there's 5,000 people watching. Why don't you and your synthetic girlfriend make sure to hit like,
significant other,
notification.
Your synthetic significant other. Okay, so guys, why do we do the Series 3? Why does it matter? Who gives a rat's whatever? We do. And I think if you're in the space and you're trading futures all the time, you should care very deeply on getting very intimate with what you're excelling on and working daily on. Just think about a professional athlete of anything. Think about a professional in any field. They know it, front lines, hook, line, and sinker, backwards, all that kind of stuff. So why not pass 3? It's $150 to take the test. You pass it. And especially the influencer of the world, you do not follow an influencer if they have not put on there their disclaimer right below their affiliate link. The series, I've passed the Series 3, registered number, blah, 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 blah. It's simple. It's simple. I would do it in a heartbeat if I was like making my primary, job, being a mentor of traders. I mean, I'm doing it. I already passed it. And my big goal is to say, all right, I've been doing what John actually, I had it and Eddie, everybody had a floor, was a floor member and a floor badge. You were, you had to pass the test. What was it, John? The CME, CBOT.
Yeah, it was
there you go.
Membership.
So
test.
we all were, and then they took it away, and we all then said, all right, let's go get it back. So I passed mine. Pass. In Grand Junction. I think that's where you'll be going probably, right, Dakota?
Yeah. Well, there's one in Salt Lake, but
okay.
Maybe I take it on my way to come hit some balls over there with you, some golf balls.
Hey, how about this? I have to take the Series 30 now too, and it's just about office administration, BS stuff like that. Supposedly it's pretty easy. I got to take that one. I'd meet you there. We can schedule our test the same day. I can see that they pat you down before you go into the test. They wave the wand and all that. Make sure everything's out of your, underneath your sleeve. Blah blah blah. They do all that. It's crazy. You got to go to like a legit test center. So guys, it's important if you truly want to be a professional. Yeah, that they do. If you truly want to be a professional in the future space, add this to your, notch as far as things done. It looks great on your LinkedIn resume, as does passing the trading combine, getting that certificate, sharing that you've gained the risk management, real time knowledge in the futures market, trading NQ. You could talk about that while you're sitting across the desk getting interviewed, or Zoom getting interviewed. And you also say, hey, by the way, I also have the 3. You're going to set yourself apart from a lot of candidates by even passing the trading combine on your LinkedIn and showing that on your LinkedIn as experience. And then the 3. And what investment is that? It's $150, and it's taking the time to learn it. Do it. I would.
I have one comment on that. When you go to college, do you want to pay like thousands of dollars to get taught by teachers who didn't pass high school? Those colleges, they vet out their teachers, their educations, and it's just absurd to me how traders online and people online is willing to pay money for a course on just another person that has no credentials. And I'm like, okay, does that make sense? Are they credible? And so that's why I love what Topstep's doing. It's like, let's everybody show and prove we know what we're doing and we know what we're talking about. So that way we have new traders entering and coming in. They have no idea. And they're like, oh, who are these people? It's like, oh, okay, well, they are certified and they know what they're talking about. So they're worth listening to, rather than the thousands of YouTubers always fighting for viewers. And it's like,
it's 120 questions. It's 120 questions. Ask your whomever just to do it. Ask us to do it. Well, that's why we're doing it proactively. We're like, hey, they haven't asked. Nobody's asked us. That's what people are like, why do you care? When we first started this Series 3 pop-up. So it's 120 questions. You just have to get a 70 on it. You do it, and you get registered. And the NFA, the CFTC, or whatever regulatory body does consider that as a professional futures person in the space if you pass the test. So get that underneath your belt. It's $140. It's a good investment.
This was the Series 3. As long as you were a member, you basically had the Series 3, but now we have to pass the test.
Yep. Yes, exactly. Somebody's sitting on a Lambo over Series 3, Zoe says. You want a Lambo over Series? You can decide who you want to follow. Like, the smart decisions start happening on who you hitch your wagon to as an aspiring trader. So if you're hitching your wagon to Lambos, go ahead. But if you're hitching your wagon to folks that are passing and trying to be a true professional and improving it the best they can, then I think that's the best.
Yes, they lead Lambos too.
Yes. ICT, you agree? You got one ICT? You got the Series 3? I just got mine back, and I'm excited about it. I feel accomplished. And guys, I got a 2.67 GPA in college. I studied economics and had a minor in commodity pricing analysis. I did not give a rat's in college. I did it to get that piece of paper because I was trading since 1997 all throughout college, and I knew I was going to be a trader the rest of my life, and I did. But I needed a fallback. This is your fallback. You have a Series 3 and you have passing the trading combine. It's on your LinkedIn. Trading doesn't work out. You can still go in the financial space and make a 6-figure salary. At least the probability goes up. It doesn't hurt you.
Yes, hit a new high. Barely moving though.
No, guys.
Kind of short 93s.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, having a Series 3 doesn't make you a good trader.
No.
You don't. There's book smart and experience, but I mean, in a world where there's so much and over information online, it's always nice to know that the people you're listening to know what they're talking about. That's it.
Well, my last point about the edge that this gives you, guys, you can get your Series 3, become your own broker, and refer people to a brokerage, and now you got an income there. Besides selling courses, besides all that, it's another income stream, and it's a legit one. It's an introducing broker. You can become an introducing broker. You can create another opportunity for yourself. Besides being a prop trader, you can also become an introducing broker. It's a whole new income stream. So think about it this way. Don't open it up. There's a lot of opportunity here for you to be giving back to the community while you're guiding people towards a certain brokerage firm that maybe you partnered with and all that kind of stuff. But you got to pass your 3 and you got to talk to them and they got to say, oh yeah, we're going to do it with you, blah, blah, blah. Send people our way. You got to know how to send people their way. That's passing the 3. So that's another opportunity.
Can't hurt.
Can't hurt.
Can't hurt.
Hey, we got JD and ready with some stats. If you guys want to see some stats here, should we do it?
Is our boy back, JD?
Yeah, market's slow.
Who's our boy? Who are you talking about?
Delesh?
You.
Oh, Delesh is still on there. Yeah, we'll take a look at hot streaks in a minute. But first, let's take a look at Friday's top P&L winners for the live funded account. All right, a lot of all-stars on this list today. Yep. We've got Micah, king for a day, picked up $28,714 trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Nice way to end the week for Micah, definitely. Pakanon had a nice day trading gold, $7,076 worth of gold for Pakanon. Pinson mixed it up a little bit. He's trading crude, copper, NASDAQ, and the S&P. He took $2,267 out of crude oil, $2,664 out of copper, $404 out of the NASDAQ, and $1,479 out of the S&P for a total of $6,814 in profits on Friday. Way to mix it up there. Oh, that was Pinson. Way to mix it up there, Pinson. Then we have Balkeron. Balkeron trading the NASDAQ and S&P for a total of $6,262 on Friday. And Augustine, another metals trader, took $5,578 out of the silver market on Friday. Nice mix of products there among our live funded traders. All right, I'm going to change up an overlay. Who wants to take a guess on what the total payouts were last week?
Oh, last week? Probably
4.8 million.
I have no
I'll give you a hint. We did not break a record. It was a big number, but we did not break a record. That's the only
What's
hint
the
I'm giving
record then?
The record was 2 weeks ago. Over 5 million. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's about 3.5.
5.3 a couple weeks ago.
I'm going to say 4.5.
I would say. Yeah, I'll take
5.1.
the under on 4.5.
All right. Well, here we go. Total payouts for the week: $4.8 million.
Nice.
Wow. So my first guess was right.
2,300 people. 2,300 people in the average.
That's awesome. 2,000 average payout.
Yeah, I'm curious of what the top 5 usually is, like 12% or 8% of the payout total. I'd say it's probably same category, right, JD? Something in there.
We could show them. It's close to that. Hang on, I'll pull those up real quick. Here are the top payouts from last week.
Someone in the chat is asking, "Is that real?"
So yeah.
Yes.
You can see these are big numbers. These are 5-figure folks. Big 5 figures. I mean, 30 grand, 35 grand. I don't know. You can quantify wherever you live on what that gets you. It's a lot wherever you live in the planet. 2,300 people getting the average of $22 or $2,000 or whatever it was. That helps you pay rent. It helps you buy a car, right? These guys are buying cars. They could buy cars. I'm not saying buy cars. These guys could put that in an investment that earns interest of 5%, 6%, beats inflation, blah, blah, blah.
Life-changing.
Remodel the basement, life-changing. Get a new air conditioner because you haven't had air conditioner in your house ever before, life-changing. Take your family out to dinner. Take your family to Disneyland World, wherever you want to go. I prefer Disneyland. Walt Disney nailed Disneyland, and then I do not like Disney World.
I'm with you.
I'll be there in Thanksgiving.
Speaking of Disney, have you ever heard of this Club 33 that they've got there?
Mm-hmm.
No, what's that?
The who's of Disneyland travelers.
It's
Really?
exclusive. VIP.
The CEOs of the worlds and their families.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, well, you see these people with like big families that are like the Smith family, and they're all wearing the Smith family shirts as they walk around, 30 of them, you know? Yeah, you see that. I got a Disney cruise I'm doing Thanksgiving. I've heard great things about it. So
we did one when I was a kid, but my extended family is like a Disney obsessed, so that's what they wanted to do, like cousins and things.
Remember Connor? He used to work with us, Eddie. His family's been there like
every year.
100 times. I don't even know. Like every year and multiple times. He's been, I don't know, every year he's born or every year since he was born.
I've never been there. Never been to Disney anything. No, but I got the Disney Channel.
Disneyland is awesome. Disney World.
Growing up in Southern California, Disneyland was the place, and I've been to both, but I always liked the Southern California parks better personally.
Well, isn't that Walt? I mean, Walt started there. He had all the prop people there, and then he had to ship everything out and get more land and do the Florida experience. But he nailed it out of the gate with the Southern California.
It's still a contentious relationship between the city of Anaheim and Disney, but they seem to still be expanding the parks.
Always. Yeah.
Well, I think they're kind of landlocked at Disneyland, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
They don't really have much more.
They have negotiated some pretty robust agreements at this point and have been almost like moving parking lots to build more off of the parks and things. But they're not, apparently, after they did the Star Wars kind of when they redid part of Disneyland for this new Star Wars land thing, that was like the max they can expand, I think, on Disneyland itself. Like Anaheim's not giving them any more land. They have to use what they have or, redo their parking lots and stuff like that if they want to build more.
Yeah. Padsala, if you make 32 grand a year, you're in the top 1% of people in the world. So payouts matter a lot. Wow, I did not know that. I mean, it makes sense.
We're in a bubble here in the United States. When people think of 1%, they think of a lot. But if you're making 30 to 40,000, you're 1%. If you take into consideration the entire population of the world. Yep, that is a fact.
That is why I believe the prop firm. I've said this before. Where else can you go somewhere, prove your talent, and like off the street, prove your talent off the street, and then start making a healthy income without having to risk your kid's college fund. And again, you got to be responsible when you come into the prop firm world. But the prop firm world, people are like, "Oh, OnlyFans and things like that." I'm like, okay, that's not what I meant. But coming off the streets, and coming over and trading, improving your trading, and coming all the way through the ranks. I mean, Dakota, when did you start trading? I mean, you come up from just knowing nothing. What's the bid? What's an offer? What's the markets? To then pulling sizable money out of the markets, put it in your pocket, and upping your lifestyle. So that opportunity is now open to everybody in the world. I think that's the coolest part about prop firms.
I love it. Yeah, people are always just caught up on just thinking thousands and thousands of dollars, and it's, I mean, you make a good living off a couple $100 a day. I've thought about doing that, to be honest, MP. I've thought about moving to Peru, or some other country, make a couple $100 a day, and you live like a king. You live a really great lifestyle off of something. The cost of living is so low in some locations.
Your downside's limited. Again, do not be some gambling addict and keep resetting all day long. Be smart. Folks that do that anyway, like, we let them know, pump the brakes. We have emails that are automatically triggered and say, hey, slow it down, guy. Come on. There's nobody's like, you're not buying your way into a funded account or anything like that. It doesn't work because once you even get there, you don't last there. Build the foundation, and you can get yourself into $100 a day, $200 a day. I mean, hell, if you aren't scratching trading after a 2-month period, then you need to focus on scratching your trading on the next 2-month period, instead of looking to make all this money. And not everybody will get there, but you see people, we share them. But for all the people we share, 90-some% of them are not finding success. It's just, that's what happens in whether it's personal brokerage account or whether it's a prop world. All we did was put a valuation on top of the trading world. It's not like we built this on tiers. We already know their tiers exist. I have cried during trading. I've lost during trading. A safer spot to learn and build that foundation. That's key, right? I know. Majority of people do come here that have probably lost a lot of money in their personal brokerage account.
Oh, for sure.
And then want to find a safer spot to do this.
And that's here.
That's here.
Yep. Well, we got to do a little housekeeping here. We got Eddie coming in with some announcements. Eddie, why don't you come in and tell us what you got?
Knock, knock, knockity, knock. Happy Monday, everybody. Hey, we've got a special thing that we've just started. It's called Pass with the Pros. Pass with the Pros. What's this about? Well, we're going to invite you on air to try to pass your trading combine with us here. And I've got a London close here alarm. London close here has just happened. We had a London close. So heads up on that. Trying to pass your trading combine on air with us. Stanley, our good friend Stanley, is going to be back here, I believe, tomorrow, I think Hoag mentioned. Plus, we got Keegan today and Stefan tomorrow at 1 p.m. Keegan on today is only about $800 away from passing his trading combine. So we'll get Keegan on, and we'll see what we can do, see if the market is opportunistic, and hopefully he can pass that combine today. Here's the link if you'd like to be part of that. Participate. There is the link right now. Pass with the Pros. Also, if you like what we're doing here at TopstepTV, please take a moment to review on Trustpilot. We're going to drop the link here just in a little bit. We'll let that first link sort of cook a bit, but I'm going to post that Trustpilot link. We'd appreciate it. Just take a minute of your time, minute of your day to do that. And also, just a reminder, the two all-stars that we have here, Nick4ATick and Dakota. Well, last night, if you have missed it, you don't know about it, Nick has a 4:45 p.m. market kickoff every Sunday. And Dakota was on last night also at 7:30 for slow markets. So there you have it. Johnny, back to you.
Right. Thanks, Eddie. Thanks for the announcements. And what are we doing here? We got up to the 30s here for you, Dakota.
Yeah, I know. That was a beautiful buying opportunity. I'm zoomed out to the hourly Hoag, and that's the definition of buy the dip. Is every time we sell off to this extreme has been great buying opportunities. Can we see this market rotate up back towards this 280 level? 280s is what I was looking for this morning. And yeah, that's realistic. 280s. And then the next level is going to be 350s.
What a nice quiet morning. That would have been a hard trade to hang on to. You're right.
Yeah.
From the get.
It doesn't scare you out. It wears you out.
Yeah. Yes. Scares you out. It wears you out.
So far, rejecting off those 94s that I was talking about way earlier in the session. I think when we were making the initial push up and even that rebid, but we're not moving.
It's kind of eerily quiet for the end of the month, end of the quarter right now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah. Is there anything else
with the whole?
What's gold doing? What's crude doing? Anything?
Yeah, I'm switching. Crude's rallied. It went and touched 69 and sold off a little bit.
With the whole port thing going on, and you know how devastating that could be. I mean, one of the things I talked about on the opening call this morning was don't forget how resilient these equities markets are, and they're just not being shaken by that here just yet.
Can you give us an update on that?
Might be right.
The
port conversation for those that just tuned in?
Well, at the end of the day today, most of the ports on the East Coast and in the Gulf of Mexico are going to shut down. All the workers are they're going to walk off. So it's the international longshoremen's, and they've been trying to negotiate a new contract. The contract negotiations broke up in June, and today is the day where they're going to say, okay, that's it, we're walking off. So we need to negotiate some sort of a deal so that they don't walk off, because that's going to cut off. I don't know how much of the stuff coming in and stuff leaving the country. Dakota, I mean, it's probably like 80% of stuff, right? I mean, the only thing left will be the West Coast. And coming up
there's a lot that comes on the West Coast, though, Hoag. I wouldn't say 80. I would give it closer to 75 or 60. But everything basically from, I'd say, Houston to all the way to the east is going to be struggling. A lot of China and Vietnam stuff goes to Houston or California and then railed across the country. Our railroads, our rail lines in the United States are very underrated. They get utilized and a lot more than what people ever talk about them.
If they do this, if they do walk off, this is the first time that it would be a first coast-wide strike. And this is it's going to handle about half of the nation's ocean shipping, too. So right now, there are no negotiations taking place and none planned before today's deadline. So, like I said,
what are they asking for? Who's asking for what?
Let's see here.
Anybody in chat know a little bit more around this too? Who's asking for what?
It's an impasse over pay. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but there's like 45,000 port workers here.
Tim says they want a free reset. That's what it's. That was good.
So, I mean, this can cost the economy as much as $5 billion a day.
Yeah. So Abnormal is saying that they're looking for a 70% pay increase over 7 years. I heard as much as 80% pay increase over the next few years. But it's all about the money. They want to get paid.
Well, okay, let's just play the game. Play that game. Say they got it. 77% increase over however many years? 6 years. That's whatever year. Doesn't that drive up? They're just going to pass that through. I mean, right?
Yep, it's just passed through.
Yeah, everything's just passed through. So all of us are the consumers. The consumers are the ones that just end up then paying more. And then you're fighting. Are you fighting inflation again, or are you?
Yep. I can tell you exactly what's happened because I've seen it happen before during COVID.
There you go. Thank you.
When we import raw goods and materials from overseas, say at 60 cents per unit for freight, then if freight jumps up because of this reason, for transloading and everything and all the what they do at the ports and then all the inner domestic, then that 60 cents becomes 75 cents, and the companies are going to keep their margins, or they're just going to lay people off to match that price. So it's like, great, wages go up, but now they're going to have layoffs. So I don't know. I mean, we're already struggling to get jobs back into this country because it's so much cheaper for the labor side to outsource it.
Okay, so this is a topic, kind of economics here. Freakonomics, whatever you want to call it. The Trump administration comes in. Let's just play this game. They agree to this 77%. Let's just say over 6 years is going to go up. Trump administration comes in and they're talking about slamming tariffs on everything coming in, right? Mm-hmm. Isn't this a double squeeze that just gets passed on to the consumer then?
A lot of companies I'm working with, MP, we're switching. There's a lot of places switching into Mexico for that exact reason.
Okay.
And it's not just China. The thing is, there's no add-on duties from Vietnam. Here's just a random example. A paper bag has about a 25% add-on duty in China. And so a lot of companies in China, they just have a sister company just over the border in Vietnam, and they export it through Vietnam, and they don't have that 25% add-on duty. So tariffs overall doesn't really do as much as what people think. There's so many loopholes and ways to avoid it.
So let's go back to Mexico. Mexico's peso is much stronger than it's ever been, right? From what I'm hearing high level without watching the peso. Their economy is doing very well because more is going to them or more trade is happening. Or is this the, again, I'm a headline guy, but I dive into some stuff, but like you talked about Mexico. Is Mexico becoming a bigger player to get all of our labor intensive goods, I guess?
Yep, 100%. Yep, the labor is cheaper in Mexico than the United States, and it's on the same continent. We don't have to pay for shipping. We just, in terms of the carrier, the freight liners, we don't have to wait 30 days for it to go from China to the United States through boat. We just ship it.
Yeah.
It's closer. U.S., China, or not U.S., U.S., Mexico, and Canada have a free trade agreement, so you don't pay duties anyway. And yeah, so instead of China, Vietnam, there's a lot of companies now that we've been working with saying, let's find a way to move it into Mexico. Because guess what? We're not going to pay somebody $15 an hour to do something that we could find $5 an hour, $3 an hour to do the same job just across the border. It's sad. I would love, and I know a lot of companies, it's like, yeah, we want to build something here in Utah, in Chicago, in these big inland ports, but you can't because the cost of labor doubles or triples.
Yeah.
And if you do that, a lot of goods that you're going to be buying are going to do the exact same thing because they pass it through or they're going to be laying off because they can't afford it.
Yeah. I mean, when you're talking about, labor, conveyor line type of work, I mean, that's moving to automation in areas that it can do that.
And that's another talking point for the longshoremen. They don't want automation. They want to keep their jobs. So they're trying to squeeze automation away from the ports.
Have you guys been to any
Some
of the
of
ports
it's,
in
you got to
China?
learn a new trade, right? I'm not saying I get the ones that are, without going in too deep with this, but it's just like the technology is booming so quickly here in the States.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there will be autonomous cars here soon at some point and all stuff like that. We're like, okay, what about taxi cab driver? What about, Uber's moving that direction. It's going to be way more cost effective than having somebody in there in the car could be drinking for all they know. Like all that kind of, it's just smarter. Like, so some things are going to force people that are entering the labor force and that have been in it to, adapt, which, that's a tough part too.
I would recommend for anybody.
I know.
One last comment on this, but if you've ever been to a port in China, that's like a warehouse at Amazon, automated. Like it's almost like night and day in terms of technology and efficiency. Those ports in China are beyond what the United States has right now. It's just mind-boggling.
Well, that's a good economics talk.
Right. We still have some
Dakota.
stats. GD, we want to do that.
We sure
Real
do.
quick here.
Let's do it. Get my mind off this miss short at 94s.
Okay. Utah's got the hockey team this year, right?
Yeah, we do.
Did you hear about their first goal that they scored?
No, I have not. I have not even.
It was on their own net.
Oh no!
Are you?
So yes, history goes down as Utah's hockey team scoring the first goal on their own net.
Huh.
Maybe that's a good
Someone
omen.
had to do it. Someone had to do
maybe
it.
That's a good omen.
That's funny. All right, GD, what you got?
What's up? Let's take a look at some hot streaks. Dakota, I'm sorry, Nick, he asked for it. You got it. There he is. So no real movement on the list today. It's all the same names as Friday. Dilesh still on his roll. Made another $2 on Friday trading the MNQ. That's $2. 2 Cicero clams. He sent us a nice. Dilesh sent us a nice note last week, so we're gonna lay off him. We're not gonna bust his chops too much anymore. We're just gonna let him do his thing until he's ready to come on TV and talk a little bit about his trading journey. So Dilesh,
keep doing you, man.
Bud.
Keep doing you.
Keep tuning in. Yep. Sock had a nice winner, trading the ES $347 and extended his streak to 36 days. Jonathan pulled $490 out of the NASDAQ, now sitting on a 30-day hot streak worth $9,700. Our hot streaks P&L leader right there, Jonathan. Michael, our model of consistency. Michael made $206 trading the micro NASDAQ, now on a 23-day hot streak worth $8,170 in profits. And Daniel made a solid $454 trading the micro NASDAQ also. Now sitting on a 22-day heater worth $3,462. All right. Gabe, I am sharing my screen for the leaderboard. And Eddie,
here we
let's
go.
hit that drum roll.
Important announcement. Some hunters have been seen in the woods near Piney Ridge Trail, and the Fish and Game Commission has raised the legal kill limit on campers to 3. So if you're hiking today, please wear something bright and keep low. Good luck.
There it is. There's your leaderboard. Get your cameras ready, everybody. Screenshot time.
Wow.
All right. Not a whole lot of movement on this board today either. No change at all in our top 8. They all held on to their positions for another day. Top 8, same as Friday. There's Nick4ATick sitting there in 10th place. Dropped a notch from 9th down to 10th. No big deal, though. Everyone in the top 10 is currently in the 100K club right now, if you notice that, which is pretty cool. The only real big mover on the list was Gabriel down there in 22nd place. Gabriel made a couple $1,000s trading the NASDAQ, trading in 5 XFAs on Friday. Also requested some payouts that I believe were just approved this morning. Just about $20,000 in payouts from those 5 XFAs for Gabriel. That is an excellent way to start the week. Other than that, yeah, everybody in the top 25 was in the top 40 on Friday. No real
Who's
big
warm
movement.
in my spot, JD?
I'm not sure. Dakota, I'm going to find out today what is going on. I know
Because
I've transferred all those funds from XFAs to your live account. You
like
should be on this list. Yeah, I'm not sure why the accounting hasn't caught up to these data boards yet, but I will find out today. So
it's okay. No
rest easy. We'll figure it out.
As long as my account's still there.
The leaderboard.
All right, folks.
Get yourself on the leaderboard. I would not make that a goal as far as your primary goal, but it is a nice to have goal. Because just like the Series 3, Series 3. Series 3. Yeah, I'm thinking of Series, the bar. Sorry. Getting that helps. Doesn't hurt. Getting funded and putting that on your resume doesn't hurt. Getting on the leaderboard doesn't hurt. All these are good little jab away at like building a great foundation of being a professional in the future space. So we're going to be as transparent as we can with the leaderboard for y'all. And then you climb it. You climb. If you're focused on becoming a futures trader and passionate about the futures business, which I think is the coolest asset class to trade, hands down, then this is a spot for you.
Dang, this market went and tested 60, 68, 168s, and then ripped up 50 points right there.
And then volatility.
Yeah,
here.
Powell speaking this afternoon. So that's one thing that we maybe forgot to mention or keep talking about when we was talking about those strikes. Not only those, but probably a lot of people sitting and waiting.
Well, James, are you ready with the fast market memes?
Let's do it, Hoag.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Here is your fast market submission submitted by the chat to X, Twitter, what have you. From Sassy. Should I lock it up? Not shabby for a Monday.
Nice day.
Good day. You would consider locking it up if you want to hold on to it, but do what feels right.
Nice.
MP, we got a concept here for you. It looks like someone designed a Topstep watch, either merch or a club prize, 500K club maybe. And if you notice the markers for the CST open and close, I think this little marker
really
right by the,
London. Asian.
Yeah, it's like the two little notches, I'm pretty sure, on either side of Topstep.
It's creative. It's creative.
Nice. Good work. Ken.
From Lost Trader. How is your futures prop trading going? Me. Your most successful trading time appears to be between 3:10 p.m. and 5 p.m. Central.
Oh, no.
When the market's closed. Or when you can't trade. It's still open, but like at Topstep, you can't trade. Yeah, that's good.
Moving on. I loaded one in twice. We're going to skip that. From Andrew A. The hurricane took away my power and my internet, but it will not take away my determination. 1 VIP combine pass.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, VIP.
Good work.
Is that
Andrew.
Andrew A in the chat? Is that our one of our
I don't
team
believe
members
so. I
or
think it's a
mods?
different Andrew A, but speak up. Profit points. It's too tiny for me to read that, but it looks like it's good trading. Just wanted to update my 100-day account. This is my equity curve for only surviving. My only surviving.
That is Andrew
account.
A.
Oh.
Yeah, I know who Andrew A. that is. Andrew A. used to work with us at Topstep, and then he's like, "I'm going to go professionally trade." I know.
He's with me every night in slow markets.
Awesome. Andrew's awesome. Very
Here in the
passionate.
chat. Great guy.
Very, very. Andrew, we missed you, buddy. Up and to the right. Nice curve there. Up and to the right.
Great curve. And then finally, this was sent to us by Coach Hoop. This is rules of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
On the inside, I have it pulled up here on my other screen. It says, to all CME rulebook holders, enclosed is a complete set of the latest revisions to the consolidated rules of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the International Monetary Market, and the Index and Option Market Division, May 31st, 1993. Happy 2-year-old birthday to me.
3-ring binders. Haven't seen those in a while.
But that is your fast market submissions.
Do you know how many those books, the Chicago Board of Trade closed their library? Guys, this is how cool it is. It was one of my best finds ever. Eddie, you remember this? They closed the library, and I knew I walked by the library all the time. There's never anybody there. Usually there would be people every now and then there using the internet. Nobody really read the books. They're old school books from like the 70s, 80s, 90s, blah, blah, blah. And they go, come one, come all, free. I went in there. And my library at a ranch out here I have a library in there, and I'm like, they're all they're all books with the inside slip that you write, and I'll open them every now and then.
Check out a book.
Pick out a book. If you open it up, 1983, John whatever Smith pulled. I got boxes and boxes of those books. It's one of my best land grabs ever from the Chicago Board of Trade, where they were like,
well, we got the green light, right? You know, you get.
He's like, get them all out of here.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm like,
right?
Really? Get them all out of here.
Yeah. Nobody was taking them, and they were going to throw them away. And we had like teams of Topstep employees, whoever we had. All right, you guys go up there and grab as many as you can. All right, next, you guys go up. And very nice collection. I think I got a couple of those books.
I think we all did. I mean, there's thousands of books. I mean, they're like ones like how to become a cattle's trader, and they're all paperback. They all have a little like barcode thing on it, or what? Not barcode. What is it called? The whole system with libraries that you would
Dewey Decimal.
Dewey Decimal. Yes, thank you,
Dewey.
Dewey.
Right. I think I got a market profile, like first edition, hardcover.
It's all signed. It's literally it's a 3-ring binder of the original script.
Like this one, Eddie?
Yeah, I think so. The hardcover.
I got that.
Yeah, you got the hardcover one.
From the library. Yeah.
They all are stamped Chicago Board of Trade Library. I mean, it's old school. It's cool.
It was nice. I mean, we took advantage of it and completely fine. That was, we didn't want to see this stuff get thrown out. A lot of books did get tossed.
It would have been too, yeah.
And if you have a lot of books, it makes you look smart.
It does make you look. Did you read all those?
John over there.
Well, folks, if you've had a day today, if you've had a good day today, if you've had a bad day today, if you've had any day today, subscribe and let's meet again tomorrow. Click subscribe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
notifications.
subscribe.
Make sure you put those notifications on.
Let's
Put
meet
the
again tomorrow.
notifications
Yep.
on. So we're about out of time here. In the chat, what are your appreciations today? Just put those into the chat. We end this session every day with appreciation. So I'm going to go and start with MP. MP, what are you appreciative of today?
I like Nick's passion. So, and then how we traded today. So I'm appreciative of the patience that we put into today's trade. And by that, waiting for, Dakota and Nick to talk the markets out and things like that, and just staying really patient. It was a quiet day. We played what the market gave us. So good stuff. I appreciate patience and the reward you get at the end, delayed gratification.
Well, we'll go with Nick next then. Nick, what are you appreciative of today?
So today I would say I'm appreciative of the trading circle, the trading community that I guess I'm a part of or have been, exposed to over the last few years in my trading journey. A few of my mentors sent me a lovely care package of a daddy to be type, box of just random things for the upcoming, life change that I'm going to be going through. So with all the toxicity that can be in the trading community, there are good circles. There are good people you can surround yourself with. So if you haven't found it, please keep searching. There are good people in this space who want to do nothing but help, educate, and are just kind human beings. So I'm very appreciative and thankful for them.
Awesome, Nick. Dakota?
Yeah, so I have two pictures I was going to show that I got requested to show. But before that, same thing like Friday. This is really important to me, but it's a quote. It says, sometimes you're so focused on the future that you don't realize you're in the middle of what you used to pray for. And I think that's just so important, where we're always caught up on everything that's going on day to day and focused on trying to be better for tomorrow.
I think we lost him. Oh, there
we go. There we go. Yeah, I think it's important. But here's the two pictures that I have. This is what we was doing on the weekend, running through tires.
Nice.
If you believe that every single night would go through probably 4 tires. And it was 3 nights. Brand new tire put on, burn it out that night. And then
are you a driver?
I have family and then myself, yes.
Yeah. But, we did that. We did that type of racing in Nebraska all the time. Yeah, my dad had my brother was his driver. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
nice.
you.
An old picture I found of myself.
Look, young Dakota.
There I am.
The world to conquer, right there.
That's about the age I started trading.
Awesome.
What were you trading? Legos?
We trade Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards.
Pokemon.
This is awesome.
What's your appreciation, Eddie?
My appreciation, what goes out to all our teachers, educators that are teaching the correct things in school here. You got to give them credit. They should be getting paid a lot more money, but obviously they're not where they should be. But anyway, anybody that teaches someone to be a better person, better knowledge, that's my appreciation.
Thanks, Eddie. All right. Well, my appreciation is, of course, my family, my God, my country, and I'm going to appreciate Andre today. This isn't easy. Andre's got a tough job, and he does it so well. I'm trying to, bring out my inner Andre today, but I appreciate Andre. Appreciate all of you, and as always, stay kind and be good to yourselves. Don't leave now. We've got the next segment, Power Players, coming up here with Jack and Peter Tuchman, the most photographed man on Wall Street. You've seen him all over the place. It's going to be a fun one. So stick around, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
That is right, people. We got the soul music. Tuck boys go home. We have the Tuck man in the house, reporting as a man on the street, it appears, down near Wall Street. That's good, right? Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, it's awesome. Great intro.
Well, Peter, what's happened today? Last day of the quarter. What do you got for us?
So, you know what? Look, we're going to have a lot of volume today, and I think we're going to have a lot of volatility today. Look, how we end up the month is curious. We came in this morning, and there wasn't anything particularly news-driven, but the market just sort of, it's a little bit on the downside. It's down 10, 12 handles. It's not that big a deal. I think people thought that September was supposed to be a seasonally very weak month and a very volatile one. And we didn't really get that, right? The first week of the month was the worst week since COVID. The second week of the month was the best week since COVID. And then you had that week with the Fed. You had the market up 1,000 points. And then you had a super solid breakout for the next 7 days. So when you have a month like that and you have the end of the month, I would think more times than not, you're going to see profit taking coming into today. Right? Why not? People did not think they were going to have a solid month like we did have. They did not think we're going to get 50 basis points. They did not think the market was going to respond with 1,000-point rally and then 5 more days of a completely upbeat market. So I think anybody who's been in this market, October seasonally tends to be a weaker month, right? Everybody has this weird bad memory about, the crash of 87 and Black Monday and all that BS. And so I would think, if you think about it and put yourself in the mind of a bunch of traders and a bunch of investors, right? You come into September, you probably made a bunch of money with that great rally we had in the third week. And so my gut is that they're going to probably sell the market off into the end of the day, just as basically a premise for profit taking. And then we're going to start October. Tomorrow, we're going to start seeing fresh money come into the market. You're going to start to see the Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur trade take heed, and we'll go from there.
Absolutely. This is the best first 9 months of the year for the S&P 500 since 1997. Where were you in 97, really? Peter?
I absolutely love that tidbit. So it's the best best first 9 months of a year since 1997.
Yes.
That is a great little tidbit. Okay, well, look, it makes sense. Think about it. The first quarter was the best first quarter that we've had since 2019. Then we had that pullback in April. It was a 10% pullback, very healthy. Market needed it, and it set the stage for the rest of the year, the next 5 months, which have been basically net nothing but a strong bullish market, right? May and June against all odds, because everybody kept talking about recession, depression, soft landing, hard landing, all that craziness, were super solid months. That was that month where NVIDIA had those crazy breakout earnings where they ended up announcing the buyback and they announced the split. So May and June were super solid, right? July was a weaker month, but think about it. April a bit pullback, July a little bit of a pullback. And then we had that perfect storm on August 5th, right? But was a very short-term sell-off. I kind of, in retrospect, looked at that as a bit of a capitulation because, look, we didn't even stay down that whole day. We opened down 256 points. By the end of that day, we had clawed back at least half of those losses, spent the next 2 weeks going up, 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 up. Mid-August was a bit of a rotation, a bit of a sell-off. September, first week was the worst. Second week was the best. And the third week and the fourth week have been super solid. So, you know what? This market is so strong. And that's all that leads up to that little information you just gave me. The best first 9 months of a year since 97. That's great.
And I know the chat wants to know. So, Peter, what is your fondest memory of 1997? What were you doing back then?
I have to admit it. I have to admit to you guys, I don't even remember that year at all. The whole year. Let me think. What was I doing in I think I had a child in 1997. Yeah, I think I had a kid. Let's see, 1997. I was working on Wall Street. Wow, 1997. I guess probably the fondest memory was having a child. What else? You know what? Let me think. God, there are gaps of my memory around that period of time where I don't remember anything at all. And I think 1997 was probably one of those times. You have to realize
I totally feel you.
That was a wild and crazy time on Wall Street, right? 1997, holy cow. There were 8,000 people on the floor of the stock exchange, right? It was Wolf of Wall Street days, right? Wall Street was a wild, crazy party. So I kind of think that's all I remember of it.
Memory lapses happen. I know the Bulls won that year, but that's about all I remember there. So, Peter, tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy.
So listen, everybody, you know what? Look, you've got a great platform. Think about it. I was just talking with a group from the University of Missouri this morning, and I was telling them about Topstep, and they had not heard of it, but they loved the idea because obviously they're 21 years old. They're in their second year of college. They're all dying to get involved in the stock market. They had no idea how to get involved. And so guess what? I told them all about Topstep. They're all going to sign up. It's going to be great. But I did tell them that if you're going to sign up, you also need the educational component that Wall Street Global Trading Academy offers you. Everybody out there, you just listen to me. We've got David Green and I. You guys listen to him. I heard that he had a huge crowd the other day on TopstepTV. So I think you guys are watching us and listening to us. We have the best, and I'm being super humble when I say that, we have the best educational platform in the market today. We've got a course, right, that is 21 videos. It's got 400 hours of archival content. We now 80%, we have a 9-hour piece in the course now that's all about Topstep and all about futures funded trading. So guys, you're on the great platform. Come and join us. We'll teach you how to become a successful trader. WSGTA.com. Go to the link in my bio. You'll check it out.
Can't think of a better way to do 9 hours. Check it out. David Green and Peter will be with us later in the week. Everybody, Wall Street legend, Peter Tuchman, thanks for joining us today. We'll see you soon, man.
Always a pleasure, guys. See you Friday.
All right, see you then.
Bye, guys.
Meanwhile, we'll take a quick stroll around the markets here while I wait for Gabe to make his triumphant return here, and we'll chop up these markets for the next hour or so. Taking a look around the Mag 7 right now, we got Apple up 2%, Meta up 1%, NVIDIA a little bit down. Thought that was illegal. Everything else kind of muted. Quarter end, we talked about there could be some rebalancing with the stocks up so much so far this year. And Gabe, I can see in the wings right now. We'll get him in there soon. Oh, here's the doorbell.
Yo, yo, yo.
Gabe P.
What's going on?
What's up?
It's been a hot minute. How's everybody doing?
I think they're doing okay. They're all still here. Gabe, what is this? What is this cityscape behind you?
To be honest, I don't know. It's probably one of my older backgrounds that I've gotten OBS. Probably need to do some new, fresher backgrounds, but it goes with the warm tones. You know what I mean? I've got my all my LEDs in my room are typically a warmer tone, so I figured, and I picked up a little bit of color over the last few weeks, so I figured, why not keep it with the warm tones currently.
I agree.
I don't know what city it is, though. I have no idea.
I got to figure out the lighting, and with this green screen in here is that, listen, ladies and gentlemen, make no doubt about it. I am very white, but I am not this white as I appear on TopstepTV. I have a little bit more color than that. Let's what's up,
we're getting vitamin D and vitamin C just watching you.
Exactly. There was a time when I was working nights. There was a period when I did indeed look like a vampire. That's just the way it works when you sleep during the day. So let's get the charts up here. Gabe, I don't know if you're sharing screens or not.
I'm gonna be momentarily.
Okay. People in the chat were asking about Top Quiz. I promise it will return someday. We're just trying to get that figured out because we don't do the promo codes anymore, but we'll figure out something that we can get you guys because I miss Top Quiz too. It's my time to just ask random questions. I did not miss figuring out the winners in a spreadsheet, but maybe AI can help us with that if Robert gets on it. Yes, indeed. Okay, well, pushing a little bit higher here in the ES, kind of back to where it was overnight. Still not taking out the overnight highs yet. Gabe, will you be looking at the NQ or the ES or something exotic today?
Yeah, I've got the NQ pulled up currently. Kind of not really too keen on getting any trades right now. I mean, basically, if we're looking at a 15-minute time frame, we are starting to peak above and trying to make some higher highs at the moment. Had a couple nice little sweeps below the 150s. So we'll see if we can continue this kind of bullish momentum, maybe get another higher high. Really interested to see how we react once we get back up to like 290 to 300. I know that's an area that we've tested a bunch at the end of last week. So we're, kind of just holding in a little bit of a channel, but at the moment we are looking like we're trying to push higher. Just one higher high, one higher low in the last, couple hours this morning. So we'll see what happens here. Got a fresh combine up at the moment. I've got one XFA that's going to be activated later today. So I'll just be hanging out in the combine today with you guys, just to, full disclosure, but just to kind of participate and see what we can come up with today, and maybe add another XFA in the coming days.
I have the live account up, this one named Jack's Stacks. So if we do see anything for the, what is the word we use? We don't like influencers. For our friends and partners in the chat, if you see anything that you're looking at, we do have the ability to put that into action in the live markets. Being as though it's lunch in New York and the last day of the quarter, I am not in favor of sending pulled pork, so to speak. So maybe we'll look for something that we can put a 5 lot on. I like to trade the ES for that because I'm an old man, but not old enough to trade the Dow, I guess. So, Gabe, you'll be our eyes and ears for the NASDAQ. I'll take a look at the ES, and if we see anything, let's point it out.
Sounds good. Hey, shout out to Hungus. Hungus says I'll send me a new background. So I'll be patiently waiting, my friend. I'll be patiently waiting. Also, Skull, definitely. Gringo, Vikings 4-0. I don't really think we fully deserved to take that dub yesterday, knowing how we kind of let the second half go as drastically as we did. The Packers made a pretty nasty push in the fourth, and but the Vikings held on, and probably one of the best starts we've had in years. I think last time we had even a 3-0 start was back in like 2016 or 2017. So excited to see what this season holds. We're looking pretty strong.
It's the NFL, man. It's tough to blow teams out. And by the way, something for the chat. This is a tidbit I found shocking, and I haven't verified it, so I hope I'm not sending misinformation out. But my understanding is that Sam Darnold is younger than Joe Burrow.
That I did not know.
Really?
Yes. Left college at different times. All right. 10-year hanging out above a little bit of its happy place, which I'm calling 3.75 right now. We got most of the interest rate futures are pricing in 0.75 of a point basis cut over, Fed rate cut over the next 2 meetings. So that's where we get the sort of a half and half. I haven't checked the Fed watch lately. Let me do that right now. Up to 60% of just a 0.25 point. So could be a little offsides. That means they're expecting a 0.5 point at the next one, maybe. So we could see these yields drift a little bit higher. That's your bond
Jack,
round
that
up
is
here.
the consensus. They are looking at that 0.5 point. So I had some news earlier this morning regarding that.
Okay. So keep your eyes out. As a reminder, too, the next Fed meeting will be just a few days after the presidential election. So there'll be a lot of news going on this week. Could be a ton of volatility in the next, just 5 or 6 weeks now. The
air horns, Jack?
Anticipation. What's up?
You think we're going to be hearing those air horns from Nick4ATick here in the coming weeks with all we got going on? Or how do you feel like another, 60 days, right? I mean, we're basically pushing into October. Elections coming up. Do you think we're going to end up seeing some new highs? I mean, what's your take on another half point cut
I think the smart bet is we'll see some new highs at some point, being as though the spot S&P is only 25 points below its all-time high right now. So we might see it again. I think there's a lot of people, though, that might be waiting to see what shakes out with the election and how that plays, because Gabe, I used to do a lot of I'm trying to figure out the right way to say this, wagering in the political betting markets. I've since kind of gone off that, especially because things are so close right now that it seems a little bit degen mode to get too much into those, just because they're like CFDs in some ways, where you either make it all or lose it all. So it will be interesting to see what those are saying in the coming months. Something I'll have my eye on. I am not encouraging people to participate in those things, but it is good to keep an eye on.
Jack, I'm leaning into a little bit of a long here, I think.
Let's take a look at your screen.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically, we're sitting, the only problem is we're sitting right up in this little area of supply between 242 and 262.5, at least where I'm kind of eyeing. So we might get a little bit of a pullback, but we did just get a little bit of a nice breakout print on this little, couple consolidation, 5-10 minutes, 10 minutes of consolidation and kind of about 30 minutes ago. And then we broke above and made another short-term high. So if we can possibly get a revisit down to the 20s, lower 20s, I might end up just taking a long, just probably a little one guy, stops below 205, and see if we can get a continuation rally to possible, another higher high on the 15-minute.
So you're flat right now, but you're looking to buy in that consolidation zone, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep, flat currently. Just possibly looking for an entry between 222 half, roughly, and then 204 half. So about just a little under 20 handles of risk for a possible upside target of 262 half. So pretty much a 2-to-1.
A similar story right now in the ES. We see Eddie Solano, not our Eddie. Another one of our Eddies is short ES from 57.91. Maybe I kind of like the play you have set up there, where if it gets back into this consolidation zone, taking a shot at a long here. I don't know if I have enough confidence to go short right now here.
No, I don't either.
Personally, I am kind of, what? There's news.
Yeah, we got some right over the wire, hot biscuits out of the oven. Bostic says, be watching the upcoming data jobs closely. If employment growth slows much below the 100,000 jobs, it would warrant closer questioning of what is happening. Also says business contacts continue to say that they do not expect layoffs. And she says that she didn't want to get overconfident on inflation, given the core personal consumption expenditure price index remaining at 2.7. That's what I got from Bostic. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much. We're looking at sort of an indecisive market here. The tilt across the equity indices is pretty neutral. 46% long in the S&P, obviously 55% short, 54% short. 70% long gold seems to be the strongest conviction folks have there. But yeah, with the month end coming up, not the month, the quarter, is that I might be holding out for Power Hour to see what shakes out there. But if it's part of your strategy, there's nothing wrong with trading over the lunch hour.
Yeah, somebody said, Mr. Moon says, wait for a lower high and go short. I would need a bit more structure to say that there, Mr. Moon. I mean, the only reason being is because the last 3 times the sellers have stepped in to try to take us lower, we've pretty much failed and buyers stepped right back in. I mean, from the 6:50 Central, time this morning, that was the low of the morning, at least through, before the New York Open. And then, of course, once we kind of got close to the 9:30 hour central. Made once again a higher low, and then another higher low around, once again, 45 minutes ago, roughly. So for me to possibly look at a short, I do agree that we could potentially be seeing a lower high here up at the the 50s and 40s where we're at currently. But in order to really get any sort of bearish bias or conviction, at least in my perspective, I would at least need to see some momentum and closures below the 170s. If we get a breakdown below that, we're kind of at the higher end of the range. This would be, quote unquote, a cheap short, right? If you're keeping your stops above, the 260s or 270s, depending on how much risk you want to take on. I would need a little bit of a confirmation for me to want to go short at this point. Probably go with more of a momentum breakdown than anything, just due to the fact that structure is kind of pointing us north at the current moment.
Overnight high in the ES is about 5 points above where we're trading now. And as astute members of the chat have pointed out, we got just over 30 minutes until the big man himself, Daddy Powell's going to give a little talk. So maybe with things slow, we be patient until then. Eddie, do you know what Mr. Powell is talking about today?
Not sure, but I've got him at 12 o'clock on one instance and then 12:55 on another. Checking on what he's going to be talking about. Give me a minute on that, and I'll get right back to you.
No worries.
Dylan, by the way, that is not me in the leaderboard. That is a different Gabriel. So I made a joke in the chat saying, hey, that's me. That wasn't really me. It was Gabriel Z. So I am nowhere near on the leaderboard at the moment. Just currently working at holding some XFAs for longer than a week. That's kind of my current struggle at the moment. So
at the moment, for obvious regulatory reasons, Topstep employees are not allowed to pass combines and then make money in accounts. So you likely will not see our game on the leaderboard. But I believe MP might be working on that if we get the right compliance stuff.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I really love the concept, though, that we've introduced. I know that, we're still working on our house account process, but the goal in general, I know that MP had, was to be able to take any or a portion or whatever allocated, set funds from our live account profits from across the house team, right? We have designated capital for the house, and depending on our performance, the goal is to be able to make some donations to some really close to home charities. And I think that that's a really cool thing to be able to do. But yeah, any sort of profits that you'd see me make, or as Jack said, any internal, staff, any profits we make, that's not just something due to compliance. That's not something that we can take payouts on. So yeah, you won't see me in the leaderboard, but it will still be fun to show you guys some progress and, XFAs as I gradually work towards not blowing them behind the scenes.
So did you say this is a fresh combine here, Gabe?
It is. Yep. Yeah, I passed one at the end of last week, and I'm just going to activate that later this afternoon. But I'll be sitting on one, and then this was just a fresh one to hopefully work towards adding a couple more. The biggest thing, Jack, I know you do a lot of shoulder taps, and maybe I need a shoulder tap for myself, or roast my trade segment on my kind of stats. But in all honesty, my biggest struggle right now is trying to do things too quickly. I still have my eyes set so far down the road, and I end up trying to get to that destination in just an unrealistic amount of time, right? Trying to hit home runs, swinging for the fences every time, loading up on size, just really getting into my own head about getting back to base hits, right? Being okay with, like, Dan, if you're in the chat, shout out to you. I've been seeing you a lot on X recently, just posting a lot of really good material and transparency on your progress, but base hits, right? Being okay with just getting a couple $100 a day, not feeling like you got to go gun for the leaderboard within a matter of, days. Like, it's just, your time will come. Developing consistency obviously is what I'm still looking to do. And, me being behind the scenes and putting some focus more on production over the last, couple months. That's why you guys really haven't seen a whole lot of me. Still working at this. It's just a matter of, switching kind of the mindset and getting out of just that rush of, desire to get to that destination quicker than I'm really prepared for. And that's what we're seeing. So, I think since you guys have seen me last, I'm pretty sure if I tallied it up, I've probably lost anywhere from 8 to 10 XFAs. So once again, we all have the areas of weakness, of course, as we learn how to trade and be consistent. But like Dan just said, tortoise versus the hare. I need to figure out how the hell to be the tortoise. So.
Looks like Eddie, you have some info for us?
Yeah, I did a little digging here, and I found a quarter. I also found Jerome Powell set to speak on the economic outlook before the National Association for Business. They expect Powell's comments to largely echo his post-meeting press conference remarks, where he justified the outsized rate cut by the confidence gained on inflation and a clear shift in downside risks, particularly in the labor market. So basically, what's expected is him backing his previous remarks up once more. Also, real quick here, we're going to be seeing later on this week, we're going to see Bowman, Bostic, Barkin, and Williams. So back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much,
Jack,
Eddie.
I'm long.
I was going to say, we're drifting a little lower into that range from earlier. Where are you long from?
223 and 3/4. 223. So risking 100 ticks, and I'm just in a one guy, by the way. So just one NQ, 20,000, 223, 3/4. Stops, it's 100 ticks away. Changing my brackets or my, risk and reward and like my exits, I've changed them to ticks to try to help myself focus more on just my process and the RR over trading my P&L. That's been another struggle of mine. So, but yeah, 100 ticks of risk, looking for a possible roughly a little under a 2-to-1 to those recent highs around the 260s. Get a nice little bounce off that area right now, but yeah, patience, see what happens here, see if we can get another higher low and then get some momentum to the upside.
All right, let's hope we get a winner in this here Virgin Combine that Gabe has started today. I'm going to be a little more conservative given it's the lunch hour. If we got a little more of a dip, I do like the long though.
Yeah,
Gabe, how do you change it ticks?
That is a great question.
How do you change it?
For those that do not know, you go over to the platform settings, which is going to be your gear icon or gear wheel. And then from there, under the risk settings, it's the default tab that you get brought to when you get over to this area. On the left-hand side, make sure that you have your position, risk, and profit brackets enabled, of course. So hit the check mark, make sure you've got your risk and profit put there. Now I have this set to just risking 500 to make 1,000. So once again, that's a 2-to-1. And then if you go over into charts and data, the second to the last little area on the right, you'll see a chart value display type. And that's where we're going to go from either dollar, that's the default, or to ticks or percent. So I'd highly recommend if you find yourself getting caught up in the emotional swings of your P&L and what's floating on the screen, definitely go to ticks. Kind of removes a little bit of that pressure. Of course, at the top, you have your P&L for unrealized and realized. You can technically still see that, but I think it's just one additional way that you can continue to build some better confidence in your trading, your process, and try not to pay too much attention to your unrealized.
Thank you very much. Somebody was asking, Dolby said on Friday he has the lowest number live account in the Topstep system. Is that fake also? En contraire, that is not fake. I presume what he means. You see, Dolby, actually, a number of people that work for Topstep were traders with Topstep before we hired them. So Dolby was here, I don't know, 10 years ago or something like that.
Yeah,
but and that's when they created the live account, and one person can have one live account, right? From the exchange. So I wasn't there to hear it, but I presume he's right on that, and it is not fake.
No, he was here with us, Squawk Radio days, and Hoop knows him, C-Man knows him. So we got a lot of people from Squawk Radio days.
We got a poll in the chat, by the way. Yeah, shout out to Eddie. Monday today, what are you guys at? Are you up in the day? Are you down in the day? Are you flat? Do you lock out? Use that lovely and legendary lockout feature of Topstep X. Haven't used it before. I would highly recommend doing so.
You know, as long as we're peeling back the curtain here, that's one of the reasons we'd like to figure out a way to allow people to work for Topstep to trade it in some capacity, because we hire a bunch of people that we find that are traders with us from Discord or wherever else, but then they can't really trade with us once they get hired. So hopefully there's a happy medium we can reach there.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I had a question in chat. Somebody had asked me why I'm purchasing combines if I cannot get paid out. These combines and XFAs that you're seeing, this is more so for participation, for being able to kind of share my trading experience with you guys. I'm not paying for these combines, but this is just, once again, a way for us to kind of do this together and share that road to funding journey. Of course, I would, like Jack said, would love to be able to trade with Topstep. I know MP's working really hard at making that a possibility. And that'll just be one potential additional perk, is being able to continue to trade with the best firm out there while you're a staff member of Topstep. Can't wait. We'll see what it looks like.
A phone call from a wireless caller. That can't be good.
Dude, my Verizon's been having some issues today. You guys, any of you guys have Verizon out there in Chicago?
No, AT&T. No.
AT&T.
I mean, some people do.
Yeah. No, I know that Sarah H from support, she sent me a screenshot saying that Verizon was having some issues in the Chi-Town area, and was like, hey, you should probably tell people to not be trading on their phones while they're out of the house on on cellular if Verizon's having some difficulties. Oh yeah, Brad says mine says SOS. So it looks like Verizon is having some issues. So if you're not on Wi-Fi, don't be pulling up Topstep X or any of your mobile trading platforms. If you're on Verizon and you're struggling to get some signal, that obviously would complicate the trading situation. So be careful out there.
I have very mixed feelings about trading on your phone, especially when you're not on Wi-Fi, for this exact reason.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, in general, I don't mind the concept of managing positions when you're in mobile. Like, hey, you did your work in the morning, you've got your brackets set up or your exits, your risk is defined. You're walking away because you got to go to work, or you got to run out of the house, or whatever you got going on. I don't really mind managing those positions or keeping an eye on them. But in terms of actually doing analysis and going through your process, it's just so much more complicated and tedious on a phone. And you're not going to get the full platform experience, not just Topstep X, but regardless of what platform you're on, you're never really getting the full features and compatibility that you would be getting on a desktop or a web-based application. So that's kind of the one downside, I'd say, and complicate things. And to your point, Jack, especially if you're relying on cellular service, the latency on cellular service is not as great as being on Wi-Fi or hardwired, depending on the type of network speeds you're getting and how close you are to towers. And there's a lot of variables to that.
Basically, if you're out there scalping NQ on your phone, if you guys are, best of luck, guys. But
yeah,
with that, selling off a little bit. We're getting to the point now. We got 18 minutes until Powell speaks. Not a ton of volume at the moment. I will be hesitant to put on a trade before then, but I'll be back for Power Hour. Worry not.
You don't want to join me on this long here, Jack, in a little zone entry?
I want to see it go a little bit lower first. Yeah. This isn't enough price move to make me be like, wow, I got to get in here now. Now, I don't think the Powell thing, he talks a lot, right? And you kind of know what he says. People interpret it slightly different ways, but he's not going to buck trends right now. If he did, it would be crazy. It'd be really fun, but no.
Yeah, the likelihood of something major happening is, probably pretty low, in my opinion, Jack.
No, yeah, of course. Yeah, there's no way he's not going to come out and say, like, I could tell you, I'll give the summary of the speech right now. It'll be like, economic conditions support the gradual decrease of rates. We'll keep a close eye on the employment situation to see if we're at the right level. Still keeping an eye on inflation, which has come down quite a bit. Blah, 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 blah. He's not going to pull China. Data dependent. Yeah, Nick4ATick. Yeah, data dependent. He's not going to come out and pull a Xi and be like, this is the bottom, buy everything.
Yeah, why? I don't think the market's really going to do anything extreme until after election. I think we're just going to continue to either chop or slowly grind higher. But in terms of like massive swings to the upside or downside, I feel like it's just going to be an end of, back half of November, December, kind of closing out the year with some volatility. But we'll see. I could be wrong. Market proves us wrong all the time. Market might prove me wrong in this trade right now. We'll see what happens. But
yeah, I want to take a look maybe after I get off here if Verizon's down across the company. Let me check Twitter, which, by the way, Fidelity today came out with their valuation of Twitter under $10 billion. Ouch.
You think that's you think there's some kind of behind the scenes intention with that statement or with that call from Fidelity? You think any of it has to do with the fact that, I don't know, I don't want to go down too deep any like rabbit trails per se, but obviously Elon paid a pretty hefty penny for that. Of course, a $10 billion valuation, that would be under his cost, right? That would be well under, like a 20% of what he paid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just from a purely, if we keep everything out, though, the problem is I think they have like $1.5 billion of debt service or something a year. And I think they only make like $3 billion a year or something like that. So it's not a great situation, but
right,
it doesn't really matter to Musk.
Yeah. No, because I think the goal was just to preserve a platform that's going to be more open to allowing free speech, right? I think that was the purpose, or at least from what I perceive as the purpose to that purchase, was just to make sure that there was at least one platform out there that people from all sides of the fence could voice their opinion and share content without, getting taken down or flagged. Obviously community notes, I think, is a great way to approach being fact checked, but not having the fact checks be from one particular side of the fence, as some other platforms are out there. But yeah, in general, I don't think it was a profit move, right? I think that was just a, let's preserve at least one place where people can share what's on their mind, rather than gunning to flip the company for a sale at some point. Like, I doubt that's going to happen, or was the intent in general.
All right. Can't really find anything besides the Verizon's down. Gabe, you still into one contract?
Yeah, I'm still long. We were just hanging out in the zone. You know, I had one trader in the chat. See if I can find the question here. Brandon said, "I see you entered at the proximal line of your entry." By that terminology, by the way, I think I know where he learned his trading education. It's language that I would use. Do you prefer that over waiting for 50% of the zone? So basically, the proximal line, for those that don't know, is just the line closest in proximity. This is how this organization that we're referring to teaches their students. Proximal line is just closest to proximity. So what line does price have to encounter first as it gets down to that area? This 222.50 was my quote unquote proximal line. Another way you could approach it would be a zone entry, which would be more of like a 50% entry to get maybe a better price if you're looking for a better discount. Also, you could take more of a confirmation approach, which is, you know, allow price to enter the zone, see it base or start to consolidate, and then as it leaves with momentum, enter on the exit as it goes north into your favored direction. There's a few different ways that you can interact. You know, in terms of supply and demand theory, there's a few different ways you can approach engaging into trades. But somebody said add. I won't be adding. One mini is already enough for this 50K combine. It's probably honestly too much for this 50K combine. But I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive with combines.
You're risking 100. So you're risking like $500 in this trade.
500 for 1,000. Yeah, two R.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. If we're being responsible with these things, it's on the aggressive side of it.
Yeah. I mean, if I were to lose, that's a quarter of my capital, a quarter of my drawdown. So that's for most cases, like in an XFA, I would, even though I have done this, I would encourage you not to do this in an XFA. A 50K XFA, definitely take advantage of micros. But in a combine, I know there's a lot of people out there that like to be a little bit more aggressive in combines. All right, they're willing to take up that upfront cost for the sake of getting into fundeds, and then when they get to fundeds, they'll scale down a little bit and start to be a little bit more conservative. But here we go. We're getting some momentum out. I really like what I'm seeing out of the zone. What I would like to see is us get a closure back into at least a close above 235. We can get a close above 235 and continue to see some momentum. I think there's a pretty strong likelihood that at least we'll go attack those stops up at 262.5. But we'll see. I like the turnaround so far, though. New poll in the chat.
Is this something that you'll hold through the chairman speaking?
Through Powell on a combine, probably. If I was in a funded account, no. I would avoid holding. I mean, if it was it is technically a high impact economic report, even though it's not really a report coming out, it's more so just Powell speaking. I mean, that is the guy that could move the market pretty drastically. But knowing we're not getting any real data out per se, I would be a little bit more comfortable holding this.
Gabe, I'm sort of with you on that because, I mean, what drastic comment could he possibly make?
Right.
Like I said, he's just going to be backing up why they had the 50 points there. So, yeah, I'm not expecting anything out of the ordinary, but like anything can happen. But
anything can happen.
You've got to sort of figure and look down the road and say, okay, what can or what will happen?
Right. Now, Eddie, what I would say, if this is sitting, like if price is sitting inside of my zone, let's say price is back in like the 210 to 220 range. If we're that close to my stop, or we're sitting back in the zone after getting this kind of momentum push out, and then we see a reversal back down into the zone, more than likely it's probably better for me just to close out at that point and just take the small loss. Because if we're anywhere near my stop at that point, the volatility, even though he might not be saying anything drastic, I mean, still, I could experience some slippage still. So why not just take the small loss, let him speak, look back at the market again, 15, 20 minutes after he speaks. If these higher lows continue to hold even through, him coming on, then yeah, I can always re-enter again. But if price is pushing, away from the zone and it's in my favor already, it's headed in that direction, and I'm, let's say 10 handles already in profit, I'm a little bit less worried about slippage getting me all the way back down to 198 and lower.
Right.
Once again, just going for worst case scenario, kind of playing the conditions a little bit. But
Tilt is getting a little bit shorter.
Sorry, Jack.
No worries. Just up to 60% short in the ES right now. Eddie, go ahead with what Dan mentioned.
Dan M has said the move can happen just by the algos turning on off their liquidity. Doesn't matter what he has to say. So that's something else we have to watch for. Also, Zykes is asking regarding this Topstep app. When are you all releasing the Topstep app? Abe, can you tell him when?
The app itself. So I don't believe there is an app even in development. What's great though is Topstep X is mobile compatible. So they've simplified the platform for mobile. They've provided just the essentials. You've got your chart, you have your account, your position management. Obviously you can access the lockout feature from mobile. A lot of the more crucial aspects of the platform are mobile compatible and mobile friendly now, which is great. So in terms of an app though, I haven't heard any rumors. I don't know, Jack can probably, attest to that, but I don't think that's in the plans right now. No. So just, for the moment, hang tight, stay tuned to TopstepTV for updates, of course. Obviously, Topstep X continues to roll out updates pretty quickly. We have a lot of great things on the roadmap. You guys are not familiar with where to go access the feature voting and the roadmap. While I have, a second, let me just do a little shameless plug here. If you go over to the question mark on the left-hand side of your platform, you're going to get to some of the additional features like live chat. And you have feature voting where you can create some new posts or suggestions for feedback. You can upvote or downvote. Like, hey, here's a planned improvement to current bracket orders in purple. I'm going to go ahead and upvote that. Obviously, I can sign in and continue with my email and do that, participate socially like that. But I can, once again, create new feature requests and kind of see the roadmap, which is the second tab. So you have up at the top here, you have feedback, and then you have the roadmap. So you can see what's in review, what is being planned, what's in progress, and then what's finished. So a lot of great stuff coming down the pipeline. But yeah, no app at the moment.
Thank you, Gabe.
Yes, sir.
Trying to get confirmation here. Oh yeah, Powell speaks in about an hour. 12:55 Central.
Yeah, that's one's 12 and one's at 12:55. So
yeah, it did get updated.
Yeah, it must have been.
I'm on lunch, but I'll be watching. Yeah.
Say what you want about me, but I can read. Really quick here. Wanted to point out that we got some awesome things coming up. 1 o'clock, we got Passing with the Pros. Today we got Keegan in the house to try his best. Then we got Muhammad, Hoag, and myself. We'll be doing Power Hour. Besides that, stick around because we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. And then group coaching. Pinned to the top is the group coaching form. Fill them out, and Robert and JD will be do their best job to answer your toughest questions. One more thing about the Powell thing. I got a little bit put off base there when I realized it was an hour from now. It's more of the time frame you're trading on too, because a lot of these trades people are taking to have 10, 15 point stops, 20 point stops in the NASDAQ. He doesn't need to say anything important for it to move that much. What Dan said about the algos dropping out is true. Liquidity dries up. So just be careful with that when he speaks at 12:55 Central, as we're now learning. Gabe, where's that trade stand?
It's sitting inside the zone, just kind of hovering, consolidating a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of the rejection that we just had off the 30s. If we get a close below 215, I'm more than likely just going to cut bait early and look to revisit once Powell gets in. I mean, we are technically in the lunch hour, not the greatest pocket of time to participate. Eddie, what we got going on down there?
We got Goolsby jumping in saying, I like this one. There will be a lot of rate cuts, period. All right. That's all you have to say.
That's the statement.
Nice to say.
Long 50
Thank you.
yes.
Oh my.
I'm sending him back. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Jack, it was an absolute pleasure being on with you, man. And this is actually probably the first time we've been on together, to my knowledge, or at least it's been quite some time. But thanks for having me. Good to see everybody. Be safe today. I know we're about to close it up here to get into shoulder taps. So hope you all have a great rest of your day. Tune into Powell. Should be in the chat, obviously. Feel free to continue communicating out there. But yeah, it's going to be a fun week. We have a lot on the calendar this week, so be excited.
Yeah, we certainly do. Good to see you, Gabe. Stick around. We got shoulder tap coming after the break. You can use the Morse code if you have Verizon right now to communicate. We'll have somebody translate that from the chat. So there it is. Incoming message from Verizon. Send help.
Send help.
Yeah. Party like it's, 1903. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with shoulder tap. See you around the corner. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last day of September and the last taps of the month we all remember. I'm Jack, joined by Ben. Ben, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Jack. It's September's flown by. I didn't even realize this was the last tap of the month, but indeed it is. Got a lot of cool content to go over today. Lots of interesting stuff to run through. So yeah, looking forward to wrapping it up with you for September. We can start off with some updates on our live funded traders, unless you have anything you want to breaking news or anything you want to jump into first.
Not breaking news per se. We're slipping a little bit lower in the ES right now. Still awaiting Powell speaking at 12:55. And I do know that it's October because I've started the horror movie festival at my household. So if you have any suggestions of some horror films that maybe I haven't seen, feel free to throw them in the chat at some point. Just watched The Oddity last night from Ireland, which was pretty spooky. I'm going to give it 2.5 out of 4 ghosts is my rating for that. Worth watching.
Do you like being scared? Do you like being scared? Is that what you go for? Or you just like the cinema of it all?
I like the cinema and I like spooky things. I don't like torture porn, and I don't like just gratuitous. Like, I'm not going to watch The Terrifier or something like that schlock. So thank you for throwing those out there. So Ben, do we have any good stories and or horror stories? I'm looking at these comments, by the way. I got you. In our funded accounts today.
Yes, we do. Overall, it's a relatively muted day on the live boards. Of course, as usual, there's a number of people who have hit the daily loss limit, just didn't see the markets well. But a lot of times we'll see, even a couple of traders up really big on the day. Not a ton of that, so pretty even blend between red and green, and lots of people who are up a couple $1,000s. No one really jumping off the boards, but house account up $1,100 today. That's good to see. Deanna up $138. Dakota up a nice $3,000. Looking like he's ready to put the Topstep universe on notice again. I believe he's up $10,000 in the last 2 trading days. So impressive work from him. Just keep stacking that up, and looking forward to seeing him take a large payout here soon. Nick4ATick up $50 in his live account as well. So like I said, lots of people kind of just right around that 0 mark, slightly green, which is good. Hector is, after being up 1,900, is down $400 today, so going the wrong direction there. But Shervin up 2,600, Earl up 2,000, G up $5,000, which is nice. I believe they're number 1 on the leaderboard today. And Ishmay up 2,700, Eric also up 2,700. So a couple of good P&Ls, but again, no one really jumping off the charts one way or the other. So yeah, that's our live trader update. We can move on to our trading cards if you're ready, Jack.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Good to see people taking it easy on a Monday, especially being the last day of the quarter. So we'll see what happens this afternoon with that. With that, who we got first?
Excellent. Up first, we've got Mako F out of Humble, Texas. Mako's someone that we featured in a live account a few months back, it feels like. Quite a ways ago. They've been in this account for a total of 34 trading days, and trading the NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ product, averaging a daily P&L of minus $14. So that's kind of interesting. Over the course of this really lengthy time in the live account, to see an average daily P&L slightly negative, plus minus $50, from zero, is relatively even keel, kind of just surviving the account is what that tells me. But Mako's taken a total of $2,000 in payouts thus far. And there's a lot of good and a lot of improvements we could be making in this live account trading. But winning day percentage and winning trade percentage are almost identical at 41 and 42%. And the average win versus average loss, 1.6 to 1 reward over risk. That's good to see. And the hold times, about a half hour on winners and losers, not too much deviation there. What I really liked when I was going through this, Jack, of course, that average daily P&L kind of tells its own tale, but
Something really impressive, two things that jump out at me that I believe this trader is responsible and has what it takes to remain in this account long term, is that they're only taking one or maybe two trades in a day. The number of days they've exceeded two trades in a day is very, very small. Usually they're coming in, putting on a trade, seeing how it works out, and moving on. So that takes a certain level of discipline and mentality in and of itself to really come in and just place your trades and let it work out, and you move on. So love seeing that from Mako. And additionally, the average loser, the average losing day in this account is only $491 compared to an average winning day of $668. So trading small in the 150K live account size is trading that small in particular, managing your downside is really something we don't see a ton, and certainly not something we feature a lot in the shoulder tap segment. So I thought it was important to show someone who is doing the other side of Club DLL very well, managing the downside, getting nowhere near the daily loss limit, on an average basis. So those two things really encourage me as far as where this account can go. Obviously, Mako's taken a payout already, but I think just either buffing the win rate or the risk reward here could really flip that negative average daily P&L into a positive average daily P&L. Even if that's positive $14 instead of negative $14, then you're in a spot where you're on average consistently growing the account and not having, because the average losing day is very small, average winning day is slightly larger. We're not seeing a lot of variance and a lot of wild fluctuations in the account balance. So I think we are, right on the cusp. I think there's maybe some very minor tweaks that can be done. Ultimately, that's work that Mako needs to do. Mako needs to go in there and say, okay, what trades are working? Which price levels am I choosing? And is there a way that I can maximize the winners a little bit more? Is there a way that I can identify, the losing trades before I, place them even to, increase that win rate a little bit? Little things like that, minor tweaks. We are right on the edge of being able to be consistently profitable in this account long term. So love a lot of the things here that I'm seeing from the trade reports. The account balance is around $3,500. Mako, as of earlier this morning, was up $1,000 today. So want to see you lock that in, Mako, take that home, and let's continue building this account up and compounding over time. I think today was a positive sign, being up $950 a bit earlier. So that's what I've got here. I'm encouraged by this card. I wanted to highlight Mako as someone that's been able to manage the downside and have longevity in this account. Hopefully we can buff that profitability a little bit so that we really start taking some sizable payouts in the coming days and weeks. So what about this is interesting to you, Jack? Anything that I mentioned here or haven't mentioned that you like?
Yeah, so if he finishes the day up $900 or whatever, roughly the average daily P&L will be $20 a day or something. So right around break even either way. This card is very different than what we're used to looking at, where Mako does not have a risk management problem. Most of the cards we look at in this segment have, I would argue, risk management problems. The most Mako has ever lost in a day trading was $1,200 on the first day in this account. But besides that, his losing days are $300, $400, around there usually. That's very good. In fact, if I had one piece of tangible recommendation, it might be, if you do this again in the future, maybe just pay for a 50K account, because you're not trading more than 5 contracts and you're not risking more than 500 or 600. The risk management is really good, which leaves really strategy being the issue. So it's hard to see without knowing the fills or what they're doing. But they're break even because the risk management has been very disciplined. And whatever Mako is doing to find these trades, and it's just one trade a day or two, is just not quite giving you that positive EV. So I think that if you haven't already, you have to experiment. And maybe instead of doing a full contract, we get the micros in there to do this, of just altering your parameters, altering what setups you're looking at, doing some research of what you've done so far, because you've done a great job of controlling the losses. But we're kind of treading water here right now via the actual trades. So great job of staying afloat. That takes effort. And now you just got to figure out, I say this like it's easy. Now you just got to figure out how to, for lack of a better word, make better trades. And you have the discipline. So push yourself a little bit, not in size, but kind of change is good, right? You've tried this enough days, whatever you're doing, that maybe it's not quite working, but think about making some new changes to your strategy and see what happens from there, but keep controlling that risk.
Yeah, definitely. Even doing this, Jack, we have so much conversation about big P&Ls, big traders, just doing this in a live account is very difficult to do. Just maintaining the account, taking a payout over a period of time, and keeping it, keeping your head above water is difficult to do. Like you said, it's much easier said than done for us to sit up here on our broadcast and say, okay, now just increase your profitability a little bit. That's much easier said than done, but I have faith that Mako can do that, because we're almost right there to begin with. So it's just going to take some evaluation of past practices and figuring out, where you can etch out a little more alpha in this account. So that's where we'll leave that one. And next up, we've got a real notoriety, a trader with a lot of notoriety at Topstep. As far as I know, is our number one trader profitability wise, and that's Rafa, someone who we featured several times in the past, who appreciates his privacy. I have nothing but respect for Rafa and his trading. He is as far as I'm concerned, a bona fide professional, one of the best futures traders, not just in the prop space, but that is living and trading today as an individual trader. Really fantastic performance. The reason we're bringing Rafa back up, he just was approved for an additional $58,500 in a payout today. So taking another big bite out of this account. This is someone who pays himself very aggressively, which is I love to see from traders who put up big P&Ls, even across a significant period of time, to not just say, okay, I want to leave some account balance there for myself. My ego tells me that I want to have $100,000 account balance, so I'm only going to withdraw dollars in excess of $100,000 balance. That is not something that Rafa grapples with or struggles with. Trades profitably. You can see an average daily P&L in this account of almost $3,000 across 73 trading days. You can do the math there. In total, Rafa's taken $303,000 in payouts from this live account. Cannot possibly say enough about how impressive that is. There's a lot of people on YouTube and on Twitter, X, anywhere and everywhere telling you that they are doing this, can do this. 98% of them are lying to you and trying to sell a course. Rafa is verified live prop trader taking $300,000 in what is only about 1/4 of the year in this live account. So this guy's doing it. He is incredibly professional. The conversations that I've had with him, about his trading and strategy structure, how are we going to lock in profits? I remember one conversation in particular. It was what ended up being his best winning day in this account of $52,241 was the highest winning day so far. The conversation with him about that day, we saw as a risk team saw that his unrealized P&L was, flirting with $25,000, $30,000. And I just wanted to reach out and say, hey, what is the exit strategy here? What are we okay with not giving back? Let's talk it out. How are we going to get out of this trade in a very profitable way? And without hesitation, I've told this story before, he proceeded to break down his trade plan, the exact levels he was looking at. where he intended to get out and where he was going to lock in profits, thinking maybe that the trade was turning around on him. So, just calm, cool, collected, gave a very concise breakdown of his trading. And that was really the moment for me that I knew this guy is a league in his own, truly a professional, and has probably been here before outside of just his account with our prop firm. So, the one consideration I have, and far be it from me to, tell Rafa anything about how to manage his account, but we are currently sitting around $15,000 account balance. Rafa has a $5,000 daily loss limit with us. That's custom. He has more than proved to us that he's capable of managing that. But, $15,000 account balance after a giant payout with a 5K DLL, you're kind of within striking distance of potentially losing this account. I know Rafa doesn't want to do that. So we're continuing to monitor, his trading intraday. And it's overall just really exciting to see someone, taking such massive advantage of the opportunity that Topstep provides to the public. And Rafa is definitely an outlier. He is not, this performance is not easy to acquire, to put on over this period of time, but good Lord, he is killing it. And we're going to do everything we can to continue to help him, keep him in this account, and keep him trading profitably in the live market. So just an update. Yeah, a monster $58,500 payout was approved today for Rafa. So kudos to you, brother. And, we'll keep watching in awe as this trader puts up profitable days. Anything that you'd like to say here, Jack, about Rafa's performance recently, on the whole, or anything?
Rafa, let me tell you what you should be doing. No, people are asking about a few of his stats. Like you have there, the 1.8 to 1 winning reward to risk is great. Another thing to note is his hold times are very long. He's holding trades for hours generally. If I can take this here, I mean, it says on the sheet, I don't know if this is correct, that his average winning trades around 4 hours, his average losers around 1 hour and 41 minutes. I like that sort of trading a lot, and I hope to incorporate more into the house account of having wider, get rid of, if you're a scalper, that's fine, but getting rid of sort of the vibrations of the market, the noise versus the signal, and just taking wider trades for more money is great. My one personal thing is, in the exact right way, his live account, doesn't have a huge balance right now. Keep in mind that's because he's taken out $300,000. Just for my own personal stuff, I would say just figure out a way. Dakota, if you're there, I don't mean this as a slight, but don't pull a Dakota in this account and lose it, so it messes up our leaderboard. You'll still have all the money's still there. You still made it all, but I'd love to see you try and keep this account, Rafa, because I don't know, it makes our data easier. Got to be selfish sometimes, but I mean, it's really astounding trading too. And doing it in the live account with the hold times he is too, I am confident this isn't, we talk about cards that make us raise our eyebrows of like, what games are they playing? This is the live markets. And he's holding trades for hours. This is the real deal. So awesome job, Rafa. If you ever decide you want to come out of hibernation and come out on TopstepTV, we'll always have you. We'll roll out the red carpet for you, but understand privacy. Totally get it. So keep it up. Great job. Amazing trader.
There are levels to this game, and Rafa has proven that he's head and shoulders above the rest. Just fantastic trading. Can't say enough about him, and what hopefully he's able to do for himself and his family with this type of profitability over not even the year, right? $300,000 in payouts for a year's performance or 2 years' performance would be excellent. He's only been in this account for 73 trading days, so just sensational work. And again, we've talked, Jack, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, trying to, sometimes getting lost, not being able to see the forest through the trees. A little bit of healthy perspective, particularly at this moment in time where the account balance is a little bit more vulnerable than it has been for some period of time. Just not going for it and hitting that daily loss limit a couple times in a row, build it back up and continue taking payouts long term is all I can say that I hope we see from Rafa. And that's where we'll leave it for today.
That's a good place to leave it. Well, Ben, thank you for coming in here and talking through this. Always love coming back to Rafa's card. Let's not talk. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about what happened to my best trading friend who was up 7K on Friday. Tune in tomorrow if you want to find out where that account ended for my friend Susan. You'll never guess. But we'll save that for tomorrow. In the meantime,
we'll have to get Susan on the broadcast. I think that's written in the stars. She needs to come on TV and maybe explain herself. I'm not sure.
I'll write her a personal check. Just for me. I will send her money to explore my own curiosity on that. I need to put a face to the person who I said is more in my head than really anything else. So both her and Anwar, we may see you someday. So Ben, thanks again. Everybody else, we ain't done. I ain't heard no bell. So stick around because we got group coaching coming up next with JD and Robert. Form at the top where you can supply more questions. Then we got Pass with the Pros, our new favorite segment where Keegan P is going to be in the house trying to pass the combine. To help him will be Yoda Hoag. And then we're closing out the day with Power Players where Muhammad will be there. So don't come crying to Muhammad. Hoag and me will be there too. So stick around. Tons more Topstep TV on tap. Oh, wait. I forgot how to do an Andre. Topstep TV, let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's that time of day where we take your questions, you from the chat, and we answer them live here on TopstepTV. You are looking at Coach Robert. He will be answering the questions. I am JD. I'll be feeding some of the questions to Coach Robert today. We have a form pinned in the chat at the moment. If you have a question for Coach Robert, go ahead and click on that link that's hovering above the chat and type in your question. And maybe we'll get to it. We got a handful of good ones, so might take up a bit of time, but if you throw one in there right now, maybe we will get to it. How you feeling today, Robert? What's going on? How was the weekend?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm super excited, locked into place. I'm actually moving to my permanent household this weekend and staying out of my temporary friend's location, getting out of this temporary office, moving into a home office. So I'm super excited about that. Spent this weekend trying to plan it out and everything. So I'm really looking forward to that for this upcoming weekend.
Nice.
The weekend here isn't that great for some others. And thanks for bringing me on here with this, JD. I just want to give a huge shout out to a friend of mine. Her name is Heather. I've known her for about 5 years now from this area. She's out in Asheville of North Carolina, and not only a friend, but a trader, and not only a trader, but a funded Topstep trader, and not only that, but has been on Topstep TV on Power Players twice. So a great shout out to her. It was a couple days. We just heard back. They're out of power. It's just an absolute mess out there. So our thoughts are with everybody, not just her, everybody. There's millions without power and over 100 that didn't make it through. So our hearts and minds and thoughts go out to everybody that's out there. But I just wanted to give a special shout out to my friend.
Yeah, that's great. We're thinking about you, Heather. Heather has been on a few times. Maybe you guys have seen her. She was a great guest to have on Topstep TV. So we're thinking about you, Heather, if you're watching. All right. What do you say we hit some of these questions for 6 minutes?
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's go for it, sir.
First question comes from Zach. Zach says, I'm trying to learn how to read the tape. Is there anything I can do to expedite my learning other than watching how price reacts in real time? Also, it seems that TopstepX, each row in time and sales is duplicated. This is normal. I'm constantly seeing odd number orders in duplicate, as small as 1 and as large as 50 with the exact same time. Well, first of all, reading the tape, it's sort of an art form. And the only way to really master it, Zach, is to spend time doing it. There's no substitute for screen time, especially when you're trying to learn how to read the tape. You need to be present when the markets are open and active. And if you want to learn to pick out patterns, you have to put the time in to be able to recognize those patterns, I should say. Coach Robert, what's your take on this?
My take is the same as yours,
the learning
CT.
process?
Yeah, it really is. It really is time. If you want to throw my charts back up there, I'll actually add the time and sales to my chart, and we can talk a couple things about the question. I don't have it here, so let's just show you that. I'm going to choose any of these plus signs to add components. I'm going to find the time and sales component and simply drag it. I'm going to put it. We'll put it here so we can see it nice and clear. So there's our time and sales. I need to change this to yellow so it shows YM is what I'm looking at for that little YM challenge. Here's the last day of it. But here's your time and sales, and it's just showing it's green. Those are buys, and it's the reds are sells. So currently we can see a whole bunch of ones coming through. If I change this filter and make it a 2, it's only going to show anything that's 2 and up. If I choose a 3, it's going to show 3 and up, and there are 4 at this point. So the question about having duplicate, yeah, you're going to have here are 2 of them right here. We have 1237, you see it's 0.148 and 0.148. There are 2 and 2. So these are 2 separate orders coming through, 2 separate traders coming through, placing 2 and placing 2. They just happen to be at the exact same time, right down to the thousandths, right down to the thousandths of a second. So that what you added in here is you can see one as small as 1 and one is 50. It just means those 2 traders one of them put a 1 lot on and one put a 50 lot on at the same time. This is how they process. So you can filter this out if you just want to see the larger orders. This is YM, so you probably want to keep it down on the lower side. But if you're choosing something like NQ, there's a lot of orders come through with the micros too. A lot of traders, if they're doing micros, it's generally not 1. It'll generally be 2, 3, 4, 5, so they can scale in and out of those more fluently. So that's the breakdown of it, just for those that don't know. Now, as far as Zach, as far as learning and expediting, it's really tough. There's 24 hours in a day, and how do you make the day go faster? You can't. There's still 24 hours. You just have to stick it out. And this is what they call it, like a war of attrition here, right? We just have to keep going and going and going. There's just no better substitute than experience and chart time. There really isn't. Just go to watch it, learn it, understand it. Do exactly what you were saying here, just looking at the size, look at, you have your DOM, watch the price action on your charts, use different type of charts. If you want to see, use tick charts versus time charts, or any type of, additional charting, and go from there. Maybe compare it to some other products as well and say, wow, every time I see a big blast of green in the YM, the whole tape goes flying down. Just so I'm making this up, but just so happens that gold goes the other direction. So maybe throw a gold one up there too, and maybe that'll trigger something for you and say, well, those are really pushing up. This might go down. So just that's kind of how it is. But JD had it right. There's just no substitute for time and and chart time and studying.
Yep, chat seems to be in full agreement with that also. So thanks for the question, Zach. Thank you for the answer, Coach Robert. Just to reiterate, get your eyes on your charts if you want to learn how to read the tape. Be present when the markets are active. That's it. All right, next up, we've got Richard. Richard says, how could you communicate what I need to do to remain disciplined when achieving my daily goal? Do you have any off-the-chart tips that I could employ to do this? Tips for remaining disciplined. A little different for everybody, right? Pretty subjective question, but
yeah, it is a little bit different. But that is that's boy, how do you instill discipline if somebody doesn't know discipline? It's a really learned idea, learned concept, learned experience. And so I would venture to ask, so Richard, since I know nothing about you or your personality, your makeup, your age, what you do for a living, I know nothing about that. So I'm going to give you an answer that a lot of traders can use or people can use. What do you do in your life now, forgetting trading, that you need to be disciplined on? It could be as simple as brushing your teeth. If you have kids, it could be as little as, not as easy as, but they have to eat, right? You have to make sure that they're, if they're small, that they're fed, that they're bottled or changed. If they're babies and infants, discipline. I don't know. How is your sleep? Do you get up and sleep, go to bed and get up on time? What are other areas in your life that you can bring into trading? These are kind of off the chart types of tips. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine said he always, I should say always, but most of the time he would forget his lunch to go to work. And this, by the way, this was a friend of mine. His name is Mike, and it was his wife's idea, and it worked really, really well. But it's just switching that mindset up. And he would always forget his lunch. He would make it, and he would get to work and say, "Man, I forgot my lunch." And he says, "Oh, I made you a great sandwich of whatever, blah blah blah." And then one day, she decided to take his keys and put them in the refrigerator. So he was looking around for his keys, and then he's like, "Yeah, I think they're in the." She's like, "They're in the fridge." Opens up the refrigerator. There's his keys, and there's his lunch. And she kept doing that. It didn't take long. Next thing you know, you just remove the keys and he wouldn't forget his lunch anymore. So that is a discipline. That was a learned reaction, a learned event. I don't recall, so maybe someone in the chat can tell me this, but there's one where you have a bell, like you ring a bell, then you do a puff of air, and you blink because of the puff of air. You ring the bell, puff of air to your eye, and you blink. Sooner or later, when you ring that bell, you'll blink and you don't even need that puff of air anymore. So that's like a biological learned response, or muscle memory. Years of karate, we learned muscle memory. So Richard, again, without knowing you and what it takes, you may be the person that has to stay disciplined by narrowing all these things down and focusing on one task at a time until you get it right. You may be the person that likes to have 4 or 5 things running, and you are better off just organizing them and then going right through them. This is what I am. I like to have 3, 4, 5 things going, list them out so I can just bang them out quickly. If I only have one thing going on myself, I'll tend to focus on that. It's like, well, if I spent a little less time on that, I could accomplish the other things more disciplined as well. The discipline is brushing your teeth. The discipline is just getting up and getting to your work. Discipline of making sure you have enough gas in your car before you headed out on a longer trip. These are things that we think of. They seem natural, but they weren't when we first learned them, right? We had the first, oh man, I have to do this. I forgot about that. And we just have to do them over and over and over again. So my short answer for this whole thing is discipline is going to take time and consistency. Find something, do it over and over and over again until you don't have to do it over and over again anymore. It's just automatic, and then move on to something else. I hope that helps.
Yeah, and if that sounds a little too overwhelming to you, Richard, just start small. Start with something as simple as waking up at the same time every morning, or eating meals at the same time every day. You don't have to do everything at once, but jot down a list of items and do your best to stick to it. And as you progress, add more items to that list. All right, next up, we've got Carlos. Carlos says, I've been with Topstep for a while, and I've got some XFAs. I've gotten some XFAs in the past, and then I blow them in a couple of days. Right now, again, I have two fresh XFAs and passed another combine, halfway to another passing combine, I should say. Besides the normal things we say, like slow down and size down, do you have any advice or anything that comes to mind that can help me stay in these accounts longer? Well, if you asked Hoag, John the Goat Hoagland, he would say funding is just the beginning, and you should dance with the one who brought you, right? Meaning,
Right.
whatever process you use to pass through the trading combine, you should stick to that process once you reach the funded level. Nothing should be changing too much. Whatever strategy or tools got you through the trading combine are likely going to remain your good buddy once you hit the funded level. But what's your take on it, Coach Robert? Managing risk to stay in funded accounts longer after passing the trading combine.
Yep, I'm with you on that. I'm going to add with you on all of that, and I'm with you on Hoag's points in there too, because putting the words out for him. Yep, we've heard him say that a bunch of times. But Carlos, you're going to hate me, but scale down and slow down, right? And it's just about making light of it, but that's kind of what it is. Now, if you're having trouble with these XFAs, what is it that's causing the trouble? Will you, for example, in the combine, if you're doing I didn't see the size, if you're doing a 50K, you can trade 5 contracts. But you have a scaling plan in the XFA. Well, maybe that's what's doing you in. Maybe you're not able to trade the way you were before. So my suggestion to this is to say trade your combines as if you're trading your XFAs, because the rules are slightly different. I say the rule, but the process, because it's not a rule. The process is slightly different. You need to build up your account. So if you're getting in these and you're just passing them, bam, I'm into it, got through that combine, lickety split. Well, now you have a little bit of restriction on there. That is to help you scale down and slow down. This is why we do these things. So that would be the first thing. And just like JD said and quoted Hoag, dance with who brought you. Yeah, that is the case, with one small caveat. Keep an eye on the market, because it might be different. If you pass your combine in 3 or 4 days or 5 or whatever, and then it's rolled into the next week and it's a different type of market movement that week or that day, you need to adapt to that. Okay. JD, see what I did there? Learn to adapt. Tip of the week, learn to adapt. And that's exactly it.
I do believe.
You have your structure, you have your style, you have your way of trading. Again, I suggest use the XFA process, because you're going to need to do it anyway. So why don't we get good at that? It's something I was learned in training for something, is I want to train for the end goal. Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm practicing and reinforcing, proper function, proper movement, proper mindset, proper risk management. So if I do that consistently and then have those little fluctuation adaptations based on how the market is moving, that's a win. That's a win-win scenario. So, scale down, size down, slow down, and then keep with your same style with those little changes in the market. But it's just going to take time. And along those same lines, JD, before we jump to the next one, I saw Contrarian Terror actually tagged me in the chat and said, how long does it take to pass a 50K combine if you're consistently profitable? Well, my answer to that is it's the wrong question. The wrong question is how long is it going to take you to pass? I don't believe that's the right question. I believe the right question is, how can I trade well enough to pass? Because that's just putting a focus on time. And what do I have to do to be consistently profitable? Well, you can pass it 2 days. There you go. If you do $1,500 a day, You pass in 2 days. That's consistently $1,500 a day. You passed. Is that what you want? Because in order to make $1,500, even if you're doing a 1-to-1, you have to be willing to lose $1,500. Are you willing to lose $1,500? I'm not. Not on a $2,000 account. No way. Okay. So I hammer it home again. I don't think it's the right question. The question is, how do I trade well? Because you can be consistently making $50 a day, like one of our friends here up on one of those leaderboards, the consistency one, right? But it's going to take a long time to pass on that making $50 a day. And you also aren't qualified for payout, which is the ultimate goal. So my suggestion, to sum that all up, and this would go for Carlos also, is if you can focus on a consistent $250 a day with the minimum number of contracts you can trade once you get to XFA, so 50K account is 2, make that $250 a day as a target, start there, because it's going to satisfy the XFA scaling plan, and it's going to satisfy what you need to take a payout. Build your account, build your account, build your account, take that payout, build it, take that payout. And if you feel like you're doing really well over and over again, you got that discipline and you have that process, you have that strategy, and you have that consistency, just throw one more contract on. Make it simple. Don't have to change the whole thing. Just throw one more on. Well, that 250 day now just became 325. And now be consistent with that over time. We are trying this thing, folks, trying to pass. Focus on trading well. Everybody's in a hurry. It's in a dang hurry. Just slow. When we say slow down, that's what we mean. It's like, I'll wake and pass in 2 days. Cool. I want to see your report in 3 days and see what happened. We don't want to be in a hurry. Trade well. Stay disciplined, and repeat the process over and over. And I'll keep repeating that wording also. And that is really what it is all about, is maintaining that consistency. Put that consistency around the type, the style you trade, the instrument you trade, the time you trade, the time frame you trade, the duration you trade, the risk that you trade, the number of contracts that you trade over and over and over again. It will happen for you. I will tell you that. It's happening all the time. Look at all the traders that are funded. Look at all the payouts that are being taken out there. If you're relatively new at this, yeah, a daily P&L of 20 grand might scare the hell out of you, because I know it does me. And I'll also at the same time give kudos to the traders who are doing that, because that's phenomenal. So, but be yourself. Do what you do, manage your risk, adapt to the market the way it is, and just do it over and over and over again until you're sick of it and you become a bored trader. And I will bet that as soon as you say, I'm tired of doing this, I'm a bored trader, you'll probably have 3 or 4 payouts under your belt.
You heard him, Carlos. That was a great answer. Thanks, Coach Robert. Appreciate it. All right, next up, I think we have time for one more. Mohammed says, I'm confused about time frames. I don't know what time frame to analyze and which time frame to use to put a trade on. Well, that's another pretty subjective question. Got a lot of questions to ask you to qualify. Some details here. What market are you trading, first of all? What size account are you in? What times do you trade? There's a lot that goes into this question. Right. What kind of time frames are you currently trading? Are you a long hold time trader or a short hold time trader? There's a lot of qualifying questions, I should say, that would help us answer this question a little better. Coach Robert, what's your take on it? I know you look at tick charts, not so much time charts. But if you were going to give some recommendations, would you recommend the top-down approach to a trader like Mohammed, who's just looking for something to follow, I guess?
Yep, that is correct, JD. I'm going to pull up a time chart on my side, and we're on the same point here each of these days. I'm going to take off from any of these couple indicators I'm on. I switched to the NQ because I'm going to show something. This is the NQ chart. This is an hourly time frame chart. So based on the fact that Mohammed being confused about some time frames, I'm going to go with your suggestion as well, JD, and say start in the higher time frames and just mark off some levels. Again, we don't even know what instrument this trader is trading. I'm only choosing NQ because it seems to be, it is the most popular. So if we do nothing but mark off some levels here, I'm marking off a high, but I want to take this high peak. I want to get an average right around this point here. I'm literally eyeballing this. That's at 20,516. But now I'm just going to eyeball another section of possible resistance. Okay, let's go down a little further. And let's put, going a couple of days back, I'm going to withhold this big long wick down here because that's an anomaly. I'm going to eyeball another area of support and resistance. Okay, here we are. And we'll do one more here. This is cutting across. I say here it's 20,131. I'm not trading, so be careful. And actually, I like this one as well. So here we have some levels. This is on a 60-minute time chart. Well, let's narrow this down to a 15-minute time chart. What now makes sense? I'm going to scroll down. Does this level way the heck at the top of 20,005, does that make sense for today? Not really. How about this one that's way down below? 20,025, does that make sense? Probably not. So what we need to do is we need to mark off some levels that are more pertinent for our current day time frame. I have a vertical line here. It's hard to see, but this is the start of the market at 5 p.m. Central Time. And what do we have during the day today? It's a pretty ranging day. I'm going to try my trusty little calculate, my tool here, the ruler tool, go from the bottom to the top, and we're about 150-point swing from the high of the overnight to the low of today, and it was at 6:45 Central Time was the low. It's only 175 point swing, excuse me, 175 point swing. Well, guess what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to get into a trade and look for 100 points. That means I'm trying to bottom tick and top tick, and there's not all that time for that. So what do we need to do? We need to mark off another level in here. Yeah, we got more time for this one, JD. I'm going to change this to a different color. Let's make this one orange. Now let's make it yellow so we can see a little bit better. Okay, so now I have a yellow level. Well, it's inside of my red, so why don't I put another yellow level up inside of another resistance area? We're just talking through these. Shut off my volume profile so we don't get confused here. So all I'm doing is looking at these particular levels. Actually, there's another one. I'm just eyeballing these. We can see these very, very simply and very easily based on just where the markets have turned around. So now we have some yellow levels. Great. Let's go down a 5-minute time frame. This is the top-down approach. It's not rocket science. It's pretty simple, pretty basic. I really can't see a heck of a lot to do any modifications with this particular one right here. Potential of another resistance area. Here, let's change this to light blue. Resistance support area. Let's see if we can identify one more. Yeah, let's put one more in here. See how we're honing in on these? There we have it. So now we have some blue ones that are inside. We have blue inside, yellow to the outside, red even further out than that. If you're on the micro, you want to do a micro swing, go ahead, stick it on a longer time frame and see what happens. If you want to get in and out of trades, go on a little shorter time frame, stay away from these marks or watch the price action around this particular level of 20,211 and see what happens. Does it blow through? Does it attack it? Does it drive? Does it reverse off instantly? Take a look at your price action. Take a look at that time of sales if you use it. You got your DOM over here on the right-hand side, and give it a shot. And hopefully, hopefully that will just help out with Mohammed. Just keeping it simple, keeping it basic. And if you're like me, I just like looking at tick charts and non-time-based charts. And it gives me a little bit granular view. It gives not me, but it gives traders a little granular view as to what is actually going on around those levels. Right now, if I were to take a trade on this, I'd probably be longing based on the reaction to this 20,170. Because if it drops through it, my next section I'm going to look at is this 20,162. Why? We mark those off as potentially key levels that we want to look for actions around. And reactions around. And also don't forget the daily levels that we provide you every single day, along with Hoag's weekly kickoff levels, which are absolutely amazing. Good luck to you, Mohammed.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. And thank you for the question, Mohammed. All right. We're going to take a short break. Group coaching time is up. We got Fed Chair Jay Powell about to take the podium. So we're going to get over to our next segment real quick. We've got Pass with the Pros coming up next. Coach Robert's going to stick around with Hoag and Keegan. Keegan is here to pass his trading combine live on TopstepTV. So big shout out to Keegan for taking the time and having the courage to come out here and do this.
JD.
Say again?
Posting in the chat. Yeah, Paul is speaking.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Eddie. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Passing with the Pros. Give us just a minute. More tradertainment coming your way.
And here we are. Welcome back. This segment is a relatively new segment, been on a few times now, called Pass with the Pros. We take the traders that are getting close to passing a combine, have done well in the past. We try to help them get over that edge. They may not even need any help. But on the other side, watch me get the wrong direction again. Way on the other side is the Hoag man. We all know him. In the middle, the man of the hour. This is Keegan. Keegan P. Welcome to the Pass with the Pros, sir.
Hello, hi. Yes, I'm excited to be here. Very excited to be here.
Well, we look forward to having you. And what's called the driver, we're going to be going through this segment. If you see a trade, this is what it's all about. If you go see a trade while we're talking through this process, you just yell it out, interrupt, do what you have to do, and say, no, I see this. We're going to go in there. We'll put that trade on and see if we can get you through there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're $800 or so away from passing. Is that correct?
Yeah, $808 from passing the account.
Okay, so we can help along with that. I do not think that we're going to be pushing to get that through the entire day today. But let's talk about your process a little bit. I'm sure Hoag has a lot of great questions for you. Currently trading, you have 4 express funded accounts. So this isn't new to you. You're an old pro at this, right? Learning from South Africa, studying right now, staying right now in the Netherlands. Trading came from crypto. Yeah. We'll get into all of that. So Hoag, I want to turn the floor over to you. What do you think of Keegan here? We took a look at his reports, and I get the GPT stuff to go over too. So Hoag, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm just looking forward to getting to know Keegan a little bit here, and kind of take a look at his trade report and in his trading combine. Keegan, you obviously have some good things going on if you've got 4 XFAs that you're already in. So, looking forward to seeing if we can help you get into this next one. I know you've got some considerable space before you get finished with this current trading combine. It's taking a minute to load up here for me, but tell us about moving from crypto to futures. What was that experience like?
Yeah, so I mean, I was trading crypto. I think everybody got into crypto when crypto was booming just after COVID, and the money printer went on, and everybody was just throwing money at any asset. So I got into crypto, and I mean, I wouldn't say I was successful at it. I mean, I made some money and then lost everything that I made, and then lost some more, and then I haven't even checked if it was completely break even or if I came out on top. But eventually cryptocurrency, I mean, it got quite slow, and then I started hearing a lot of people talking about futures, trading the futures markets, and I didn't really understand it, at the time. I was actually from word of mouth heard that Topstep had a trading. Well, you guys have your trading platform, but you had a practice account that you could create an account and trade on a practice account with Topstep. So I did that and started trading, and noticed that you could, from that you could get like 10 potential trades a day or 20 potential trades a day. And I mean, if you're really scalping, some people do 100 trades in a day. So that's how I got into trading futures, and that's how it all started for me.
Well,
that's good. I think a lot of us started. We all started there, and I think a lot of us did. So that was my switch to crypto in 2017, a little bit before COVID, but yeah, same thing.
Yeah. Because sometimes you'll wait for, if you're trading cryptocurrency, you could wait a day or a week or something for a good setup, and that's just not sustainable. You can't do that.
Well, I see.
So what was your biggest challenge coming across? Go ahead. No, Hoag, please finish.
No, it's all right. That's all right, Robert. Go ahead. I'll no sweat.
Let's see what the biggest difference was going from crypto to futures.
I think just understanding futures, contract rollovers, that was like a foreign thing for me, and understanding that it's an index, a basket of stocks, well, okay, what I trade NASDAQ and the ES, that's what I try and focus on. I try not to trade too many assets, otherwise it gets difficult to focus on everything all at once. And then, understanding that, okay, you got to watch certain stocks to get into the market, or sorry, not to get into the market, but to understand what's moving it, what isn't moving it, why is it moving the way it is? It's not like you trading one specific asset, or like if you were trading Nvidia or something like that. That I would say was the big thing for me.
Well, some days,
and also to note that
you are basically trading Nvidia.
Right.
Yeah, at the moment with Nasdaq. So I just wanna quickly say here, I am looking. I trade volume profiles. So I look at with the Nasdaq and with ES. We're coming close to the value area low for the session. So I'd like to take a position from here.
Sure.
And with Nasdaq, well, if we get a little bit closer down, I like with Nasdaq, you normally get like liquidity sweeps of the lows. So potentially a sweep of 20,162, to take a 5 micro position with about a 15-point stop loss, and try and aim for a value rotation, a value rotation trade. That's my idea and what I'm kind of looking for at the moment.
Right.
So if we are talking and we get what I'm looking for, then I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to tell you, that's what I'm looking for.
No, that's what we're here for.
Oh, you should.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, because we're getting now a rotation now to the value area low on ES. We're getting closer to that area, and Nasdaq is now pushing lower. If the ES, if we can tap daily open / a value area low for this session, I think it could be a good entry. For a 5 micro position.
I think I see what you're seeing here. Because there's very low volume down there below that value area low, isn't there?
Yes, exactly that. Yeah, I would like a liquidity sweep for Nasdaq, but I don't know if we'll get it. We'll see now.
And John, to add to your comment there about the low volume on below that 162 in the Nasdaq, if we break through it and it starts to fall quickly, we know from experience and from historical purposes that when you have low volume areas, sometimes the market will pass quickly through those areas. So Keegan, this is I get this question for you to say, hey, if we come off of that 162 and it breaks down and starts building up volume, would you flip and turn it to a short at that point? Try to get through that low volume area, or would you just get stopped out and wait for another trade or something else?
I would say a stop out and wait for another trade would probably be the better trade, because it is the low of the you're shorting around the low of the session, which I try not to do. I mean, sure, you could get follow through, but I try not to do that. I think let's take this one here.
Okay, the S&P is pretty much near the low of the session right now. You're in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we get a 15.
Yep.
Nice.
There you go. That looks like Topstep.
That was my plan. that was my plan. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. That's okay. It's we are pushing down hard here on ES, and I mean the volume is coming in. So I mean there is a good chance of getting stopped out, I think. But I've got a plan. I'd like to try and stick to the plan. If it takes me out, then it takes me out.
Absolutely.
No, Keegan.
Solid.
You have your stop placed. Why? Why at that level?
I'm just giving it a 15-point stop. I think if we do, the trade is based on a liquidity sweep. So if we do end up going further down, then it's not a liquidity sweep anymore. Then I feel like it's okay. We're going down to make new lows. If we had to bounce from there, that would have been the nice liquidity sweep. But I didn't want to take any more risk on that, potentially that we're actually going to break down and take out the lows of the session.
Understood. So we started getting into that low volume area. That was enough.
Yes, exactly.
To say, all right, this is no longer.
I saw the volume coming in on ES there. You can see the volume's quite high actually, and but I mean that was my plan, the setup that I was looking for. So I wanted to try and stick to the plan,
Yeah, that's exactly right. You had it. You said what you're going to do. You did the action, and you let it play out, and you just took a small loss at all. But that was something that you knew you were going to get into the trade. You planned that, placed that ahead of time, told us about it, and managed your risk. You said, I'm going to put this 15 points away with five long MNQ. And it looks like the liquidity receipt just came down a little further than we anticipated, right? When it hit down to 136.
Exactly
136.
that.
Yeah. Okay, what would you look for next?
Here, I'd say from here it would be a good idea to let the market do its thing for a bit, because we are getting quite high volume coming in on ES, to the downside. So, and in terms of we can take a look at the order flow, and there is a lot of selling. So I mean, from here, we are the ES is reclaiming the initial balance low. If you get a 5-minute close above the initial balance low, it could be another long opportunity if we are to still rotate to the upside. I don't know if Powell talking, if he's saying anything negative about the market that could cause it to push further down. But my trading rules and so on, I can't really short the lows where we are now. I've just been caught out more often than not, getting smacked by the market trying to short the lows where we are,
Yeah, especially in the equities, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So if it rolls from here, it's
a little bit iffy right now, because we just had Powell speaking. I'm not sure if he's still speaking, but anything he says is likely to affect the market. We're getting pretty close
Just a few comments
to overnight low here in the S&Ps. Few comments.
Yeah, not much right now. I'm posting in chat. If I see anything hot, I'll let you know.
Awesome. Thank you. Is that you, Keegan, trading?
I don't think so. No, I don't have any positions on. I don't know who that is.
I don't have anything either. Nope.
Me.
So we're following you.
Sure
yeah. So Keegan, your process. What are you looking for? Yeah, Keegan, for your process, what are you looking for next? Now we get into this trade. We had a quick little stop out. It's still dropping off. I marked off the low day down here by it's 20,118. Would you be doing the same thing? We want to follow you. We want to find out what your thoughts and process are. We'll give our thoughts on it as well.
Well, the next level to look for would be the overnight low sweep, which would be 20,119.50. That's where I've got the overnight low marked out. But with the volume coming in, I don't know if this is quite a liquidity sweep anymore. I'm thinking that the market might be breaking down. ES specifically. I'm not sure what are your guys' thoughts, because at the moment ES is taking out the overnight low, and we're coming close to. The next level for me on the ES would be the 57.70, which I've marked out as previous week value area low. Then we've pretty much done a full weekly value area rotation, from previous week value area high down to previous week value area low. So for me, the target, if we are breaking down, is 57.70, and then that could be the next potential opportunity for a long trade.
And here
we're going
to
stay with it.
Okay, so there we go. Would you be going short right here? Would you be flipping the sides and going short and taking along, going along with this sell off here?
I think it's
kind of late for it right now.
Yeah, I think it's too late now. I suppose we could have on the consolidation, but yeah, it's just shorting the lows. We've got another level here.
Yeah,
and what time frame chart are you on there, so I can map up with you?
I've got it on the 5 minute on ES. We got the Wednesday's low at 57.68, which ES just took out now. We are, it's trying to break down. I mean, this is like a full-on sell-off here. Yeah, this is a full-on sell-off here. I mean, it's not reclaiming.
When Powell speaks, we have those. Yeah, when Powell speaks, we have those things.
Yeah,
this almost This almost seems like a news event.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does seem like a news event.
All right, so we have keep an eye on it. Please yell out anything if you're ready to jump in. If you're ready to take something, please go in, throw it out there. We'll talk about it. Okay. So of this past pros, if you're $800 away, we take the $800. I just divided that out from your $60 a day, roughly net P&L. That comes out to 13 days. So if we say 15 days, that would be a 3-week trading time frame, 5 days a week, right? Is that something that you look for? Is that normal and natural for you? Something that you look
No.
towards?
I used to. No, sorry. So I used to trade a little bit more aggressive before. I used to trade with minis, and I passed a few accounts, and with the Topstep X, this last account, I've just been. I think I've blown it up like 5 times in a row. It was just like over leveraging and then hitting daily loss limit and so on, trying to pass it too quickly. So I kind of just wanted to scale back a bit, and just try and follow the process and trade it a bit slower, so that I can just get this one past and stop blowing it up. And I had some struggles with tilt. I'd get on tilt and then blow the account and stuff like that. So it's trying to just focus on the process and not over leveraging and getting frustrated and then just throwing contracts and then ending up blowing the account. So that's why I've been quite cautious taking it, or been taking very long to pass this account, because the previous accounts, I don't know if you've got the trade reports or whatever, but the previous accounts I passed a lot faster. But anyways, the goal is to make more. I've been trying to actually copy trade two XFAs, and then the goal is to try and do $250 a day per XFA, and then copy trade the combine as well with that, and then just to stack small bricks every day type thing. And I've just been I've been struggling accepting the risk and staying in the trade. I'll have a plan and then enter the trade, and then I'll jump out too early. I'll take it off because I haven't, for myself, I haven't accepted the risk. You know what I mean? I told myself I accept the risk, but you get anxious and you want to get out of the trade and take your profit, take a quick profit, and then the market bounces 40 points afterwards. So so just trying to work on that. Follow the process.
I don't remember if we talked about this, but how long have you been trading in this, and particularly futures?
In futures, 12 months now.
Okay.
Roughly. I think I started my practice account with you guys. It was like June last year, and then I started a combine probably September. So where I've been trading combines is since September. So it's been about 12 months.
Well, it looks like you're doing very well. I mean, you're in XFAs. You're very patient. You're very reasonable with your expectations as far as profit targets are concerned. I think you're doing really well. Is part of your process and your goals, kind of being consistent, building the accounts, and then adding a little bit more risk, a little bit more size as you continue to build the account.
So Hoag, we've just taken the liquidity from now Wednesday's low on NASDAQ. So we are getting a reaction from here. I don't know if we're getting the first green candle from this, so I think
on a 5-minute chart you're looking at?
Previous week. Yeah, I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. We took out the liquidity and closed above. That's normally a good sign for me. And then if we do, but the market's still looking heavy. It's still looking heavy. The volume is still very high. I mean, the delta we're down negative 25,000 on ES. I mean, the selling is relentless on ES at the moment.
Yeah, this 5 minute these last two 5 minute bars in the ES are the highest volume of the day so far.
Yes, yeah, and with all this negative delta, I mean, you know, it just looks like we're getting a proper sell off here, and I don't want to catch a falling knife. You know, I don't know what do you guys think? What is your opinion?
I agree with that. If you're putting in there,
yeah.
Just wait and see what goes on. John, you're better at the delta there. And here's something interesting, and I'm going over to John too. That Keegan, you're looking at the ES, you're watching how things happen, but you're trading on the NQ. That is something that I don't want to say disagree. It's something I don't do and I can't follow. But John, you do that. We've had this conversation before. I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear the idea behind that, please.
So, are you asking John or are you asking me?
I would like to ask Keegan. I would like to ask Keegan, and I'll have John comment because you both do the same thing. I'm the odd man out on this one, so we'll go to Keegan and say, look at the ES, but then trading NQ. Talk me through that one while waiting for the trade. If you do see something, please jump on that, and we'll go along with you.
Okay. So in my opinion, ES just respects levels way better than the Nasdaq. You know, Nasdaq looks for liquidity. You know, and the Nasdaq can just fly through a level like it's nothing. You know, and whereas the ES respects technical analysis. You know, if you've got a really good strong level, the ES you'll generally get a reaction from. And for me, then I find that the Nasdaq will reverse when the ES decides that it's had enough. You know, that's just from my experience. Like John, I'm sure you can answer way better than I can. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of two schools of thought on that. I mean, if I'm trading the E-mini S and if I'm trading the ES, I'm really taking the market generated information from the ES, but I've always got kind of half an eye on watching what the Nasdaq is doing because they are related. They're stock index futures. And usually one, if there's a directional move, one is going to become the leader. Which one is the leader? Which one is the lagger? If the S&Ps are presenting as stronger than the Nasdaq, well, if I'm going to be looking for longs, it would probably be in the S&Ps. If I'm looking for shorts, it would probably be in the Nasdaq. It's just a kind of a dance between the two of them, and so a lot of times it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and sometimes it does. Just like everything else, nothing seems to work every time, and nothing works never.
Yes,
I certainly don't want to catch a falling knife here. I'd be looking for some sort of a reversal pattern in a short time frame chart before I start looking for longs.
I do like the fact that the selling is, if you look at the delta, the selling is stopping.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's no. There's and now buyers are stepping in now as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so Keegan, would you now use those areas that we marked off? We marked off the 2162 and then the 2118. We marked those both off as potential areas to take the longs at because they were the bottom levels, right? Will you now look at those same levels as potential resistance and short when it comes back up there?
If we get back up there with weak buying, then I would say you could look for a short there. So if buyers are not stepping in, if we're not getting heavy positive delta coming in, then I would say it's definitely worth taking a short area. I would say then the initial balance low would be good resistance, and that would be a good. We got a new 5-minute candle opening here. And then sellers are stepping in immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So let's give it a bit of time there.
How are you seeing delta?
I'm looking at it on. I use Atlas to view delta.
Okay. Another platform then. Got it.
Yeah, on a different platform. Yeah, with I use Interactive Brokers as the data feed. That's how I view it.
And what are you seeing now?
The first 1 minute candle, sellers stepping in. Yeah, sellers stepping in. because this would be where sellers would be defending. We are coming into previous week value area low now on ES. Or we were coming into previous week value area low. If sellers want to keep the market down, this is where they need to step in, you know.
Awesome. You're speaking my language, Keenan. Keegan.
There you go. Yeah, I knew you'd get that one, John.
I do.
Are you going to jump in a short on this, Keegan? Are you going to go short with it?
I don't think that, you know, on that first 1 minute, we didn't get massive, you know, there were sellers that stepped in, but it wasn't massive selling delta, you know. So I would like to see a little bit of price action developing here and see what sellers are doing when we come towards the lows. This to me could, you know, if we are to bounce, this would be a good retest long. But the selling volume was heavy. It was really, really high. So let's see.
Yeah, especially in the S&Ps. I mean, those 3 down bars were really the highest volume of the day.
What is our risk? So if we go in with 5 micros for long, and you put the stop below, we're looking at a risk of $200 then.
And that's with micros, right?
Yeah, that's with micros, 5 micros. See, my problem is I feel like the market wants to go lower. You know, I do think that this is a good long, but I feel like the market wants to go lower. You know, I don't know. One question I actually would love to ask you, Hoag, is this rollover futures gap that we have. You know, to me, that's a target. You know, like for repair. Obviously, we got a lot of repair to the upside, and we got a lot of repair to the downside. You know, so this is the first significant pullback that we're getting since the rollover. Basically, this is the first significant pullback, and we've got a whole lot of higher low, higher low, higher low on the 30-minute chart on the ES. You know, if sellers really step in here, you know, we to me, the target would be to repair the futures gap at some point. And here comes the buyers.
There they come.
Yeah, here comes the buyers. Because I was looking here at the long. Oh, man. Anyway.
I'm a fan of that volume profile also, and I have two on the chart. I want to make sure I'm looking at the session volume profile, so what's going on, but then also you can pick spots along that path that we can add a second volume profile onto, and that just draws. That's a fixed range one. We can just draw it on the chart and give us hopefully it will give us a better view, a more granular view, as we see right now. Oh, good. Thank you for switching over to the charts here momentarily. Right-hand side, we have the session volume profile, where we can see that right where it fell out of bed here, 20,180. We took that initial first long 15 got stopped out because it's a low volume area that I will draw. There's a low volume area through there. So that's if you remember back, that was my question. What do we do if we're bouncing here and we get stopped out? Do we speculate it may go through that long that low volume area very quickly? That's exactly what happened. It just fell right out of bed. Not only fell out of bed, went past the weekly low as well, which was 20,118. So what I do is I drew a second volume profile at the beginning of that drop off until the current state that we're at right now. And I just clicked the wrong button. Here we go. Back to the chart. And make that expanded again. Come on, Robert. Here we go. We have our second volume profile, the drawing one, starting right at that about 20,200, right before that sell-off that you got into on that short. I want to see what's happening on the way back up again. It looks pretty level, except for a small piece between about 120 and 135 as a potential quick movement through, because that's what it came down through. There were not a lot of orders or trades pending there last time. We can take a look at the DOM also. We can watch the tape. So Keegan, let's take your thoughts on that as well, since you're also trading these volume profiles and looking at Delta. What are your thoughts on breaking up over the 120 and taking it quickly into 135?
He's going now already, because there wasn't a lot of value.
Back to the IB low now.
Yeah, back to the IB low. Because if you look at the volume profile, where we spent time down below, where we didn't really build a lot of value down there, there wasn't a huge amount of value that was built down there. So that's why it did look good for the long. I just didn't like all of the massive negative delta that came in, and it was a lot.
I probably should have talked fast and we could have gotten that trade. It popped right up to it.
Yeah,
broke that 122.
Because I did like that.
I was trying to get it out quicker without. I talked. Yeah.
Yeah, I did like that retest. That retest of 20,080. That was nice. That was pretty decent. But yeah, there was a huge amount of selling delta.
All right, so let's talk about the next level going back up to. We talked about 162 being the first level of resistance. It blew through that. Talking about 118 being the second level. It dumped through that very quickly. And then we have coming back up resistance of the 118. Went right through that. We just called that to 135. And we actually reached 141. But now we can talk about 162 again. These are the levels from before. If they don't make sense to you anymore right now, let's go through it. Let's talk about it. See if we can get into a trade. Do we want to go for a short off of 162, or do we think we have too much power going through? My guess is it's going to come back up around 180.
Yeah, it looks like it to me because that would be like a nice support resistance flip at 170-ish, 170-ish, and then VWAP already is at 188. So there is a lot of, like you were saying, there is a lot of power coming back in, or a lot of speed from this move. You're kind of like trying to jump into the train on a short. You kind of, I kind of think that you should, if we do see the market slowing down, you can kind of attempt a short again.
All right, so you're talking around 162, that previous resistance level.
Well, I would say 170, between 162 and 170. But this is looking like it's just a stop run now, gather some liquidity and send it higher now,
Yeah. So it's 170, that's good, but then there's a really strong peak coming out. Point of control being 180 through the session, but through a midday session, point of control being 180. But I agree with you. There's also 170 to 175. We're not going to talk specific to the tick here, especially on NQ, but I would take that zone area as a potential short. And if not, and if it pushes through, we'll see what happens at that point in time. But I'm with that. I'm with you on it.
It is interesting to see how ES has recovered a lot stronger than what the NQ did. Well, NQ still pushed up very hard, but the ES, because all the selling delta was coming in on the ES,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We've given up about 4,000 of that delta that has poured in all day. We gave up about 4,000 on that pullback off that low. We also traded above the initial balance earlier, so now we've traded below the initial balance. The probability is that it remains range bound.
Yeah,
been looking,
and a lot of and there's a lot of selling delta that came back, that went down with the move, and I would say that the buying delta was not quite as strong as the selling delta, so there could be some traders still at the bottom, shorts that are towards the lows. That's one thing that concerns me about trying to short it again.
I'd like to see it hold the IB low in the S&Ps and certainly in the NASDAQ if we're going to rotate back to the upside.
Yeah.
IB low in the S&Ps is 78.5. IB low in the NASDAQ, 20,127.
I think the IB low, if we had to get a retest of the initial balance low on the NASDAQ, that could be a good long opportunity and potentially get a rotation back up into VWAP.
And these, just looking at the moving averages on the 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ and VWAP and everything was so flat, and it's all very, very concentrated. Take a look at this. So let me get this out of here. So, all right. So, here's regular trading hour session. Well, the yellow lines, extended hours from last night. The pink line is regular trading hour VWAP. We have the 50, the 100, and the 200 session moving averages all very tightly packed here on this 5-minute chart. Even on the 30-minute chart, they're really kind of close and tightly packed, and that just kind of screams range bound to me. There's no real direction, at least in those moving averages just yet. That can, of course, change, but even on the 30-minute chart, you've got the VWAPs here. You've got the 50, the 100, the 200, and the 100 session moving average all right in the neighborhood. So that just kind of screams range bound to me. We kind of thinking about when we were putting in those lows against this low, and the NASDAQ against this low. I was thinking, maybe. Pardon?
What's that level? That low that you just pointed? I couldn't see it.
It is 20,064.
Cool.
Because we've got nothing but really access down below that. This anchored VWAP shouldn't be in that spot. It moves around a little bit sometimes. So.
Right down at 20,064, then retrace back up again. Keegan, you going to take a short off this 162?
We did get some massive seller step in there, but we had 1,060 seller step in there. Let's see.
No pressure.
But I was actually kind of thinking a back test long, to be honest. I don't know.
IB low.
Yeah, if we do get down to IB low, potentially a back test long. Look, this is a cheap trade. If you had to take it here with the stop loss above, but the way it's like screaming up. Let's take a pre-mark for a short there. And then potentially we can try and target the IB low, and then try and rotate into a long from there, So typically if I do take a loser, I try and size down in my position sizing. So I went from 5 micros down to 3, so that I don't, go on a massive losing spree. I don't know if you guys do something similar or not, but yeah, I try and, if I do take my first loss, I try and size down, and then get back. If I take the next one as a win, then I'll go back to my original sizing.
The regular size. Oh, good.
Yeah,
I like that plan.
Yeah.
So you are short.
Yeah.
What's your price?
152, because we did have the back test there. We did get big sellers coming in, but I think it was sellers trying to defend this level again. I do kind of feel like we're going to get run through, but we did get 1,000 contract order that came through on the tape there. I don't know if you guys saw it. We had 1,060 contract sellers come in on the tape there. But it's obviously with this whole move down, we had big selling imbalances that came in. So we are back testing. We have selling imbalances from 57.83.50. So we are back testing those selling imbalances. So that's where sellers stepped in. So if they are going to defend this level, it's got to be here. If sellers are going to keep price down, it's got to be from here.
You still have a 15-point stop on this one with 5 contracts, MNQ?
Well, I put my stop just above the high. I suppose we can give it we should actually give it a little bit more space.
I was going to say, it looked like there was it needed to give a little bit more room up there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I do need to give it some more space. But I do feel like buyers,
the level.
Yeah. I do think that buyers are trying to, or are taking over control here, and we could get a much bigger move. That's why I preferred a back test long, but to try and long up where we are now, it's very, very difficult to try and get an entry there.
Well, our tip of the week is to adapt. So that looks like a pretty good adaptation right there.
Yeah.
John, you see anything new coming in on Delta?
We're losing a lot of Delta in the S&Ps. Keegan, my Delta and your Delta are a little bit off, but I mean, we were on my Delta, we were down around negative 20,000. Now we're down around 13,000. So we are seeing some relatively aggressive buying coming in, which, probably shorter time frame. And a lot of those were probably stuck short in the hole.
Yeah. That's why I say I think the longs are definitely taking control here. It does. ES looks like they want to go straight back up to value area high. It's pushed through VWAP now, but let's see. It was definitely a valid trade idea. This, I like the trade idea, and the risk to reward is there. So you don't always know if it's going to play out, but you want to take a cheap trade, as you guys like to say it. I like that saying, a cheap trade.
Good. That's what we like. Cheap
we do
trades.
have choices. We do have we do have choices between these two rotations. We have the session point of control. Let me mouse over this round 176, and I plotted a new fixed profile from the start of this sell-off. This time was around just about 1 p.m. Central Time until the current time, and that point of control is at around 150. So we have some room. We have between 150 and 175, and those are the 2 point of controls within our time frame right here. We only got a couple minutes left on this session. Now, have you done any of that trading as well? And this is all adaptation, Keegan. Like I'm saying, okay, we have a resistance level at whatever level this is, but can we do something if it breaks through, does a liquidity sweep up or down, and use other things to our advantage to help us in with the trade? So in other words, I would equate this to saying that, man, this 15-minute chart looks terrible, but the 5-minute looks great. Well, the ES doesn't look that good, but NQ looks great. So we have a certain set. We're going to take a short off of resistance or a long off support, but it doesn't look great. So can we adapt somehow, put something else on the chart, or just simply sit back and wait until your setup comes? I'd like to hear from your perspective.
I think from here, like what Hoag said, is a lot of the delta is getting unwound, but there isn't massive buys here at the highs. It does seem like it's shorts closing. Shorts that came in on on the move down, but you need buyers to at the highs to rotate it to value area high again. So if buyers do come in, then I would say then just sit back and maybe wait a little bit, and let price action unfold, and then maybe see if we start developing a range again or something. Because at the moment, Hoag talks about a failed auction a lot. I mean, this is a failed auction of they tried to get into previous balance, and it got completely rejected. We're back within current day's balance. We try, the sellers tried to push it into previous balance, and it got rejected. So I do think that going the short side is a little bit dangerous, but we aren't getting buyers at the highs here. We're not getting buyers at the highs here. So we're in a position, I think. I'd like to go for the initial balance low. That to me, and then potentially, if depending on what the reaction looks like when we get there, is to potentially take a short from a long from there, and then potentially we rotate, back up to value area high. That's what I'd like to see, But when you get a move like this, a massive extension out of a range, and it fails, you generally don't get any pit stops along the way. It just keeps going.
Okay, for the short side, I'll put my 2 cents in here. We have with a big drop off, we first came on air until present time. We have a point of control hanging around 150. Okay, that is for that time frame. That said, there's the third or fourth highest volume node for the entire session is that same level. So my suggestion is if you start hovering around 150, be careful because it may just get absorbed and then push higher. That's your liquidity comes down, fills, and comes back up again. But if it doesn't, and we end up breaking down under 130, we do have a ways to go back down to 100. So that's my gut feeling right there, and that's what I'm looking at. For my two thoughts on this. John, are you seeing something more on the Delta side? Are you in an agreement with this? And I'm not looking at ES. I'm only looking at NQ, the session profile, and the current profile from about an hour ago. We break down under that. I think we go for a loop, but we should be careful so we don't get filled and get pushed back up again if we're short. That price again would be 150, 20,150.
Right, 150, and that's relatively close to where we are. I mean, this was a pretty good sweep to the downside, right? This rejection back inside the IB just, I'm very cautious looking for shorts in that regard. If we do get that move back down to the IB low, Robert, you're talking about 130s being kind of a go no go level. Well, that's basically the initial balance low. It's 127. So if we do get that opportunity down there and we can't hold the IB low, I say stay short. But if we can't, maintain any price below that IB low, 127, then I would say cover the shorts. Maybe look for an opportunity for a long, but this was a kind of a weird move to the downside. I think Keegan may be right. I mean, a lot of the buyers that are holding it up here, maybe the ones that are still stuck short in the hole, not seeing a big change in delta. I mean, I'm seeing negative 3,800. We're still holding around 13,000 negative in the S&Ps. So the aggressive buying and selling is pretty much over, at least for now. We've got about an hour left in the session, and that could certainly change. But Keegan, you're in a good position here. So I know you were talking about looking for IB low to exit. I would certainly lighten up if that were the case.
So you think actually, I mean, if we had to come down, this is 20,100 is like a SR flip level over here, and then maybe try and get off, at least one or two contracts off IB low. There was sellers stepping in here on NASDAQ, a little bit of sellers, but not a lot, on this move down. Overall, the delta is still very negative, which I don't like. We've moved up with very little buying, which generally can, if the sellers haven't all gotten out, it still can have fuel to the upside. That is what concerns me at the moment. But let's see, we got the stop in. ES is a very similar.
Goes out in that direction for you.
Say again, sorry.
Looking for any iceberging.
That's exactly what we're talking about. I hope it goes further in your direction. But what happened? We talked about it earlier. Around 150, it hit that point of control, which was a high volume node on the entire session profile. But it's the point of control over the last hourly since we had that big dump. It went right down, right back up again. Even though we went from the high of this, I'm talking this last hour when we first jumped on, we had that knife drop, the full knife, right? Went from 213 down to 57 and lickety split, and then it recovered most of that. Well, even though it did that big V, depending on what time frame you're looking at, I have a 500 tick chart up, but it still looks like a V. The difference is we had a high volume area build up at 150. So just what I said before, if we end up breaking down, we got to watch 150. If it starts hovering and starts showing reversal, we got to pull it out because that is a high volume area of the full session profile, but is also the point of control of the last hour with that big dump. And here we are again, right back up.
So would you have moved the stop loss to entry there, Robert, just to protect the trade?
No, I would have taken the trade. Yeah, that's what I was talking about before. That's what I meant. Maybe we didn't go through and say, hey, if we get down to 150 and it starts hovering around and not going anywhere, we should pull it, take our profit, and wait for the next trade. Because if we broke through that 150 and we kept going down, I would want to see it break 130 and bring it down to 115. Those would be the three parts we're talking about. So it's okay. We just happen to miss that. Did you get stop? Yeah, you hit your stop out on there as well. So now my thoughts on this are: if we break over 180, we have a little bit of consolidation to around 200, and then it's off to the races to about 260. That's my thought.
Yeah. That's what I'm also seeing. Yeah, because we are accepting into the current value area for today. You know, we're back within value area low for today.
Yep, correct. Well, Keegan, hey, listen, please keep us updated. The segment is over. These things go by so fast when you're on here like this. Keep us informed on this. We will take a look. And I didn't have a chance to show you. I took your stats and I stuck them into this little Chat GPT. It's not even called Chat GPT anymore. GPT 4.0, the paid version. I put all your stats into it. I'm going to send the report over to you. I will email it to you after we're done with the segment. Take a look at it. It does some good stuff. I'll also send you the link for the little tutor that I built that will help out. We can just dump our stats there. It will give us some. It looks at all the Topstep rules and regulations and processes and compare some things. I'm going to send that over to you, and I'll show the link out to the little chatbot that I made. They're called the little mentor, the Topstep's GPT mentor. I'll send that over to you, and maybe next time we're on, we'll pull it up. I'll take a look at it. But right now, John, you have 30 seconds. Any last words for Keegan? We can close up this segment.
Well, Keegan, it's been very nice to meet you, and make sure that you let us know when you're getting close. We want to get you back on and see you finish this, complete this trading combine on screen. And best of luck to you. And we're behind you 100%. So stay in touch. Let us know when the next time you want to come back on is.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be cool. No, this was fun. I really enjoyed it. Thank you guys so much. And it was so cool meeting you guys. I really was super excited to meet you guys.
It's thank you very
Likewise.
much. It's our pleasure. Okay, we're gonna wrap this up. We have a couple minutes left, folks. Stick around. We have Power Hour. I was gonna say Power Players. We have Power Play right in front of us too. Power Hour. Dobie's off today. Andre's off today. So we have Jack. Jack is gonna be heading up that segment. Hoag sticking around for one more hour of Hoag close up day. And guess who we have back? Muhammad A. One of the fan favorites. Stick around. We will be right back with Power Hour.
Hello, people of planet Earth. Welcome to Power Hour. I'm Jack, joined by John Hoagland. And of course, Muhammad is here, the NQCL trader extraordinaire here at Topstep. How you doing today, Muhammad?
Great, great. How are you? Assalamu alaikum and shalom. Hi.
All good. Hoag, how about yourself?
I'm doing good, man. I'm hanging tough.
Right on. So we're hanging tough. We got rebalancing. It's the last day of the quarter. Is anybody in any active positions right now?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, for me, I should look out my account. Actually, I have already reached the target. So, looking my account, and I will do the practice account with you. So far today, if we want to recap what has been done since this morning, every day, this is the start of the day over here. So every day when you see the start breaking the previous high, making some traps in the morning, and then making another trap, and then stays in between. So my rule here, if the market is below the low, the original low that is broken, so just look for a sell. Don't cry to me buying the market. This is the rule.
Oh,
yeah. Otherwise, in this area, you can buy or sell. It's both applicable. So we are now currently at the low of the original range. So I'm looking to sell the market if we see a sweet, nice red candle over here. Buyers has a little bit of control, staying above this Bollinger Band, but this is typical of buying trap. You can see even this candle has gotten a little bit above this. It's like it wants to break out, and they refuse to do the breakout. They failed actually to do the breakout, and now they are testing again the same level. So this is looking to go to the low of the extension of the range. And you can see here, you put the range here, the upper range here, we can see clearly that they're respecting the extension. And this is a quick rally, failed to stay there. So expecting to visit the low one more time.
So that low level that you're looking at there, Mohammed, is that Friday's session low?
No.
Overnight low.
Yeah, you mean this low, 20,
yes.
54?
Yes.
A little bit lower. So my range is basically on the today's range. And usually what I try to do, even if the low is here, as you said, 20,100 is almost 75. Usually I try to find an area of interest around this low. It's not always same low. So find there's a lot of test over there. So it is an area actually rather than a line. However,
everything is an
this
area.
Line here, we can see the respect here. Usually the respect is thinner area. It's almost, it should respect. We should see some respect to this level.
Oh, that's a fib level down there?
No, it's just the extension of the original range. So when I decided this is my range, the most tests of this range, high, low, this is 2000 tick chart. And this is also the low. You just take, the extension. So usually it's a Fibonacci extension. The 200 of the same. You can just draw a rectangle here and duplicate it over there. It's the same.
Got it.
So we see a nice low here. just simple. Trying to make it very simple over here. And this is a typical range day where the sellers took the market below the low. So here, seller has business to do. They're looking to get some target. Buyers, they just want, to play around. It's a waste of time to buy. This is how I say it. Sometimes you stay short, the market goes to your direction quickly, but not surely. They reverse immediately. But when you kind of see the buyers, they go grinding, then dump, grinding, then dump. So you would like to be with the stronger side of the market, which is the sellers, as you can see. It will be much more comfortable to stay in a trade than staying in a quick move long. So typically, if you are taking your time, taking a decision, you will find yourself in a short rather than in a long. To be a buyer, you have to be very quick.
Like
in and out.
Quick in, quick out.
Exactly. So if you are a buyer, exactly. But if you are a seller, it's better to be patient. So patients are paying sellers today, not the buyers. So here we have another test now. If we can see, another sell-off over here, we can have a cheap sell in this area. Go ahead, Jack.
Okay, looks like after the Powell talk commotion, we sold off in the ES pretty much exactly to just a few points of within 5,700 in the SPX. That's a place that I'd be watching if we get a dump here, which is right around the lows you see in the current futures contract. It is the last day of the quarter. Some business to transact. Could be choppy, folks, so stay careful here. I'm kind of with Mohammed of maybe looking for a sell here at some point, Hoag. I don't know. What about you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm good with that, but I'm still inside the initial balance. So, and we did trade both sides of the IB and the S&Ps. So that is a much more of a tendency to remain range bound in that. But it is the last day of the month, last day of the quarter. And of course, anything can happen. But both the S&P and the Nasdaq are still holding inside the initial balance after a pretty stiff rejection of that push to the downside, which was very easy and high volume. So, I do like shorts, but I got to get better trade location than this.
Yep. Even for a buy, as you said, below this level, I don't think that buying is on my table, at least. However, above this level, we can see the market rally up to at least 20,255. So it could be the breakout of these last swing will fire up some buyers. And maybe if you want to front run it, if you can take this small trend, if we have a breakout over here, you can see the breakout will be almost above that level. So you can front run this move buying above the low level, which is 20,152. So, but buyers looking, so it looks very heavy. Yes, we have a rejection, I agree, at the low, at this low. However, it's just building more stops to run
below that level.
Yeah.
I'm in the check column for the shorts. Meanwhile, Andre's not here, so I'll explain what hashtag Power Hour is. Send us your memes, your best bits, your accomplishments, your saucy opinions. Tag it on X or Twitter with hashtag, not fast markets, hashtag Power Hour, and we'll show them at the end if they are somewhat appropriate and, well, basically if we like them. If we like them, we'll show them. So go ahead and do that, and we'll get them up there.
So what I would like to see, a run higher, then strong red candle that will fire a short for me.
A short?
Yeah. If not,
all right,
I will consider buying for a pullback.
All right.
Above 20,152.
Well, we're behind you 100%, Mohammed. When you see that, you let us know to act.
All right. And usually when I'm, if the market is this range bound, my favorite time frame, my entry time frame is 1,000 tick chart.
Mm-hmm.
However, if it is a range bound day like today, usually go up to 2,000 tick chart. So I don't get trapped with small moves within the range. We have a nice close. Let's see if we have a follow through, and then we will determine our stop loss. Our risk now is unknown. It is below. It's obvious here. Any buyers will put his stop loss here, so don't be with them.
No.
Don't make your stop loss your money on the table for them. So it will be easy taken. For the sellers, if they come with a short, strong red candle, so definitely they are looking for the stops here. This is what I'm hunting actually right now.
Got it.
If the setups, yeah, if we see the setup.
All right, we'll keep looking at that. Reminder, MOC has the possibility today to be a huge one, given it's the last day of the quarter. So Eddie will be ready to give us that info at 2:50 Central Time. In the meantime, hope you're all doing well. Andre will be back tomorrow, so don't fret. Nothing's happened to him that I know of.
Okay. Getting ready. Show me red candle, sellers, if you are interested. So it's usually this my way is.
Did he freeze?
That or he's holding exceptionally still.
Yes.
Looks like he froze.
Very focused. Very focused.
If we can get him back in here.
Oh, here comes his red candle.
Well, do you have an inkling here, Hoag, or are you waiting?
I'm waiting. I don't like shorting inside the initial balance.
I think it's kind of a special day today. This borders on voodoo a little bit, but I think what we've been mentioning all day about it being the strongest first 9 months of the year since 1997. When you think about where the rebalancing flows might come, or more importantly, where people expect them to come, I would think it would be selling stocks. And Lord knows we haven't seen a ton of selling of the indices lately.
No.
Near all-time highs.
Is that why you would kind of assume that there would be some sell rebalancing coming in here?
I think it's going to be choppy in general, but that's why I'm more looking for the chance to sell it. I just don't know going into the MOC today is going to be like a total crapshoot. I feel like it's almost like holding through a number or something like that.
That big, huh? Wow.
It could be. Once I hype it up, it could be nothing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the one thing on my my charts. Just the fact, I mean, when you look at this 5-minute chart, look at this. You got the 100, the 50, the 100, the 200, and two VWAPs, one anchored on the open today and one from last night's open, all within about 5 points of each other. There's no direction in this market right now. So it makes it very difficult to try and find any kind of a decision to make.
I'm back.
I mean, well, hey, what's up?
There he
Bob?
is.
I was talking to myself for.
Sorry about that. We got you back here, though.
Yeah, it happened. Anyway, we haven't missed anything.
You see this? We'll go on your 2000 tick chart here.
Let's see. This close is very important.
Here's your red candle.
Yeah, it got to be very strong. Otherwise, a weak red candle, it will entice buyers to jump on this, looking for the stops up there. So it got to be a strong red candle. And I'm concerned about this broken trend line. So this is a test, and we might be. So be ready for a buy or a sell, Hoag. This is
We're
not
ready.
A strong one. Yeah, this is not a strong red candle. I'm not taking this.
Yeah. I like how he says, "Be ready for a buy or a sell."
Yeah. So a strong grid, a strong green candle. So we will buy with the stop loss below the green candle if it is green. Hopefully above 152. Yeah, please talk. I thought that I'm alone again.
No.
Okay,
oh, no, we're watching.
When I look to
we're hanging
to
on
Jack,
your every word.
Jack, he's like frozen. You know, he's just
I do that.
Moving. You know,
Howard, I do that when I'm looking at. You can tell exactly when I'm looking at a ladder. I get zoned in, like time slows down, especially these NASDAQ ladders.
I can't even look at it.
It's manageable now.
Okay. Wait.
I'm going to freeze
it.
It
Is telling me is to wait.
Not a ton of action in the Mag 7.
Yeah.
Mixed bag. Apple's leader up 1.5 or a percentage point and a half. Amazon down 1.3%. Nvidia down 1%. Not a ton there.
Okay. I'm leaning to the buy now. Seeing this candle is, sitting up.
Turning green.
Turning green. So, preparing the buy order.
So where would if we are to do a buy, the stop is around what, 136?
136 is enough, yeah. 134. Make it 134 something.
134?
Yeah. So
all right. Scoping out a long here.
Time is it now? Yeah, we have time. Nothing yet. So it will be stop buy order above this candle. It's not bad. Yeah. So stop buy order at 2156. 56.
Stop buy 156.
So when you see a trigger of this green candle, it's not so strong. However, it's, you know, a bin bar that tested the broken downtrend line. They do the test. Now we wait for the trigger here. So at least we will take the stops up there. No trigger yet. And you can count how many times that I saved myself because of that trigger. Because if buyers cannot broke the easiest resistance, this is the easiest resistant up there. How would you believe them going higher? So we're waiting either for a trigger or nothing.
All right, we got the order in. We don't want to jump in on any lying buyers.
Yeah.
All right, just over 20 minutes until MOC.
Unspoken stop loss, whatever, 130. 134 is more than enough.
134.
So it's around 20 handles, 23 handles, 22 handles.
All right.
It is long for sure. I hope it's that easy.
I hope it is too, Mo.
Yeah. One thing that I am sure about, you don't be sure in this market.
No.
Yes.
Okay, we are right about there. And let's see if these buyers are liars.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's getting a little squirrely here.
It's going. It's going. Okay. Stop
All right,
loss.
Hoag, we're in.
134.
Yes, we are. 34.
It's a front run. Looking for stop loss, because if you win, somebody gonna lose. So sellers stops are here. We are right if we took their money. We are wrong.
So we've got our stop. 134 is our stop, right, Mohammed? We are long.
Yeah, how many? 5?
5.
Okay, so it will be a good idea to take 3 up here.
3 up where?
179. 179.
179. All right. I like that. That's a good spot.
All right, the house count is long 5 times, as Andre would say. NQ. Got a poll in the chat about what the MOC will do today.
Mm.
And now we play the waiting game.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, buyers. Yep.
All right. Final hour of the day. House account before this, I believe, was up about $1,800 and flat.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's time to test in the NQ. What was the entry you got there, Hoag?
Yeah. 156 and a quarter. 156 and a quarter. They slipped us a quarter. Slipped us a tick.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
Even that, I am in a practice account in this trade.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're trading live here. We're behind you 100%, Mohammed.
See, this is the last hour of the month, not only the day.
Yeah. You believe it's October already?
Next contract is 25.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
March 25.
Here you go. We passed the 62. Go. Fire. We are in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
So far.
Come on, NVIDIA. Save us.
Pull up. Pull up.
We need to get Jensen out there signing some more chests. How's your day going, Hoag?
Okay. Monday.
Got a little push to the downside here.
Let's get those buyers back.
Yeah. It's just fine. It's building more stops up there.
Yeah. The chat thinks MOC is going to push equities higher today. 49%.
Well, hopefully several of those people are the heads of large banks and institutions. Yes. Otherwise, it's fun to guess these things.
Mm-hmm.
So far, I think we are fine. All the closes are above the 21 AMA.
Mm-hmm.
So sellers are unable to close below it. It's a range. It's an intra range.
Tilt is pretty quiet here. 56% long in both the S&P and NASDAQ. 54% crude oil. 52% gold.
S&Ps seem to be holding up a little bit better than the NASDAQ.
Yeah. We talked NVIDIA. It is pushing a little lower there. Ten-year yields are pushing a little higher, 3.8% versus sort of this cycle low of 3.6 or thereabout. So it's retreated.
Sellers are shy.
I like the adjectives you use, Mohammed. Sellers are shy. See if the buyers are liars.
Mm-hmm.
They're not liars. They don't want to play.
They just don't want to jump, right?
Yeah.
Buyers are sleepers.
Maybe waiting for MOC.
I'm expecting a big move at some point during this last 23 minutes or so.
Me too. However, remember, mark my word, we will end up at the same level by end of day. Current level. This is my, whenever you see the market is before MOC doing like this, MOC will take the market somewhere by the end of,
and then come back.
Yeah, or the other way around. Interesting.
Spot S&P 57.33.
Okay. Can we make a target 80? So we have better risk to reward.
180. We already got 3 on it. 179.5.
Make it 80.
2 ticks.
Or just, yeah. I would take it higher. However, we want to manage this before MOC. So we want to get rid of the risk.
$180 it is.
Not jinxing anything by talking about it, but you guys can see what the Nasdaq's doing right now.
Yeah, sellers are freaking out. Give me your money.
Is there a adjustment we can make to the order that remains unspoken?
Not yet.
Got it.
Come on.
We'll get it.
Just do it.
Richard Blake, yes. If it was the floor, you'd see the whites of their eyes.
Come on, sellers. Just get out of the way. You have
be shy.
You have the opportunity to lose less. Buyers are so generous with you. They give you a time. We give you some time to exit your position.
Buyers are usually nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think sellers are the more curmudgeonly bunch.
Yes.
Nothing worse than a perma bear.
Nothing. A lot of good adjectives here today.
They're just full of venom.
That's right.
And poor.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
We're coming for you.
We got to close out the best 9 months, the start of year since 1997 on a high note here.
The upside. There you go.
Can't have a roach in the last bite of this sandwich.
Oh.
There you go.
I got that from an old piano teacher. Oh, here we go.
More push. Yeah. Go ahead. Go. You can do it.
Oh.
Hey.
Okay. All right.
Now
still got 2 on.
Stop. Yeah, maybe you can now move the stop. I have done.
Did I buy more?
Did you?
Yeah, my order was to buy more, not to sell more. Anyway, so we're fine. So we can have, because if MOC, I don't see a swing in this time frame. However, just let's have our stop at point of entry. Because last thing that I want to see in this area, 156. Last thing that
basically
we want to see
flat.
in this area, yeah.
Basically,
point
break
of
even.
Entry. Break even, yeah. Point
Got
of
it.
entry.
Got it.
How many do we have left, Hoag?
Yeah.
2.
2 on Q. So we took off 3 at 180 thereabouts.
Yes. We're up 14.13 realized.
The high of this candle 180.50. Yeah, because this is
nice target.
Like the 1-to-1 of this move. Usually the market tends to, a lot of people will take profit once it goes 1-to-1. It's an area of, removing some risk of the trade. So the market is doing exactly what we want so far.
Love it when a plan comes together, Mohammed. No crying to you today.
Yep. So how about we put some target at 247? 1.
247?
Yeah. And we will trail as we go higher. So 247 basically is the higher of this range. So as we successfully move above this level, so it's normal to reach this level.
Very aggressive. I like it.
We're also about 8 points away from 57.50 in the spot S&P, which could be a little bit of resistance there. But still, higher is better.
Nice. Nice.
Looking good.
5 minutes until the end of quarter MOC.
Oh, yeah.
We're sailing in 2 remaining NQ contracts. Trailing the stop. Life is good.
Yeah. 160, stop. 160.
160 now?
Yeah.
It's the old break even.
Oh, that's a little bit of profit there. Let's try this again.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
160.
Yeah, just
the order that shall remain unspoken.
Well done. So, Mohammed, earlier when you mentioned that you had hit your limit for the day, was that in combines or XFAs or what was it?
Yeah, it was 3 combines. In here, it was 3 combines. I hit the 9,000 mark.
Oh, very nice.
50 count. Yeah, I did 5,000 on Friday.
Wow.
So
S&P's put in a new session high already here. Look at that.
Yeah. New session high.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Still negative delta, 6,700 in the S&Ps at new session highs. Negative delta in the NASDAQ, negative 4,100. Keep going. Keep going. Everybody get out and push.
Okay. Our stop is fine. Yeah. You can put it 74 now. I trail last two green candles.
Stop at 74, you said?
Yep. I will give you a trick. Hoag. Just cancel this one. Cancel this stop.
Yeah, we'll just put another one in.
No, cancel it. I will tell you something. Just
It's canceled.
Okay. Drag it down. Drag the order down from the left.
Oh, you mean here?
No. Drag the line of the order itself. From the, yes, drag it down. Below the entry. Yeah. Now this is what? Okay, now this is your stop loss. Now you can drag it up to whatever you want, to 74.
All right, we got 45 seconds.
Coming up.
For the MOC, though, goodness.
MOC.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, you got to love Mohawk.
87.
Man. I love the way you work, brother.
87. Stop 87.
87.
We're dragging up stops.
Drag it
Drag
here,
up
drag
the
it
stop.
there.
The order,
Sit
yeah,
it down.
87.
All right, 24 seconds here in the MOC.
We're good.
Will we get a rebalancing dump? You will find out in 10 seconds from right now. Thinning
Or a
out a little
pop.
bit.
Oh, shit.
Or a pop.
Go.
Here we go.
We're higher.
Here we go. S&Ps right now, 2,741,000,000 buy side. NASDAQ, 1,351,000,000 buy side. Dow, 585 million to the buy side, and then Mag 794 buy side. This is moving. I've got 2,700,000 already. 2,800,000, 2,900,000 S&Ps.
Stop 99.
Up to 99. I was waiting for that.
Freeman North.
Yes, sir. We
Yeah,
are 80 points into this NQ trade right now.
We James Crown.
Just do it. Don't be shy.
I love that.
Here we go.
Oh, you hear that?
Nice trade.
That's the sound
$5,000.
of thousands
Yay!
of shorts
We have a
crying at
winner.
once.
Nice trade.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? We have a winner.
Mohammed, that was awesome.
Yep.
Glad we liked the long side.
Sorry?
$5,000. And then I think there was what? $1,500 earlier or something. So good
Something
day.
like that, yeah.
Now every ounce of me wants to short this if it gives it up, but I'm holding off.
Yeah. We are flat now? Okay.
Yes, we are. We are flat. Now what else? Now what? You're hot,
I'm
Mohammed.
still,
What else? What else we doing?
No. Nothing. Nothing. I just, I wish that we only took one and we keep trailing for the last two candles until forever.
until it gets to infinity and beyond.
Yeah. So
that's for
my stop
next quarter.
now is 30.
S&P is 1,400,000,000. NASDAQ cooling off a bit here with just 871 million buy side. Dow 235 million buy side. And the Mag 7 still holding 514 million buy side.
S&Ps are putting up a really nice late spike to the upside here.
Still like it to fade back a little bit. We're above now. We're at 57 in the spot market. I'm calling the close. It's 57.50 there.
Yeah. Just wait for the 150. I think the market will go back. Because this is high, you know, it's a range day, red candle will go there. If they hold this high, 250 or something, this is why we took our profit over there. It's an area of interest for sellers.
High of the range.
And I
am coming back a little bit.
Out. Holding last two green candle. This is a magic. Last two green candle. This is something that I cannot, I don't know how it works. Don't ask me, but it is working. Whenever you see a break of the last two green candle, you will see the market dump more.
That would be a 3-bar reversal, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it is somehow. Yes, it is.
I just got short a few MES just to try and put my money where my mouth is on it, coming back towards that 57.50 SPX. Cool. Fast markets. What do we got, Gabe?
You mean Power Hour?
That's what I meant. That's the segment that we're in.
I just gotta give you some crap, but no, we got a few submissions here. Just want to run through them real fast before we close up the day here. First thing is we have Callum, easy like a Monday morning, showing some of his executions, looking like he bought the bottom, ended up kind of taking some partials along the way, bought more, added in, and continued to pay himself along the way up. So just a solid job there, trading that range of the day from low to high. So great work there.
And that's a good song too. Easy like Monday morning.
Easy like Monday morning. Next up, we have Alonzo, I believe. Traders Unite, slow and steady, $200 and locking it out. So in his 50K XFA there, great work. Great work. Keep it up. Going for the base hits, which, Jack and I had briefly talked about a little bit in Power Players. I think that's a much better way to approach this, especially while you're building that cushion in those XFAs. Next up, you have Master Trader Rick. Killed in the live session this morning. I feel like this is a trend. I feel like this is, I'm seeing some consistency here from Master Trader Rick, but made over 2K across two evals combined and passed another 50K eval this morning. Great work there, Rick.
Wow. Busy day.
Busy day. By the way, Jack, you're getting walloped in these shorts here. Good thing you're in MES.
I'm in half a contract, so I'm not exactly getting walloped.
No, I know.
I was worried that I hit like the 5 on the ES or something.
Yeah. Next up, we have Vanner. Passed my first Topstep trading combine today. This is a big moment for me. 4 months ago, failed a few miserably, failed 40 plus in total. Ever since I changed my strategy from scalping to taking trades off higher time frames, I finally found success. Took my first payout ever in August and have taken 3 additional payouts since. Strongly encourage those that are struggling with scalping to consider other methods of trading. It changed everything for me. Great work there, awesome, Vanner. Yeah. Happy to hear. Thanks for sharing and for being here with us. And then last but not least, we have Dan, how I sit down to trade. He's really taken the turtle approach seriously.
So yeah, that great job, Dan. I saw you earlier locked up your XFAs too in chat. I saw you locked up another couple $100 per XFA times 5. So great work there, Dan. Dan, give us a shout, by the way. Give us a shout. We are looking to possibly have you on TV, I heard, through the grapevine. So give us a shout. Let's connect. See if we make it time to get you on.
And,
but that's it. A couple minutes left. That's all I got for you guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Gabe, for hashtag Power Hour. Great trade from Mohammed there.
Stop now is 247. If you're still in it, someone is still in it, which is basically our target.
Yeah, I got about a minute and a half here.
There you go.
Trading around the highs in both of that.
Well, Mohammed, great trade today, man. It's been fun having you.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, today we are lucky. Let's say
skillfully lucky.
Lucky is good.
Luck found us. Actually, we don't want to be lucky.
I'm good with lucky.
Yeah. And even if we are not lucky, we have a calculated risk. So how much you would lose in that trade? We will lose less than 1,500. Almost, or 2,000. Yeah, the risk was 2,000. Yeah. I believe.
It was about 2,000.
So
made 5.
If you risk,
that's a good trade.
Yeah, if you do this 100 times, you'll be fine. Consistent.
Yeah, great risk reward.
This is the key word.
All right, we're within a minute of the opening bell here. By the opening, I mean the closing bell.
It's Monday.
It's been a day.
Yeah.
And hey, Gabe, I'm no longer getting walloped.
You aren't, man. What a call. What are you back at entry?
I still got in at like the wrong time on it. I'm just waiting for this end of the day fade. I'm gonna hold this for another few minutes. All right, Mohammed, thank you. That was freaking awesome. Great risk reward, great team trading, great executing that Hoag. That was Topstep TV. Andre will be back tomorrow along with Dolby. Don't worry, they're not together doing something mischievous. They will be here in their normal segments, back for Power Hour. Always been a pleasure. Shout it out in the chat. We love you guys. Hope to see you tomorrow. And Eddie, you can take it away.
Yay! All right. So I'm going to get my camera on here, and we're going to talk about what we've got going on tomorrow. Mohammed, it was fun, educational. Thanks for being with us, partner. Always love to see you here on Topstep TV. Tomorrow is a holiday. Yes, we've got South Korean Armed Forces Day, Hong Kong National Day, and then China is a holiday also, National Day there also. As far as numbers go, we're not going to see anything until I think around 9 o'clock, 8:45. All right. Actually, 7:55 Red Book. We won't worry about that one, but we do have an 8:45 S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI. That's going to be a big number. Scrolling down to 9 o'clock, the ISM Manufacturing PMI. We also got the prices for September, and JOLTS will be kicking it off at 9 o'clock. Dallas Fed Services. 10 o'clock, we got the FOMC member Bostic speaking. At a little after that, Fed Governor Cook will be speaking. And later on in the day, really not much going on. Collins will be speaking a little later on in the evening. Bostic also will be speaking. Barkin will be speaking. So that's going to be around the time that we do see our 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock Coach Ray, Coach Vince segments, slow market segments. So that's what's going to hit around there. So that's probably going to affect the market then. But as far as what we've got going on tomorrow for our schedule, let's see here. We've got, yes, do we have it? Yes, we do here. Hold on a second. My goodness. Tuesday, Rocktober 1st. Welcome to October, folks. Rips is going to be joining us. We got Coach Dakota. Stanley. Yes, Stanley. Pass with the pros. Stanley's going to be with us during fast markets to see if he can pass during that time. Pass with the pros. We also got Power Players Coach Paul going to be with us here. We got Ben for Shoulder Tap. Stephen A. Going to join us for the 1 o'clock segment. And to close out the Power Hour, we got the real deal, Zach B. Yes, the real deal. Zach B will be with Bilby and Andre. Yes, he will. So anyway, my friends, glad to have you with us here today. Remember, it is about your time now. Okay, it's about you. So take a rest. Okay, it is Monday. If you had a good day, congratulations. If not, well, we always got the rest of the week to get that back. And don't worry about it. Don't panic. Don't stress. We don't want you to do that. So what I want you to do is I want you to shut everything down. Your time now. Enjoy the rest of the day. Okay? Enjoy the rest of the day that you have. Take it slow. Relax. Re-energize. Get yourself ready for tomorrow. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been, oh, wait. Don't run away, because we've got the Peter Tuchman song going to end this segment, end our Topstep TV. So check it out. But otherwise, until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Hit it, Gabe.
All right. See you later. Bye.
On the NYSE, Peter Tuchman. From the floor of the exchange, he's a living sign. With a smile and a wave, the market's on the line. Tickers running wild, like a heartbeat in his chest. Peter's got the pulse, yeah, he's the best of the best. Who is that man? He's the bull, he's the bear, he has crazy hair. His look and his walk, they all have flair. Peter Tuchman's got the floor, making money sing. The maestro of the market, watch him do his thing. Who is that man? Man Tuchman, Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street on the NYSE. Peter Tuchman, on the floor of the exchange, he's a living sign. With a smile and a wave, the market's on the line. Tickers running wild, like a heartbeat in his chest. Peter's got the pulse, yeah, he's the best of the best. Who is that man? He's the bull, he's the bear, he has crazy hair. His look, and his look, and his walk, they all have flair. Peter Tuchman's got the floor, making money sing. The maestro of the market, watch him do his thing. Who is that man? Man Tuchman, Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street, and a friend of the same. Peter Tuchman. Peter Tuchman. Tuchman, Peter Tuchman. He's the Einstein of Wall Street, on the friend all the same. Peter Tuchman. Man Tuchman, Peter Tuchman. He's the Einstein of Wall Street, on the NYSE. Peter Tuchman. From the floor of the exchange, he's a living sign. With a smile and a wave, the market's on the line. Tickers running wild, like a heartbeat in his chest. Peter's got the pulse, yeah, he's the best of the best. Who is that man? He's the bull, he's the bear, he has crazy hair. His look and his walk, they all have flair. Peter Tuchman's got the floor, making money sing. The maestro of the market, watch him do his thing. Who is that man? Man Tuchman, Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street, on the NYSE. Peter Tuchman, on the floor of the exchange, he's a living sign. With a smile and a wave, the market's on the line. Tickers running wild, like a heartbeat in his chest. Peter's got the pulse, yeah, he's the best of the best. Who is that man? He's the bull, he's the bear, he has crazy hair. His look, and his walk, and his walk, they all have flair. Peter Tuchman's got the floor, making money sing. The maestro of the market, watch him do his thing. Who is that man? Man, Tug Man, Peter Tug Man, the Einstein of Wall Street, and a friend all the same. Peter Tug Man. Peter Tug Man. Tug Man, Peter Tug Man. He's the Einstein of Wall Street, on the friend all the same. Peter Tug Man.